We didn't get any comfy rioting. Turns out cold temperatures are a hard counter to LARPing revolutionaries. Unfortunately for all of us. I don't know you. The Jersey girl has arrived. I'm awake. I woke up much later than I expected today. Goddamn. Sorry you put so much hot chocolate in the irrigation. That just means the snow will be extra delicious. Obviously. Obviously. Minuteman Alex, thank you. It's snowing in the Carolinas today. Praise the Lord and praise Foxu. Row, row, fight the power. Gurren Lagann reference. I know that one! Life is beautiful. Life is pretty great. Advocate, thank you for the member, thank you. No, the yellow snow? Well, no, you're not. It's not going to be yellow. It's going to be brown with hot chocolate. Hakumi Key, thank you for the 16-month member. Man, my eyes are blurry today. Damn. That's hard to read shit. It's hard to read. Advocate, my guy, thank you again for the member. Thank you. Anime does not follow movie debuff. True. True and real. I mean, it might, because there's probably a lot of fucking anime I haven't seen either, but, you know. Eskill, thank you for the knock. Someone stop the bots hugging all the gifted members. What the fuck? Eskill, thank you for the 5 gifted members in the YouTube. I don't think they're bots. I have a bone to pick with YouTube, though. We'll pick that bone once the bone has been set in a splint. Mystics Vegeta, thank you. Kirsche, love what you do. Why I featured me in a Yu-Gi-Oh! Animated card music video. What the heck? That's so random. If I get a chance to see it, you hope I like it. Love you, Foxy. Thank you. That sounds crazy. I have a boner for YouTube? No, not exactly. Doggo Bongo, thank you for the 9 months. Congrats on this, the day of your birth. I can go outside on the lawn and scoop up some hot chocolate snow for you. Some hot chocolate snow to put a fried placenta on top of. Hell yeah. Was it the caption thing? No. No, it's worse than the caption thing. I'm starting to wonder, because Kitsu's been having like a super hard time, and I think there was somebody else that was having an issue with YouTube as of late. And as you guys know, I've already had the issue of YouTube flagging my videos for slurs when I say stuff like Quando Bandwi or Ryo-kun. So I'm thinking maybe there's some crazy deranged people and it's not exactly AI, because it seems a little clustered. It seems a little too targeted, in my opinion. Man, Professor John Wolfman, thank you. You turned 44 today, Kirsche. Happy birthday, Professor! Happy birthday! As is tradition, you must travel to the wilderness and battle with mighty Kirsche beast. Witness me, Kirsche! Witness me! I hope you get the delicious marshmallow fluffy critter. Did you get spanked for something? I didn't do anything wrong, but a spanking was applied anyways. There were a bunch of people commenting on the live stream noticing that the last video I put out got taken down. I think it was like 2 hours after it got put up. So we already got our appeal rejected as well, because I don't think any humans actually work for YouTube. I think it's just all AI moderation at this point. And they're lying to you and they say humans actually look at it. Unfortunately so. Kirsche's drawn the ire of the SJWs with too much free time. True. 5 hours? Man. White Rabbit, thank you. Want to share some good news? You're going to be a dad. Thank you for being you, Kirsche. Appreciate the work you do. Congratulations, White Rabbit! I hope you have a wonderful and uncomplicated childbirth. Well, I guess your wife would be the one birthing the child. You know what I mean. Okay. Hope it's an uncomplicated birth. I hope it's great. Congratulations, my guy. Big congrats. Lich-kun, thank you. Hell would be a great. It has a himbo. What? I don't know what that means. YouTube needs to get its shit together. Wouldn't surprise you if there's ideologues doing shady stuff. Either way, this further proves that even a homeless crackhead would be a better CEO than anyone in charge of tech companies right now. And you're not wrong. You're not fucking wrong. VTubers don't want to use other platforms because they're considered non-options. It's not even like so much as a non-option, but even if you hate the platform, removing yourself from something like Twitch or YouTube would be incredibly detrimental. So the only way to really get yourself away from Twitch and YouTube as the main platforms is to start multicasting. And some people, unfortunately, do not have like the hardware to be able to multicast to so many places. But This seems to be just another drop in the bucket of why I should maybe start uploading things to Rumble. Christian Nygaard, thank you for the Dark Knights. Dear Foxu, please tell Dane why Trump mans take Cold Island with misleading name. Not better to take rogue stats in US back. Me fail to perceive US. I have no idea what's going on with Greenland, but I don't know how much I care at this current time. I thought it was a little weird when he first announced it last year, but then it's like, I guess it kind of makes sense because we get access to a metric fuck ton of oil and a militarily strategic area to be at, and Greenland would have, I guess, more money dollars at that point. I don't know. You want Greenland? Rumble's not perfect, but it's workable. Greenland, that shit is mine! Greenland means we can strike Moscow with ease. That's the main appeal. Interesting. Interesting. Greenland does not have greenery nowadays. Yeah, Greenland's the icy one. Iceland's still icy, but I guess kind of greener. Neveus Luna, thank you. Why am I not already uploading to Rumble? I don't know. It just never occurred to my brain cells, I guess. I mean, people have brought it up, but then, you know, that's asking editor to do more stuff. Ian Smith, thank you. Greenland question to you matters in only the same one aspect that annexing Canada matters. Would be 51st state bringing a million bajillion more blue votes. You don't want California. That's true. Someone like suggested like, oh, if you want Greenland, how about we take California from you? And it's like, that's not really a threat. Like, I think most people would agree to that, actually. I also think if Denmark took California, it would bankrupt all their welfare systems, because I'm pretty sure California has, like, equal, if not higher population than the entire country of Denmark. So... Fuck, you'll just give them California. They can take... Yeah, exactly. They can have it. You know, we don't want it. No, thank you. We do not cede California. We just kick the commies out. The land is very good. Oh, can we trigger the fault line at least? Can you move out before they invade California? Invade with what? California given away by the US. Oh my god, small country Europeans really don't understand the game. They don't. Hux Cali at Europe. No refunds. Oh no, please don't do it. The Emerald Fucker, thank you. NATO, why do I hear Fortunate Son? Unfortunately, California is actually important to the economy with agricultural production. Yeah, I mean, the people who actually do things in rural California, yeah, it's got important land. Mostly China and Russia are trying to do the whole economic takeover of Greenland, and if successful, BRIC nations will be that much closer to disrupting the dollar, as they reserve currency, which can cause immense upheaval to the West. There's that, like, annoying streamer that's been on, like, a tour of Africa recently, and every time they, like, go to an area that has some kind of infrastructure, my brain just starts screaming, why won't you talk about China colonizing Africa? Why won't you talk about the Chinese moving in and displacing the natives? Why won't you talk about Chinese men taking all the jobs away from native African men and impregnating their women? Why won't you talk about Chinese colonization? But the most recent thing was apparently he got disrespected in Algeria. And it's like, well, I mean, that doesn't surprise me. Yeah, rural California still saying it's our cities that have gone off the deep end. Yeah, yeah. Let's talk about China moving into Canada. Apparently, China's been taking advantage of our birthright citizenship policies. So, like, there's an entire tourism industry where Chinese will come to the US, have a baby so that it has US citizenship, and then go back to China, raise the baby in China, and then it will become a, like, eligible US voter when it turns 18. I'm like, that's fucking crazy. That's insane. Don't trust China. China is asshole. True. Chinese colonizers my ass. It's probably Millhouse. What did he mean by this? Your proposition, we trade the West Coast for the Canadian territories that want to be states, except for the half of Washington state that wants to be Idaho. We can keep that. How utterly shocking that the blatant loophole could have been exploited by people willing to play the long game. Imagine imagine playing the long game for a cultural victory. The Manchurian agents? Yeah, forget the Manchurian candidate. Now we have the Manchurian voter base, bro. You don't care about China moving into Africa? They can have it. And care about them taking US land and farms and ranches because politicians are greedy, unscrupulous bastards? Yeah, and even some of the politicians that I do tend to agree with on a lot of things, they're saying like, well, if you stop, you know, if you stop the ability to sell to Chinese overlords who want to buy our infrastructure land, then you're impeding on Americans' rights to sell their land to whoever they want to. And it's like, maybe you have a point, but also Chinese citizens should not be owning any land that has agriculture stuff on it for our food sources or our electrical grids or our water sources. Like, just anyone willing to sell to Chinese those kinds of important pieces of our just fabric, I would say are anti-American in the first place. But like, why would you want them to be able to sell to that so that we have to fight for it later? No foreign nation should be allowed to purchase US land, period. Agreed. Agreed. Counterpoint, maybe don't sell US land to foreign interests. But the foreign interest offered me millions of dollars more than I could get from an American buyer. Why does China buy the farmland near military bases? Great question. At any other time and place in history, that argument would have been viewed as insane. Imagine. They should not be able to sell their crap to hostile nations. It's treason. I mean, I agree with you there. Cali has a bunch of oil they pump too, and they just hide a lot of the pump jacks in buildings to make them look like other things. What? Can you even do that? A China honeypot trying to sneak in viruses and medical and herbal experiments and stealing research? So sad. It's like, it feels like we're playing a game of Civ, right? And like we hit that turning point where everybody got spies, and instead of actually having our spies do anything, we just said, oh, you know, you can have the title of spy, maybe use that to impress your date or something, but like don't actually do anything. Don't actually do anything, Mr. Spy. And so we don't have any counterintelligence, and so all of the actual spies that are beholden to their nations come here and just steal everything unabated. Wait, Harriet Tubman is our president? Hold on, wait a minute. A bunch of Los Angeles skyscrapers are disguised oil rigs. That's kind of interesting. Today I have learned. They do that if you ever pass a weirdly tall and blank building in LA, likely that's a pump jack pumping oil. That's actually pretty cool. Can you imagine like going into one of those buildings as a part of like urban exploration? That's kind of crazy. That's kind of nuts. I'm on you. There absolutely is an American spy network, and they definitely use their skills. They're just not using them for the benefits of Americans. Oh, I could believe that. I'd believe that. By the way, I already okayed this when I asked 1 billion years ago, but can I ask brave chatters to volunteer to help in the stream tagging channel in Discord? We have a stream tagging channel in Discord where KB tags parts of stream that are interesting or funny or I hiccup, I guess. And then he prints those tags on the VODs later so that honorable chatters can easily find different segments of the VOD. Maybe some people could help doing the tagging if you desire. If you like and appreciate the tag man. He needs some help. He needs some milk. Kitsune, thank you. New subject, if you're interested. The number of women saying on the internet, saying that they're going to divorce their husbands because they aren't panicking at ICE? What? Also, we're dependent on the Five Eye spy network. I don't know what Five Eye means. But, why would the wife want the husband to panic about ICE? Like part of the ideal of having a husband is that he is like the stoic rock that keeps you grounded when your brain wants to woman out emotionally, right? So what the fuck kind of help is it gonna be if the husband starts panicking about ICE? Like, what the fuck? Because they're irrational. Like, obviously I'm looking at it from the perspective of a woman against ICE, because like nobody should be panicking about ICE unless you're here illegally, in which case get the fuck out. But like, nobody normal should be panicking about ICE. And so like a woman wanting her man to panic about it is just multiple levels of what the fuck are you doing? What the fuck are you doing? Five Eyes is the intelligence community shared between US, UK, Australia, New Zealand, and Canada. Oh, I didn't know there was a name. I just assumed we did that because allies. Gordo the Gamer, thank you for the 30 months. Ice, get out of here. Slips and falls. Yeah, you gotta have that nice rock salt to deal with the ice. The women want to ditch their husbands to go to the protest and be manhandled by the big burly icemen. I just don't understand that logic. That's crazy. That's crazy, man. Eskill, thank you for the knock. It's very confusing with the whole Greenland. Also, what you understand is that Greenlanders don't want to be part of Denmark or the USA. I don't know if they don't want to be part of either, because I haven't been paying attention to it since it basically was first announced, but like, I don't know if they have the resources, because haven't they been, like, owned by Denmark for, like, fucking ever? So that'd be interesting. That'd be interesting to see them self-govern, but, like, I don't know how that would work. There might not have been any riots, but a group of anti-ICE protesters stormed a church in Minneapolis in the middle of a service and shut it down. What the fuck? It's Greenland. Who cares what they want? Well, it's like, I mean, I'm sure they would have an easier time self-governing than a lot of other countries that we left infrastructure in and then it just crumbled, but you know. Greenlanders want to be independent, but it's a nation of 55,000 people. They need someone to provide security. Yeah, like in my brain, I'm trying to run through scenarios of if we just left them alone. And the first scenario that I could think of is like China or Russia tries to come in and they're just like, there's only 55,000 of you. What the fuck are you gonna do? And then they just take Greenland. Can we set up a base similar to like Germany, Spain, or Italy? I don't know. You'd rather Greenland be a protectorate of the US than China or Russia. Yeah, Russia, by the way? I'm Trump now. Denmark sponsors Greenland and Denmark is part of NATO, so it'll be weird USA trying to get there. Does anybody actually care about like NATO in its entirety though? Let's be real. We also have 200 troops in Greenland. Eskill, thank you for the knock. Doesn't help Europe pouring more gas on the fire. Instead of sitting down and making a deal with the US, they can benefit both parties. True. Dark Lelouch, thank you. Let his name be recorded in every place of honor. Let him take the word of Kirsche. He served so well to those who have her not. What? Let him be written in our hearts and our memories forever. Godspeed, Professor John Wolfman. What? Professor John Wolfman, good luck on your service. Oh my god. NATO's purpose basically faded in 1992. You know? Naruto running towards a church. Maybe not. Bureaucrats don't like it when their agenda's being pushed back, so they resort to fascism. Sounds like what's going on in our country currently. Speaking of what's going on in our country, this guy seems to actually know what's going on, and it makes me wonder if I should try reaching out about Bridge. Someone named Doge Designer said, times are changing. Wokeness is losing its power. Thankful to Elon for fighting wokeness. And Colin Wright said, I'm sorry to inform you that wokeness is not losing power. It's doing what Sauron did after his supposed defeat. Quietly raising armies in Mordor. And considering what I've put out about Bridge for the last couple of years, he's completely right, but I don't think he knows what Bridge is. So I feel like I could maybe try and send him a DM and be like, hello, sir. Your tweet is empirically correct, and I have a lot of information for you. Greenland is protected through Denmark because Denmark is part of NATO with the US. That's it. It's the only way Greenland is safe at the moment. Interesting. I'm not cranky. Thank you for the 6 months of Proom. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Morning, Foxu. There's a few islands off the coast of Long Beach that are literal refineries. Long Beach itself is pretty rich with oil, and the beaches used to be covered with oil drills. You said Long Beach, and my brain immediately thought of Long Island, New York, instead of California, so I was immensely confused. Locksore, thank you. Just want to say, therapy sucks, but it's helpful, too. Unpacking emotions you repressed decades ago has been helpful for your anxiety. You'd recommend seeing a good therapist for any member of chat who's going through rough times. I've always advocated for that. Some therapists are shitty, some therapists are activists, some therapists are just there for a paycheck. But if you find a good one, they will impart with you coping mechanisms that are actually healthy to deal with problems that you have. Good job, Loxor. I'm glad you're getting through it, man. The Sonic Extreme, thank you. Lord of the Rings mentioned. I know what Sauron is. That's the big eye. That's the big eye. Yes and no, it absolutely has lost power, but we need to keep the pressure up and continue to weed out and crush the new manifestations like Bridge as quickly as possible. It's definitely on the decline, but Colin is completely correct saying that, like, part of the decline isn't an actual decline, but them going into the shadows and recouping. S-Kill, thank you. Also, I think the tariffs had already taken effect because it has become more pricey to use Super Chat. Really? There's tariffs on Super Chats? That's kind of wild. I thought tariffs would only apply to, like, physical objects getting shipped, right? Raiders of the Lost Shark, thank you. You found out a pregnancy council in your county. A few of your church members collect tithe money does in fact help women find abortion services. What? There's a pregnancy council in your county, and some of your church members collect tithe money for abortion services? That seems rather, fucked and not correct. I feel like if they're doing that in a church, the other church people might want to know about it. The demon Soros is still spreading evil. How is it that one evil rich devil is allowed to fund domestic terrorism? That's a great question. Next question. Chatter should definitely make the rest of the church aware. Oh, abso-fucking-lutely. That is, like, grotesque, and I'm sure people will feel incredibly lied to if they find out that's where some of their tithe money was going. The Eye of Soros.
As I understand, Denmark has given the US carte blanche to put as many soldiers and build as much military infrastructure as we want in Greenland. Really, the only real benefit I can see for taking it would be resources.
Well, yeah. Which makes sense, right? Why would we just want to set up the military base there while I guess they still take care of everyone in Greenland and we also don't have access to the resources? It kind of makes sense. Are we talking terrorism? Why didn't I call you? It's your favorite topic. I don't know if we're talking about terrorism. We'll see. We'll see. Speaking of seeing and buying things, Piers Morgan, in his ineffable wisdom, said Britain should repurchase America. After all, it was ours once, and it would enhance our North Atlantic security. If you don't sell it to us, President Trump, we're going to impose tariffs on the US and any country who supports you in resisting this very good deal. Fair? And I know he's mocking the, like, Greenland deal, but one, Britain doesn't have the money to purchase America. 2, Britain doesn't have the money to run America after a purchase. 3, Britain can't even control their own fucking country. And you expect me to believe they'd be able to deal with the American landscape? How fucking retarded are you, bro? Come the fuck on. The other reason Greenland doesn't like Denmark much is that Denmark sterilized like half their women as part of the spiral case. What the fuck? Steve Manart, thank you. Greenland is the last piece of Western Hemisphere soil governed by an old world country. This is the completion of the Monroe Doctrine. Interesting. Repurchase. Well, it wasn't sold, it was taken. And 2, Britain would have to be worth 1 million or so times its current worth, and that still wouldn't make them capable of buying back America. I can't imagine any Americans wanting to be governed by the crown, and if they do, they should probably go back and learn US history. Greenland shit is seriously exposed that many Brits and EUs honestly believe that the EU is just as militarily capable as the US, which is just straight up delusional. Yeah? Yeah? I mean, like, what? The big counters to the US are basically other countries with nukes, because there's always the potential for mutually assured destruction. But if we just ignore nukes for a second, right? Like, just pretend nobody has them. When you think about who might be a military opponent to the US, you think, like, China, Russia. But Russia couldn't even, like, win a war with Ukraine, even though we had been massively funding Ukraine, right? So, like, even with funding from Western nations, Russia couldn't win against Ukraine. So what the fuck would they do actually against the US? Which just leaves China. And even though I would feel like China probably has a bit of an edge for on-the-ground fighting, because we've been nerfing our military by lowering standards for decades, we still are more technologically advanced than China. So even with that, like, well, maybe their on-the-ground fighting soldiers are slightly more prepared than the majority of ours, because we've been adhering to DEI.
What the hell is a spicy
I still
cat
don't
raid?
think China would really be able to do that much. And China is the one someone should worry about since it has said it wants to end Western society. Yeah. Moomy playing games, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Raiders. Word is their guns are shit, though. Yeah. You know, one thing about US can be very funny in a normal war. What's that? Isn't China ahead of the US on drone tech? I don't know if they're actually ahead of the US on drone tech, right? Because most of the drone tech I see out of China is them doing, like, laser light shows. China's infantry has no standards. Even nerfed US soldiers are superior. When I'm thinking of nerfed standards, I'm thinking of, like, the mentally ill and women fighting Chinese soldiers. And I think regardless of how bad the Chinese soldier training is, I believe that they would be able to beat the mentally ill and women. I would probably put money on China winning against mentally ill and women. Almost all of China's tech is slow tech, not real tech, or show tech, not real tech, yeah. Just worry about the fact that China has the majority of manufacturing capacity, which is another big reason why we should be bringing manufacturing back to the US, which is one of the things Trump said that he was trying to do. One must never underestimate their opponent. If you do, you've lost the war long before the first battle is fought. Yeah, agreed. Agreed. It's a question you should ask a habitual line crosser. I don't know who that is. Sounds like Piers has forgotten how effectively Maduro was yoinked by our Space Marines. I think it was Delta Force, not Space Marines. Lambie Chop, thank you. Chinese army lost to fucking India. We're fine. When did the Chinese army fight India? When did that happen? China and Russia are dangerous only because they are still willing to fight their wars like it's World War II. That's to say, they are perfectly willing to send people by the millions into the meat grinder? Oh yeah, absolutely. 100%. The only threat from China isn't their soldiers. DEI still somehow beats starvation. Their threat is control of manufacturing and their control over the population. Which is, again, why we're trying to bring... one of the reasons why we're trying to bring manufacturing back over here. And I think that's an important step into no longer relying on countries who view us as an enemy. Help. Will they still work on Soviet tactics? A meat grinder good? Gary Thomas, thank you. The only time UK military enlisting has been as low as it is now is the 1700s, but okay, Pierce. Yeah, I don't... like, I don't even think it would be worth watching, I guess. Right, like, it wouldn't be entertaining to watch, like, America take on the UK militarily. I think, like, the only value would be to watch how laughably short it would be. The Chinese have fought against India for years. They just use sticks and stones instead of real ammo. What the fuck? China's losing manufacturing to Southeast Asia since China's becoming very expensive to produce things in China. Interesting. Average Chinese soldier has the same discipline as the artists you hire. Oh, that's not good. You don't think the UK could even beat an insurgency in your state? Very true. What if we really wanted to test this theory? Couldn't we just, like, go to Florida and be like, hey, you guys really enjoy collecting snakes for money. How about we stage a military operation with some soldiers in the UK, right? We won't even take our military. We'll just take the Florida men. And I'm sure the Florida men would still succeed. Piers Morgan is an open cuck. You don't particularly care to listen to his opinions. His wife posts her adventures on social media. Man, there was a Sloppa movie I watched the other day. It was a very fun Sloppa movie. Within the first, like, 5 minutes, I called absolutely everything about the movie, except for the incest. But I was like, this is a couple going to an Airbnb that they rented for the weekend for, like, some romantic getaway, and then oopsie poopsie, it just so happens that another couple accidentally double booked on the same weekend. No way. The other couple that accidentally booked, they own the house, and they're some kind of, like, weird polyamorous swinging couple that enjoys having sex with the people that they invite there to book. And it's actually, if you're a degenerate, a slightly smart tactic, right? Because that way you can absolutely vet every single person that you're both trying to fuck. Oh god, that would be a slaughter. The Floridian would decimate the UK. True and real. The Jack Murphy story. What's with you and incest movies? What's with movies and having incest in them? Why is it so common nowadays? Like I said, that was the only part of the movie I didn't call. I did not foresee the incest. Because I guess I'm not thinking about it as often as everyone else. You can spot the swingers because they have pineapples. No! These people didn't have pineapples. They were just kind of fucking crazy. But they were also brother and sister. And that's kind of weird. A Lambie Chop, thank you. I already read that. Thank you again. Do we get to invade the UK while riding tactical gators? I don't see why not. Thank you, Cataclysm.
The only advantage is China has a numerical superiority, and that they have like 80 to 85% of electronic component production.
Which is very nice if we can not rely on China for as much production as we do. Temporary, hopefully temporary, increase in prices while we're moving manufacturing around. But we need to be a bit more self-reliant again. Every Kirsche stream you can expect a Foxu surprise. Could be ghost eggs, could be incest. You never know. True. Thank you again, Cataclystia. Thank you, thank you. Make sure the Florida men know we don't need British pelts.
Hollywood producers write what they know, the incest makes sense.
That's kind of grotesque. That's kind of nasty. Especially, like, I mean, Hollywood's always had, like, occasional incest and stuff, but it feels like it's really ticked up a notch in recent years. Which is a little strange. That's a little worrying, actually. Flying Nanook, thank you. Thank you, my guy. Whatever happened to manufacturing, bringing it back to the US? Hello? Kind of quiet on that front? I mean, he's definitely moved some stuff around. I remember covering it last year. But also, there's kind of a lot of stuff going on right now. You blame the pornography trend from the COVID era? I didn't even think about that. Single women are desperate. They began fanfic writing about their brothers. I kind of don't like that, because wasn't there like a big fucking meme in the VTuber sphere about like VTubers and their brothers? I don't like that. I don't like that. So it's importing people from countries where incest is common. It's really strong. You also have a good point.
Chinese and Indians have had border skirmishes between them in the Himalayas. They are by treaty not allowed guns because neither government wants a war. The Indians with sticks beat the Chinese away from the line of actual control in 2018-ish.
That's really funny. I didn't know that you could place rules of engagement like no firearms allowed in a war. Because, like, if I was at war with a country and they were like, nah, you can't use firearms, I'd be like, get fucked, retard. What do you mean I can't use firearms? Thank you, TRT is king. And here you can't, you're back on your family? I don't know what that means. Windstalker, thank you. Funny thing about peers is that the UK absolutely would do that if they could. Morals don't stop these people, only ability. Isn't fair? Pixie Misa, thank you for the... The story about Denmark mass sterilizing half the women in Greenland is real. It took place from the 1950s to the 1970s. Why would they do that? For what purpose? The coffin of Andy and Lele hit Phase Connect harder than crack hit the black community. True. Maybe I did a bad thing by convincing Pippa to play that game. Maybe I underestimated my shadow government powers. Can't turn your back on your family incest joke? Oh, I see. I see. Androtaz, thank you. If any of these countries could fight us head on, they wouldn't need decades of subversion. Our military peen is still the biggest by far. True. Kai, thank you. Reminder, the last time China was in a major war was 1979 when they invaded Vietnam. They have a large, inexperienced military. I don't even remember the invasion of Vietnam. I wasn't alive. Zyman Maru, thank you. You love America, but we lost to the Taliban, guys. I feel like that is like a major incompetence rather than an ability level of our guys on the ground. Patchouli, thank you. Bongs already imposed tariffs on American goods. 2, Bongs don't have the ability to take or hold the US. 3, quiet before I bed your wife, Piers. Well, you think him trying to mock, like, oh, let's buy the US back will cause his wife to go on a tear of fucking only beefcake American men? Reminder for Kirsche, all states in the US, incest is illegal except for Rhode Island. Is that true? Is that true? We're gonna learn more about incest in the United States today. previously on facts about incest in the US, New Jersey has higher rates of incest than Louisiana. Louisiana has actually been taking... No, it's not Louisiana, it's Alabama. Alabama's the incest state by memeing. Yeah, no, New Jersey has higher rates of incest than fucking Alabama. Sorry, Louisiana. Catching strays. You've been there once, you believe it. New Jersey has 800 billion people. I don't think so, actually. What am I looking up? What was the thing? What was I? Is incest illegal in every U.S. state? Incest is illegal in all 50 U.S. states, though the specific definitions, degrees of prohibited relationships like first cousins, and penalties vary, with most laws criminalizing sexual activity between close relatives like parents and children or siblings, even for consenting adults. Though, some states like New Jersey and Rhode Island have nuances where marriage isn't allowed, but criminalization might differ for certain age groups or relationships. Rhode Island and New Jersey in that same grody boat. Same grody fucking boat. I was like, Hara, please, what do you mean? It's not illegal if they don't catch you? Jesus Christ.
I'ma nip this in the bud. We destroyed the Taliban leadership in under a week. We took Iraq in under 2. What we failed to do in 20 years was turn illiterate goat herders into genuine democracy enjoyers.
True.
These are not the same thing. Look at the Maduro op.
That's a very good point. Thank you, Sovani, for the better explanation. And I don't think it should be our job to impart democracy. We should be able to, like, say, hey guys, you figure it out. You figure out what you're gonna do. Unfortunately, when you're dealing with, like, incredibly radicalized populations, that can get a bit complicated. This is gonna be an Alabama-coded stream. Please, I incest you to reconsider. What the hell? Your sister's cervix is the gate to Agartha. Someone check on this man. He needs help. He doesn't need any more milk. Rifile, thank you. The Chinese engaged India back in 2020 over a border dispute. Chinese conscripts were recorded crying on a bus. It was from the smell, wasn't it? Adam Wofford, thank you. Even if they use nukes, we have laser weapon systems that could take them out before the hundreds of miles outside their borders. Also, we still have F-14 Eagles. That one shot one of our own satellites. I feel like a lot of people have incredibly poor listening comprehension. Whenever I mention, like, China having a better, possibly better, on-the-ground, like, armed combat fighting against women and mentally ill, people always start bringing up how our technology is better than China, and it's like, I literally never said it wasn't. I'm talking about boots on the ground, armed combat fighting. I feel like Chinese men would still conquer American women and American mentally ill in that regard. But that's the only place I would be able to give them, like, a one-up over our military. Everywhere else, we obviously blow them out of the fucking water. I'm a woman talking to men. It's normal that we don't listen well. Jesus Christ. Your sister's objectively beautiful, but under no circumstances do you want to rail her. Jesus Christ. Send out Schmoogly. True, we need Schmoogly, man. Feed me the Three Gorges Dam. Quoted as B-2 stealth bomber. True. True and fucking real. Loxor, thank you for the 18 months. FYI, the UK doesn't own their nukes. They rent them from the US. So couldn't we just, like, take them back like a rent-a-center guy showing up to a poor person's house? Being like, hey, we're here to take our shit back. The only reason the Taliban took over is because we left. That's like saying you got your ass beat constantly for days on end, but you won't because we were there for 20 fucking years. What do you mean? We were there like for fucking ever. It wasn't that as soon as we pulled out, things went to shit. Things were already shit while we were there. Repo the nukes. Who's the nuke repo guy? I don't know, but hopefully he doesn't steal women's luggage. Ollie Wally, thank you. Habitual line crosser is the talking planes and countries guy? I don't know what that means. What do you mean you don't know him? He's one of Nick, Eli, and Brandon's friends. What do you mean you don't know? Whom de shloom bop beep bop badoop bop streamer? He's friends with these other streamers you've never streamed with. How do you not know him? Repo the news, the new opera music coming to you. How dare you not know, everyone? Grimlock, thank you. Hi, Kirsche. Love your channel. Keep being you, doing what you're doing. You're a 43-year-old Irishman. Aw, black-pilled with life and existence, but you make me smile every day. Sorry for your bad grammar. You're drunk on Jack. I would expect nothing less from an Irishman. But no, I know black-pilling is easy, but you gotta keep that shit up, man. Don't doom. Don't doom. Get together with people who believe in the same stuff you do. Maybe you can make some kind of a difference. I have no idea what your political system is like in Ireland. I do know that you guys have some 1984 shit going on over there, though. I'm Irish. Aw, the awe was because I read ahead and I saw black-pilled before I read it out loud. Steal Somali luggage? More than likely it's money inside. That's true. Stealing Somalian luggage, it's kind of like a payday. It's like a scratch ticket. Ireland is as cocked as Britain. If China was to ever try, a lot of rednecks and gun guys are gonna end up with Soviet-era AKs. Ooh, that'll be fun for gun enthusiasts, though. You think we could get Dog the Bounty Hunter to repo the nukes from the Brits, film it, and make so much money from the residuals? That would be funny. Let's see, where am I? In the YouTube chat here. Not really here, thank you. You wish your country would just collectively boot out Piers for good. Too many problems for him to add to it, true. Isengard, thank you. UK versus the Deep South would be the UK troops wading through Louisianan swamps with their taxidermied comrades, holding speakers playing country music. What the hell? What the hell? Blue Mew, thank you. If you find yourself needing a React spacer, Skybrowse put out a new video parodying Team America World Police. Oh, that's pretty fucking funny. Arigato Hyro, thank you. Pier's rhetoric is just as impotent as his wife makes him out to be. That anyone still gives this man attention is baffling to you. He's got name recognition, I guess, you know? Zrahel, thank you. The only war crime is if you lose the war. If you lose the war, a lot of things become war crimes, I guess. Captain Yan Yan, thank you. Skybrow's new video. If China invades, can you be the American version of Tokyo Rose? Even Hawkenfreres, thank you. Wars only really end when both sides agree. Even if you remove the leadership of one side, the fighting will continue. If the losers decide they want to keep fighting anyway. Battleizer, thank you. The big difference between the times the US lost, the US was on the offensive and there was not support or drive to win. If someone invades here, then the fight becomes us or them. Brother, I ain't losing anytime soon. You know what I just thought about? All of these like fucking weird revolutionary LARPers that are going around like rioting in cities and attacking normal people. If we did have a foreign power invade, how many of them do you think would be like little fucking rats and try to work with the enemy to get specifically conservatives killed? I'm gonna guess the stealth shit is mid. Venmaru, the fool, thank you. Why are you assuming the degenerate mutants will be the people we send to fight? Wait, that's a great idea. 2 birds, 1 stone. Because the military has stuffed itself with degenerate mutants after lowering standards for many, many, many years. They want the commies to win. Is that not what they're doing now? It's a little different, I guess. But I would expect a bunch of these rats to, like, immediately try to help, like, China or Britain or whatever if they started invading. Imagine thinking that wouldn't be an opportunity to just get rid of them. Oh, no, I mean, it would be, because they would become very obviously enemy combatants, you know? Please don't recreate McNamara's morons. Androtaz, thank you. You heard Sister Rail. Just think about trains, and not the sexual kind. No. Let me see, where are we? Where are we? Julio Asius, thank you. A game idea that would get people mad, an ICE strategy game where you score arresting immigrants every shift. That would be a lot of fun. That'd be a lot of... Can we get an ICE game? Ollie Wally, thank you. Donut operator, fat electrician, Brandon Herrera was more expensive to say than Nick and Brandon. No, I know who those guys are. I haven't streamed with those guys, so why would I know someone they're friends with? That's why they're only a real risk if they go for Taiwan, where the US would have to race against time to protect the island with limited resources in the area. An invasion of the US is laughable. I don't know what, like, military power they have right now, but I mean, hopefully in that instance, Japan would intervene until we could get there faster, I guess. Zaimimaru, thank you. We took out the Taliban leadership in the first week. Someone tell the Taliban leadership running the country right now, they did not get the memo. Breaking news! When one leader is disposed of, a new leader can be put in place. Wow, I wish someone had thought about this sooner. Maybe the British monarchy could have lived on. Except with Taiwan, there's a fuck ton of Marines in Japan and Australia. Japan has no army. Fortunately, we have an army in Japan. God hates taxes, thank you. Have you considered that the Marines are starved pit bulls while the enemy combatants are toddlers? That's a very horrifying comparison. Tonushi, thank you. The heretics in Minneapolis stormed a church. A good thing for believers not to stoop to their level, but Templars would be in order now. Interesting. Interesting. Install Kirsche as the Queen of Greenland. I could probably rule over 55,000 people. That's not a lot, right? That's a pretty okay number. All right, I'm gonna try to get through some tabs that aren't Minnesota before we go back to Minnesota. In VTuber news, you guys brought up that like Cha-Cha was getting lambasted for making an ice joke. And I saw all the usual suspects who had gone after my sponsors and also been like, I'm performatively dropping gamer subs. I know I don't make any money off of my code, but I'm dropping it to make a point. Well, I saw all of those same people trying to attack Cha-Cha for making a fucking joke. And I wasn't even going to, like, bring any attention to those people on stream until I saw this person having an absolute
spicy cat
absolute max melty, like literal toddler screaming and crying and rolling around on the grocery store floor while their white mother stands there and goes, oh no, little Timmy, you can't do that, Timmy, please, be quiet. And someone yells over from the cereal aisle, hey yo bitch, if you want a single mother, the father could help in this instance. Like that kind of tear tantrum, you know? So this person, I have no idea who the fuck they are. I've never seen them in my life. They say, I don't normally respond to things on here, but I'm fucking pissed off. A clip of Cha-Cha was on my feed and my blood is boiling from it. And before people say don't get political, fuck that! This is a human rights issue. Basic human decency! You know what? I agree with you. This is actually a human rights issue of the modern era. The human rights issue being the American people constantly being taken advantage of, constantly being defrauded, constantly being raped, constantly being murdered. Our streets are no longer safe because we invite in illegals who have no documentation and who steal the identities of American people, paying their taxes, causing them to go into massive amounts of debt that they can't pay off. Because attached to their social security number is jobs and properties that they don't own and they don't work at. So yeah, it is basic human decency to get them the fuck out of my country! Dumb bitch. Before I want to say anything, I don't know Cha-Cha, but wanted to gain an understanding of who this person is that is making jokes about ICE, a very real threat and fear for many around the US currently. Before I say anything, I don't know this person I'm about to disparage, but I'm the good person, so I'm able to disparage them for making a simple joke. Cha-Cha isn't even fucking political. This isn't even a political streamer. She's just funny comedy lady, and you're gonna come at her for making a fucking ice joke? Methinks the lady doth protest too much. Maybe someone needs to tip off ICE about this person. You know, maybe that's what's going on here. Also, she wants to have more kids. More children for the Cha-Cha. And now, this person continues, I'm even more pissed off. You're telling me a Latina VTuber who's a mom of 4 kids is making jokes about a regime who is actively tearing apart immigrant families and non-immigrant families! So, can I ask you why you think that all Latino people would be against ICE? Can I ask why you think any type of Hispanic person, whether they're from Mexico or Colombia or Paraguay or Argentina or Chile, can I ask you why you would think anyone who immigrated here legally would be upset about what ICE is doing right now? Can you please explain why you just assume every brown person from South America would share the exact same opinion as you and be against ICE? Isn't that kind of racist? Isn't that some kind of, oh, you stepped foot off the coconut plantation, you're no longer Latino. You're Latinx now. Latin exiled. What's the difference between a joke and a dick? This LARPer can't get either. Pretty fucking much. Holy shit. Please read tweets and articles like this forever. A Cha-Cha's an actual Latina woman who loves this country. They don't separate families. The actual families get deported together after they make sure they're actual families. Exactly. They kidnapped Fillion in the middle of the night and you're pissed over a Exactly! You're telling me ICE kidnapped Fillion in the middle of the night and spirited her away to the Philippines without telling any of her collab partners? And you're mad about a joke? They want to take Cha-Cha's Latina card. She will no longer be able to say Hispanic slurs. That's basically part of your culture. Hispanic here, you hate these types of women. They're the prime example of not sticking your dick in crazy. This woman would not make you empanadas after a long day at work. Please tell me what the fucking joke is! Tell me, how do you not get it, Cha-Cha? I will give benefit of the doubt, they say after screaming. She is apparently half white, half Puerto Rican. Are they gonna make some, like, dumb comment about, like, well, her white half clearly has internalized racism about her Puerto Rican half. Her white half is exerting white supremacy over the half of her that is brown, and the proud brown woman inside of her needs to reconquista. Perhaps she does not know the struggles of her own culture. What the fuck is this dumb retard? Perhaps she does not know the struggles of her own culture? The struggles of immigrating illegally? The struggles that President Donald Trump wants to cease having happen, a la the human traffickers raping and killing people as they take them across the border? Or the part where those traffickers, if they manage to get you across the border without raping or killing you, they just take hundreds of thousands of dollars from you. Which struggle here? Which struggle are you talking about? Spoken like a true art student commie. That might be why this woman is crazy. She hasn't been able to get the dick that she wants because, you know, the fact that she should be in the asylums. As soon as the box gets opened up, we can shove them all inside. Good fucking lord. Going to Twitter to look if Cha-Cha's getting more shit and it throws an ICE recruitment advert right under her profile. That's funny. My people are struggling. Please give reparations. Meanwhile, Azahara trying to get me to move to Puerto Rico. He's like, please come to Mud Hut Island. You can be a queen. Puerto Ricans aren't illegal though. They aren't. You are correct. A-Train, thank you. Achievement unlocked. How the fuck did we get here? Because retards believe literally anything? Retards believe literally anything? I was like, yeah, half white, half Puerto Rican. Oh no, she's a territory of the US. Wait, Fillion got ice. No, that's the joke. That's the joke that Cha-Cha made. That's the joke that Cha-Cha made. Maybe she does not have family members who have been, or could have been, affected by this. You need to throw out the rule of law and feel bad for criminals because you could have had a family member affected by this. Bro, what the fuck? Bro, what? She could have had a family member under threat of deportation from ICE, or she could have had a family member that was wantonly raping and killing Americans. Therefore, ICE is hunting them down. Which one there, baby? Maybe she uses the Latina bit as a part of her branding, but really doesn't claim La Cultura. I feel like the person I'm reading is La Creatura, actually. I do not know. I am Mexican-American. I know from personal experience and from the stories told in my family the hardships and very real reality of what ICE is. Let me give you a little history lesson. So is this you admitting that you're illegal? Is this you admitting that someone might need to fill out a little report and get ICE to check up on you? Hey, so ICE, go check up on this person. Can we deport just the Mexican half? In Latin culture, or at least Mexicans in the States, would know ice by a different name. La migra. Which is Spanish slang for the migration. Growing up, I heard about this horrific thing. To me, la migra was the boogeyman. This ominous thing that took away your loved ones. You know, it wouldn't take away your loved ones if they were here legally. You know, if they weren't committing crime, I wouldn't be a boogeyman. So in this case, when you look at the rule of law as the boogeyman, how long does it take you to realize that you are the bad guy?
Or in the ring.
No, in real life.
Someone should fill out a form.
And wear his makeup and his dresses and use his skin as a coat.
Like the ancient Irish did.
Well, that's your winner.
That's me! Marmalin, thank you. You hate to think of the family argument from this. Yeah, maybe the family member should have thought a bit more about that. It's like arguing that a drunk driver's family matters more than his victims that he hit. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's fucking crazy. And people who are scared of La Migra are here illegally. Exactly. They talk about it like a fucking skinwalker from the Appalachians, man. Like, what the fuck? If you're a US citizen and here legally, then you were flat out lied to and mentally abused by your parents. And if your family is illegal, well, I hope La Migra will be here with you shortly. Yes. True and real. Jesus fucking Christ. This is one of the very reasons I grew up having panic disorder and anxiety. Imagine young baby Glitch, who's only 4 years old, being so terrified that her father could be taken away. It still destroys me when I think about it. Well, you know, if ICE was doing their job, your father wouldn't be taken away from you. You and your father, and probably your mother, I'm assuming there's a mother in the situation, all of you would have been deported together. Which, thumbs up, that's what should happen. If you're here illegally, get the fuck out. Like, I have no sympathy any longer. Like, what are we doing here? And like using this like emotional manipulation logic here. Imagine young baby me, only 4 years old. This reminds me of like the women posting on Twitter where they're just like, I just told my 4-year-old son that Donald Trump is going to hunt him in the middle of the night because he's black. Donald Trump is personally gonna come for him and moita him. And now he's crying. Look what Donald Trump did. 4-year-old baby Glitch got deported and everyone clapped. Fucking the other Puerto Ricans are crazier than I am, Jesus. Anchor babies need to go too. Kirsche the Skinwalker is a Navajo legend. It has nothing to do with the Appalachians. You have no choice but to dislike, unsubscribe, and call the cops. I can't remember what the Appalachia Skinwalker thing is called, but there's so many horror movies based in the Appalachians that have like a skinwalking creature, and it has a name. It has a name, I just can't remember what it is. Is it the Wendigo? I thought the Wendigo, no, the Banshees are the screechy ones. Yeah, you're right, it's the Wendigo. It's the Wendigo. The not deer. You're offended because I had a thought. True. True and real. Man, bear, pig. Wendigo is Cree up in Canada and Minnesota. Interesting. Hispanics are Schrodinger's minority. They're a person of color until they form an opinion, and then they're white. Apparently, they're also white when it comes to crime statistics. You know, you gotta kind of jank that up a bit. Watch out, Sleepy Joe might break in your house and sniff your kids. Please stop dying. I don't know how. Forbidden Cat Belly, thank you. Trump basically forced JP to remilitarize via tariffs and criticism of JP. US Russia's aid, if shit hits the fan, JP doesn't reciprocate. It's actually huge. A CCP freakout. Interesting. That guy knows his military friendships. The scariest thing in the Appalachians are there people living there. Do you know what the difference between the Twitter bitch and the Wendigo is? The Wendigo is native to America! True. It still destroys me when I think about it. I'm crying, having to think back to those moments in time. Before anyone says anything, my father did his process, and is a US citizen, so don't even go there. So then what the fuck are we talking about? If your father wasn't here illegally, and he's a US citizen, I'm sorry your parents are retarded and traumatized you as a child into believing something that's not true. What are we doing here? Are you lying? Or did your parents traumatize you and you should be upset with them for that? I'm so fucking lucky, thankful, and proud of my family and everything they've gone through, but there are many who are not as lucky. Many who are currently living in fear, the anxiety, and the panic. Good! If they're here illegally, if they're defrauding our systems, if they're collecting American taxpayer dollars, and especially if they're going on to further commit crimes beyond the one they already did by being here illegally and potentially stealing someone's identity in order to work, they should be living in fear and anxiety because they should be getting the fuck out of the country. What are we doing here? He's a US citizen for now. We can definitely send this and her whole family back for this level of insanity. If they haven't done anything and they're actual citizens, then like, that's fine, right? If they're here illegally, good. If they're here legally, then they're retarded for being worried. Like that would actually, in my opinion, right? If this woman actually got told when she was 4 years old that like, your father could be taken away at any point, you could be taken away at any point, La Migra is going to come here and spirit you away like a boogeyman in a horror movie, that's like fucking child abuse, man. Like, either this person is lying and using an emotional appeal to get people on their side, or they were a victim of child abuse. Like, what is happening? If her father came here illegally and then later got citizenship, he needs to be denaturalized. Very much would depend on what he did, right? Because there's that other father that was being denaturalized and he had like a criminal record. Eskill, thank you for the Canuck. Kirsche needs more cheese. I love cheese! Androtaz, thank you. Notice how there's zero gratefulness. Also true. Also true. Mexican parents love tormenting their kids. Cha-Cha, as someone with kids, I would have thought you would have some heart, some understanding. That as a parent, you must know the heartache seeing families torn apart does. Well, Cha-Cha's a US citizen, so I don't think her or her kids would have to worry about this. I don't think she would be a good parent if she started traumatizing her children, saying, because mommy's brown, ice might spirit her away in the middle of the night. Like that, lying to your kids and traumatizing them like that does no one any good. These people are freaking insufferable, they are. To be fair, she probably does that anyways. Wait, what? Please be thankful that you don't have to live with the fear of you being separated from your kids. Please be happy your kids don't have to wonder where you went or if they'll ever see you again. See, like, if he was here legally, why would you be thinking this? Why would you be he would show his ID and they'd be like, oh, okay, sorry, sir, have a good day. Like, come the fuck on. Cha-Cha traumatizes her kids by shaking a slipper at them. La chancla. I am not a mother. I do not know and cannot imagine the intricacies of motherhood, but I do know that as a daughter, as an aunt, as an ex-wife, oh, I can't imagine why that man is no longer around. My mother bear instincts kick in if anyone I loved was threatened with this reality. So Cha-Cha, Latina to Latina, have some fucking empathy! Do better! Be better in this world! We can all do better to connect and be decent human beings. Let's choose that path. Yes, let's be decent human beings by traumatizing our children into a life of anxiety and panic and fearing authority figures for entirely wrong reasons. This bitch can't catch any good dick theory is confirmed. There's no different from black communities who tell their kids to watch out for the police and white people that they always need to watch their backs and making their kids hateful and paranoid. It's absolutely fucking crazy. It's absolutely crazy. And I'm sure this person's getting dicked out. Hey, it's our resident favorite mud hut denizen. Azehara saying, you assuming that every Latino living in the US is there illegally and therefore should be against ICE is pretty fucking retarded. True and real. True and fucking real. Like, actual insane racist thinking. When the left only knows how to be afraid of the coof, ICE, Trump, but they live off of irrational fear. Azehara is our guy. Let's be decent human beings and deport all Mexican nationals back to Mexico. Sell them guns. And let's say nothing when they start the revolution. You know? Well, they tried to kick it off a while back. I wonder what's going on now. Lots of notable, honorable chatters dunking on her. Yeah, true and real. Latinos have been making la migra jokes for decades, and it was about INS, predecessor to ICE, which was created in 2002.
Spicy cat raid. What the hell is
But
this
way to admit
spicy
your
cat
family
raid?
is illegal, I guess? To know how enforcing immigration is a human rights issue. Yeah. A lot of words to tell us you're mad at a joke. Pretty fucking much. Like, literal insanity to write this fucking much about a haha Fillion got taken away by ICE joke. Come the fuck on. Come the fuck on. 504 EB, thank you for the 555. They need to teach the kids to be afraid so that when they're in their teens, the kids can't threaten the parent with ICE over a curfew argument. I don't know if that would stop them, right? Like, as a teenager that had access to my mother, unfortunately, I've made a couple I'm gonna call CPS threats, you know? Your dad is Puerto Rican and retired after over 30 years in the military as an E9 in the Air Force. A lot of Puerto Ricans that know we go into the US military most of the times, we shit talk and joke about ourselves 90% of the time. Being able to shit talk and joke, especially about something considered like depressing or dark or taboo, can help people deal with things. And sometimes it's just funny. Marmalin, thank you for the 16 months of prune, brother man. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Did Fillion actually get taken? No, it's a joke. It's a joke. Lots of people had access to your mother, it seems. How she managed to only have 2 children is wild. And Kier doesn't threaten to call ICE. She does if the service isn't up to scratch. I'm just saying, if my DoorDash driver can't speak English and can't somehow find my front fucking door, I'm making a report to ICE, all right? Like, if you're gonna work in my country, you're gonna speak the language. It's not a joke. She's gone forever. Rip Fillion. Are you sure she only had 2? I mean, she lied about being pregnant a 3rd time, like way after she had gotten her tubes tied. And I know, like, you can still get pregnant in rare cases, but then she also had a supposed miscarriage. She was gonna name the baby, like, Freya or some shit, because she was still dating the neo-Nazi at that point. Fillion is probably just looking for somewhere to live where she doesn't have to worry about neighbors when she goes through the walls or floors, true. Fillion wasn't taken by ICE. It was animal control. Oh my god. Wait, who's pregnant? No one. No one is pregnant. I don't know. I want to check the quote retweets on this. Like, I am just intensely curious because this was a wild read. This was a wild fucking read. Don't be this person. Latino humor is what keeps us Latinos with low suicide rates. True. TLDR, Latina VTuber bad for making jokes about ICE. Grow up already. Yep. As someone ethnically Chinese Mexican, this is so funny to me because if you listen to my friends and I crack jokes about our race, we'd have you curled up in the fetal position in less than an hour max. I wonder why he typed out Chinese Mexican instead of just saying Australian, to be real. This may be the worst take I've ever heard. Anything can be joked, and if you feel attacked or offended, a joke will never go further than it really is. Imagine thinking all Mexicans need to be against ICE. Are you racist by any chance? I would put money on the fact that this person is a person who believes that people of color can't be racist. Mexican here, too much text, it's a joke, grow a pair. No one cares. Plus L plus bozo plus report it to ICE. True and real. This reminds me of that one retard, McKee something, screeching about dead trans children on the streets when the Hogwarts thing happened. The thing that lives the most rent-free in my mind about the Hogwarts Legacy situation was there was that, I don't remember if there was more than one, but there was one particular trans VTuber, I believe, that like faked their own death or like the death of their cousin or some shit. And they kept posting about how like Hogwarts Legacy and the streamers playing it drove them to do it because they felt so marginalized or whatever. I don't even know where you can find the archived tweets at this point. Because I know everyone all over Twitter was reposting it, but it was the most wild fucking saga, dude. And cousin, you think? Yeah, remember, the retweets are just gold. They are. They are. What is this video?
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Christopher.
I don't understand this as a response. I'm not high IQ enough. He's vibing. I don't know. Hogwarts Legacy would have been a dead mediocre game if not for the liberal retards. Imagine. Phoenix DS, thank you. If you emigrate and you hate the country you're in, then what was your real reason to coming to the West in the BS of the stolen land? That's pretty much the point most people try to get at. Like, if you're gonna emigrate to a country, it should be because you want to be there. The people that come here and then espouse how bad America is after coming here, they clearly just view it as a way to make money off of the American people. Right? Like, it's kind of gross. Darth Gavel, thank you. Put them in the box tags. Lazy Viking, thank you for the sex. Have a mental image of Fillion getting sent back and forth between USA and the Philippines like it's a ping pong game. With the jokes, they must keep going. Lindsay Van Steeler, thank you. La Migra. Wasn't that scary? You lived in South Texas for 2 years. Around 2008, and you knew people who got deported on Monday, and then we're back by Friday. They need to be deported again. She has a point, though. The black parents warning their kids were right most of the time. Most of the time, people just say, just comply, but you can comply and still get beaten to death or shot. Many such cases in American history. You some kind of retard that thinks that only happens to black people? Are you some kind of retard that doesn't recognize those, like, Tony Timpa and Daniel Shiver? I can't pronounce his name. You some kind of retard that thinks traumatizing your children into making sure that they rebel against authority officers, pretty much ensuring that they will get shot for non-compliance, is a good thing? Some kind of retard? If I get pulled over by the cops, I'm gonna give them my ID. I'm gonna tell them where in my vehicle my firearm is. And if it's unlawful, I'm gonna fight it afterwards instead of possibly getting shot by them. That's fucking some kind of retard. Either everything's okay or nothing is. Flat out, full stop. Do we have, any olive questions today? No, I already got olived earlier. You're white, you were told to obey cops and gotten off many things because you were cooperative. I got off of, felony speeding before because I did not know that in Virginia, if you are driving, like, I think it's 5 miles over the speed limit. It's either 5 miles over the speed limit or 5 miles over, like, 60 or some shit. I can't remember. I don't drive in Virginia often. But it becomes a felony. And the police officer was just like, oh, I noticed you don't have Virginia plates. Like, did you just not know? And I was like, I had no fucking clue. I had no idea. And he was like, all right, I'm going to let you off with a warning. But if I see that again, you're getting the ticket. Virginia's pretty cutthroat on... Yeah, Virginia's awful. Whenever anyone tells me they're going to be driving, like, between states, and I know that Virginia is on their drive, I always tell them, Virginia's fucking insane. Everybody hates driving in Virginia. Virginia and New Jersey, I think, are the worst drives. Fucking felony speeding for 5... Yeah, Virginia's fucking awful. Ohio and Virginia, the worst state. New Jersey's pretty fucking bad as well. Pretty fucking bad. So I'm glad to see pretty much all of the quote retweets are shitting on this absolute retard. Absolute retard. Good. Good. That's how it should be. That's how it should be. Continue to wrestle away power from these retards that want to create more cancel culture. Grumpy Malfestio, thank you for the 1. As a second generation born from legal Cuban immigrants, La Migra, with Foxy's expression has you rolling each time. Your folks are gonna get a kick out of this tonight. I was like, the way she's talking about it is like, you know, just one of those hushed horror stories you tell around the campfire. And speaking of hushed horror stories to tell about the campfire, I have to blow my nose. I don't know if you've been able to tell from my voice, but my nose has been getting very full of the nose cummies while I've been talking. So give me 1 second, chat. Ein Moment. Holy shit. I just got rid of so much nose cummies. I feel like I lost 5 pounds and I can smell color. Holy fuck. The cop said Kirsche would get dicked if she sped again. She started going 20 over the limit after he left. God damn it. Vladimir Crystal, thank you. She hates us. She doesn't want us to listen. Hey, chat. Why is it when you try and design a VTuber avatar for your wife, she always winds up looking like a grumpy Fed with a gun? That sounds like a pretty cool avatar, though, to be fair. Massive Doge, thank you. This time she didn't forget to mute. I didn't. I remembered. Anglo-saxophone, thank you. Report and deport for the fox suit. True. She got the good nose blow, the kind of nose clearance that makes you see things afterwards. Exactly, man. I just imagine when Kirsche blows her nose, a foghorn goes off. Don't imagine that. Let's see here. We've been talking about this. I don't even know what the fuck is really going on. But people have mentioned, this live stream fail moderator, like, going fucking psycho for some reason. Former head livestream fails mod Stale2000 released a video explaining why he was dropped. Here's his message to the Reddit CEO, Spez. Reddit mods should be treated like celebrities or influencers, not because they deserve respect, but because they actually have real power and influence. First of all, I cannot believe that this man literally looks like the actually meme. I cannot believe that Reddit mod phenotype is genuinely real. Like, we made shit up and we told whispers of jokes about it, but I did not know it was that real. Additionally, Reddit mods should be treated with nothing but contempt. They don't have real power or influence. For a little while, they might have, at the peak of all of the cancel culture, if you have wrong think you're unpersoned kind of nonsense. But no longer will people be traumatized by fat sacks of dysgenic freaks thinking that they actually matter.
Hello, Spez, Mr. CEO of Reddit. I hope you have received this public video that I have created and sent to you via your email. I'm Brian, or Stale2000, or Tarot Card.
This guy's AI, right? He's not real. The way that he's talking and his eyes are remind me of that Asian guy from the Linus Tech Tips video, where I basically had a mental break and I was like, this guy's not fucking real! He's not blinking! Mr. CEO of Reddit. To be fair, that's probably how I would address him as well. He made a 10+ minute video over him getting kicked for some streamer reality TV show that was possibly a scam. Streamer reality TV show that was possibly a scam? Ooh. I have memories coming back to me, chat! Moderators. There was a streamer reality TV show that happened, I think, in 2024, possibly early 2025. And I was very, very excited to watch it. I didn't recognize anyone on the show except for one guy. And I missed all of it live. But they had a YouTube channel where they said that they would be uploading every single segment of the reality show. And we watched the first segment on stream, but they never uploaded any other segments after that. And I remember checking months later, what is that reality show? What is that reality show that I brought up on stream and I wanted to watch? It got released on Netflix. It came out the same time as Fish Tank during the summer. Did it? Is it called House of Streams? Am I thinking of House of Streams? I don't know. Let me go find that, though. Let me go my brain. I need this, chat. I need this. Hold on. I gotta move my toilet paper out of the way. I can't type. House of Streamers. Is this it? Houseofstreams.tv? Welcome to the House of Streams. It's available in the UK and Ireland. Is this it? I don't think this is it. I don't know if this is it. Watch trailer Rest of the World. House of Streams. There's a YouTube channel. House of Streams, they got 14.9k subscribers. Their trailer channel is 7 months ago. The last upload was 7 months ago. Cyborg Angel? Who the fuck even are these people? Yeah, okay, this is it! The only person I recognized was the guy named the Black Okage, and that was only because I had, like, seen him on Twitter. The other people, I had no idea who the fuck they were. There was, like, zero advertisement for this. They had all of the streams removed from Twitch. There wasn't any way to watch them on YouTube. This whole thing just came off really fucking weird to me. Phoenix DS, thank you. House of Stream sounds like a low-tier horror show. It does. So, here's that.
We took 8 content creators from around the world and locked them in a luxurious Mediterranean villa.
Standing by, cutting to you in 5, 4, 3.
Why do their shirts say shrimp?
Watch the stream right now.
I'm a real-life gangster.
This is the weirdest shit ever. I'm loving it. What drama can really happen in 2 weeks?
Please get me out of here. Oh my God.
I'm gonna go home with that Bitcoin.
I don't know. I'm gonna go home with that Bitcoin, by the way. I don't know if it's gonna be in the trailer, but when we watched the first episode, I can't remember if it was the Black Okage or one of the girls, but one of them was just like, how are we gonna be on camera 24/7? I don't know, streamer who's on camera all the time for their own streams. How are you going to be on camera? Like, so the whole premise is really fucking stupid. Wait, don't play anymore? Didn't they DMCA for the show? Did they? I don't remember. I don't remember if they did. God is dead and our society has fallen. Did someone just prompt AI for House of TikTokers? Because this is exactly how you would imagine it, right? Right? Is Kirsche monetized again? You just got an ad. Nope, I shouldn't be. I shouldn't be. You shouldn't be getting ads. Just ask any reality TV star in the past decades. Anyone who's openly admitting to saying Omar, real life gangsta, ain't a gangsta. What? Are shows like this not usually just excuses for orgies? I mean, probably. And let's see Hassan locked in with Asmon. Oh my god. Yeah, like, I think Fish Tank is a way more authentic version of this, if I'm being real. And, like, they still have, like, things that they obviously rig, but, like, oh, what the fuck? Oh, what the fuck? Let me see here. Okay. Alright. Holy shit, if they did, then stop the vid, don't chance it. I'm having ads on Twitch being scummy. Shocker, right? Alright. People prefer live streaming over traditional TV shows. We should make a traditional TV show with streamers. I know. It's weird, isn't it? I feel like if this did get DMCA'd, Ziz probably would have remembered. Ziz probably would have remembered. Just resubbed. Take your Bezos sub. Thank you for the Bezos bucks, my guy. You say you want Hassan and Asmon in the show, but you won't be laughing when you see them dirty dancing on stream? I don't like that. You don't remember? Well, it's only the trailer. I'm not actually watching the show. There's very few things that are, like, horrible enough to DMCA for a trailer. It's happened occasionally, but it's like, then you just know they're scum suckers, you know? The IP owners of Fallout are thinking about making a reality show in a Vault Tech vault. Good fucking god. They've been doing this shit with streamers since Fred. All of it has been bad. Speaking of doing this shit with streamers since Fred, where is all the information about that sponsorship that I turned down? Because this is very relevant to both the streamer show and whatever the Reddit mod is bitching about. Because there was another streamer-oriented, like, reality game show that was being set up by Will Neff and some chick I can't remember the name of. They're both friends with Hassan. They're both friends with Hassan, and I got a sponsorship offer to showcase their streamer game show. It was like, who's the next big streamer or something? And so they had a whole bunch of Twitch streamers that were competing for who would be like, oh, this is going to be, you know, the next, like, Kai Cenat or the next Ninja or whatever, right? Like, whoever's going to be, yeah, Caroline Kwan. And so I had the sponsorship posed to me, and I was like, lol, Lamau, if you think I'm promoting this dumb shit show from Hassan Orbiters, do they even know this is being proposed to me? Because I feel like if they did, they would not be happy. If we do a Fallout TV show, can it be Vault 43? Matt Paranoia, thank you for the proom. Thank you for prooming. Gray, thank you. Boys, flee the alt-right if it makes girls fancy us. What? Battleizer, thank you. Would like to see Hassan and Sam Hyde on a reality show. I would love to see that boxing match, man.
New concept. Chat is upset. Yes, guys, we can look at the chat.
Like, chat, like, do you have any questions for us?
The winner of the House of Streams will win a Bitcoin.
Here we go.
Headshot, baby!
They're playing dirty. Okay, good to know, The House of Streams.
Oh, you dirty, dirty dog.
Let it go.
Just shut the f up.
It's betrayal.
I had no idea that I guess this is now on Netflix. That's kind of fucking crazy, first of all. DMs has info. Thank you, Ziz. Thank you, Ziz. I had no idea this was going to Netflix. I just remember watching the first episode and being really disappointed that I couldn't find any of the other content from this. It was just like scrubbed from everywhere. And it looks cringe as fuck, and I would like to watch the rest of it to just make fun of absolutely everything about the show. Because watching this, my brain just immediately goes to that cringe streamer house in Dead Island 2, where they have all the like zombie streamers in it and shit. And it's like, you know, that's kind of what this is. That's kind of what this is. I'm on you. Phoenix DS, thank you. So VTuber streaming reality show when? We just keep bumping into each other with our fucking a little motorized computer screens in the house. Harry is parasocial, thank you. I'll give you money to not work with Hassan. She played Dead Island 2. I did play Dead Island 2. And I beat Dead Island 2. And half the time I was playing Dead Island 2, I was asking really glowy questions to Alexa. Help. The reality show you want to see is a VTuber tournament. Strap an iPad with a VTuber on it to a battle bot. Oh, dude, VTuber battle bots would be so much fucking fun. That game was so forgettable, you forgot I beat it. Yeah, Brad, you know, that's how I feel. Chippy the Wizard, thank you. You can't watch reality TV shows after watching Unreal on Netflix. It's about a producer on a Bachelor-like show that manipulates everyone on set. What the fuck? What the actual fuck? That's so upsetting. That's so upsetting. When was this posted? 7 months ago? Damn, I cannot believe. And they have like, I guess, little intro videos for all of the streamers. I've never heard of any of these people. I've never heard of any of these streamers. So I don't even know how, like, people got picked to be on this show. The Girl Next Door House of Streams. Oh boy, what a name. What a name. I'm also interested, right? Their Vila review, 155k views. Building Streamer Heaven, 107k views. Kids or Cats, 252 views. That's kind of weird. It's kind of a weird drop off. And then the next video, House of Streams Week 1 highlights, 147,000 views. It's interesting. Tiffany Pisani interview, 137k views. Really? Her last name sounds kind of like Pisani? And it's only got 137k? Really? A sneaky preview for the House of Streams, only 286 views. That's kind of weird. That's kind of strange. That's a little weird. House of Streamers TwitchCon Las Vegas 2 years ago, 22k views. How became a reality show host on the House of Streams, 59k views. Why? What? House of Streams set recce in Medina, Malta, 145 views. House of Streams trailer original series 1 year ago, 85k views. Amazing coincidental The Black Hokage meme. Let's check out the trailer, 6.9k views. At least he got a nice number. And also, that's a great question. How come he has like a coincidental Black Hokage meme, and then like Taylor Morgan and these other people all have videos, like a little intro 30-second video of them? Where's his 30-second intro video? Why is he missing from this? This is almost on par with the scam that caused the mod from Livestream Fails to crash out because he was part of it and removed as a mod. This just screams like money laundering, man. That's what this says to me. And let me see here. This was the show. Yeah, this was the thing that I got asked to do a sponsor for that I very obviously declined. And it makes me suspicious of like anyone that participates in these things, right? Because it just screams fucking weird and set up, and anyone involved in it is somehow going to be propped up by the elite class that already exists, right? So we have the ultimate live streaming competition begins now. Who will be the next biggest streamer? Watch episode 1 live on April 10th at 2 p.m. on Twitch. And this was April 7th, 2025. This was the beginning of last year.
Going live is easy, but staying live is the real challenge. A competition that pushes streamers to their limits. But it's more than just a click.
Hosted by Austin Show. Who the fuck is that? We have Fish Tank at home. With advisor, the Sushi Dragon. Who the fuck is that? With 4-star streamers as mentors. Will Neff, I know that name. Caroline Kwan, I only know that name because of drama revolving around Hassan. Gotez Live? I don't know who that is. And Lana Sliffy? I also don't know who that is. 24 up-and-coming streamers compete to win a grand prize of $85,000. Gotez is a chess girl.
This is actually awesome.
Next.
You know, if you have to put in your advertisement that this is actually awesome, it probably isn't.
Watch live on Twitch.
I'm glad some of you actually knew someone in there. Some of you said that Botez is a chess streamer. So at least someone is known. You've not heard a single name so far that you recognize? This sounds so fucking boring. Yeah, I immediately went to look into it when the sponsor was posed to me. Let me see here. Let me see here. They wanted to pay, what was the payment? Oh, it was pretty chunky. All right. It was almost $5,000. It was almost $5,000 to promote this sloppa that I declined. And my response word for word. What the heck is even this? Lamau. Also, the implying arrow. ICA X progressive. I don't know what ICA is, but progressive, like, italics, the insurance? And then I posted another video and said, this looks incredibly fake and manufactured. And this is the video that I posted. Is this the trailer we just watched? I can't tell. I think it might be the trailer we just watched. Yeah, this is the trailer we just watched. So I watched the trailer and my response was, this looks incredibly fake and manufactured. The only person I've even heard of is Will Neff. What does a bioweapon do to a battle bot? Imagine. And then I posted this because I was like looking into who the fuck they were. And after watching this video I'm about to play that says Mega W if you can name all of these emotes, my response to this video was, is this even a clip from their show? It looks like it's from Ludwig's Streamer Games. Considering I have a larger platform than almost everyone they've named, they'd need to offer me a much better rate for 2 3-hour streams. It's Hassan orbiters trying to get their own orbiters. You know, I guess so. Like, I watched this, my first response is just, is this even real? Like, it looks like ripped clips from something Ludwig fucking did. Phoenix DS, thank you. Sounds scammy. Who'd really sign up to this? Doubt you'd even get the 85K if winning the competition. I have no fucking clue.
Say it with me. Oh, name that emote.
Name that. I thought you were gonna have me say the emote.
Dondre.
What is Tech W?
Congratulations.
Run away with it, Dondre!
Some people say I look
All
like
right.
that
Give them
guy.
nothing but take
All right. Ready?
What is this?
Name that emote.
Why is that woman dressed as a pineapple? Exposure is the prize.
John Choi.
Resident Sleeper.
That's correct.
You wouldn't know that emote.
Who are these people?
All right. Ready again? Here we go, Maya. Name that emote. Andre.
What is the new PogChamp?
That's
Wait,
correct.
does that person have VT in there?
Name that emote.
Why is there a VTuber not on a monitor?
It is truly my least favorite emote on Twitch, but it is Kappa.
That is correct.
That's my guy.
Now, say it with me.
Can you see why I would have been confused? Exposure is a hell of a drug. Sometimes the exposure ain't worth it, brother man. Sometimes it just ain't worth it. And okay, I did notice it. I was like, there's a VTuber face reveal clip. Wait, the VTuber's a Twitch ambassador? This just keeps getting worse. The fucking show about picking the next top streamer, and one of the contestants is a literal Twitch ambassador. And please, Kirsche, I can only cringe so much.
Miss Lala! There she comes. Looking fabulous, Miss Lala. Well, I hear you owe us some sort of face reveal.
You kind of make a deal with the devil when you promise something to chat.
Yeah, come right here.
True,
Right
you
in
guys
center
got my
stage.
feet after
Drum
all.
roll. Yeah! There she is! Oh my God! Oh my God!
The pineapple outfit is very thumbs up. I do love the fucking pineapple. But I was just like, that's weird that there's a Twitch ambassador on the panel for potential winners. That's kind of weird. Let's see here. Did I say anything else interesting? No, just basically saying it seems very grifty and not real. And then I said, Will Neff and Caroline Kwan are friends with Hassan Piker. It all makes sense now. Dog with the butter dog. I put the butter on the dog, butter dog. Dog with the butter dog. Wasn't Wubby on one of these as a guest host? I think he was on one of Ludwig's game shows, which is what I kind of compared
When
this to.
Charlie beat XQC in a chess competition in 6 moves, Botez was one of the commentators. When they cut to Charlie's stream to hear him celebrating, he was screaming, "My dick is throbbing." The look on her face was excellent.
That's fucking great. Fatmon, thank you for buttering my dog. I feel like Charlie probably could have beat me in less than 6 moves. XQC is probably better than I am at chess. I'm gonna be real here. Hearing him screaming, "My dick is throbbing" after winning is fucking great, though. Pneumonia. Faker than a porn star's tits. Yeah. They had their pinned tweet is the April 7th trailer. What is this? September 11th. It's official. The winner of the $75,000 and the title of next biggest name in streaming is Nandret TV. From his talent across both remote and IRL streams to his chaos, charm, and creativity, it all led to this moment. Huge congratulations to all the contestants, especially the finalist. Wait, wasn't it supposed to be 85,000? Didn't they say 85,000? Yeah, hold on. Compete to win a grand prize of $85,000. The winner of $75,000 and the title of next biggest name in streaming. Hold on, wait a minute. Wasn't it first 85 on the tree? Yeah, right? Just a clean 10K gone. 75 after taxes. Yeah, but the taxes are the Nandre guy's, issue, right? Next doesn't pay the taxes. He would. Thought they were supposed to get a Bitcoin. No, the Bitcoin was the streamer house. This wasn't Bitcoin. 85K, come get 75K. What do you mean 65K? Hey, congrats on winning the 55K. They spent 10K on the titty streamers. Let's see what the award ceremony. Is that a drag queen? Is that a Dead by Daylight player?
Nandre! 46 points!
They lost so much money, you would have guessed Gavin Newsom was running this. When I see things like this that get no advertising and no interactions, it just makes me think of a way for them to spend money and lower their taxes, right? Because, like, that 85,000, I mean, 75,000 is now a tax write-off because it was a prize on a game show. All of the stuff that they spent setting up the game show, also tax write-offable.
46 points. It was a very close game. Pastry also scored. She scored 45 points, also received 17 points.
I have no idea what's going on. All just laundry mats. Yeah, it's all just laundry mats. There's his check. It actually does say 75. They didn't keep going lower, actually. We're live, untitled. Chat, checkmate, join the fun. There's some chess. Oh, you guys said one of the ladies is a chess lady. That makes sense. Mustaches approved. What the hell?
And look at all of these glow sticks, emergency rave beacons. Oh my god.
Oh my god, I can see his nose hair.
Beacons for your fest or whatever you're doing.
Fist
They're
fest?
so nice to give me all of these beacons that I can just use. Oh my gosh, thank you so much, Fit Fest. I love you so much for giving me all of this beautiful, beautiful merch.
What? I don't understand what I have just consumed. I'm a little confused. I'm pretty sure Nandre let his inner Picasso out with this one. Isn't that the guy that won? Isn't that the guy that won here? He, him, most contagious laugh on Twitch? Okay.
Now let's take a look at what Nandre created. Spin that bust around.
Oh god. I like clay work.
I do not have the greatest artistic sensibilities, but you'd be lying to me.
Oh my god, he kind of sounds like Bagman. Is Bagman the next top streamer?
Run, ladies and gentlemen. Now, Nandre, you clearly have no artistic proclivities.
I honestly, Austin, respectfully disagree.
Yeah.
I might not be the best, but if this does not clearly demonstrate the wonderful, handsome bravado of my mentor at his lowest moment, I don't know what will.
That's right. If a Muppet...
Have we ever seen Nandre and Bagman live at the same time?
An allergic reaction to a medical procedure I had, it would look like this.
Goddamn right.
All right, let's move on.
Okay, all right. Okay. I guess they posted a whole bunch of clips. I still have no idea exactly what's going on, but let's go see who watches this, shall we? Let's go see the views, shall we? Presented by Progressive. It is, in fact, the insurance company, by the way. The insurance company that, might I remind you, sent a whole bunch of people to the Bridge getaway in May 2025. Progressive heavily involved with Bridge. So we got 835 followers. They have 9 subscribers somehow. Recent highlights and uploads. All their videos. All videos view all. I guess this is the one highlight. 648 views. All the VODs no longer here. Unlucky. Do they have a YouTube channel where they put this stuff? Instagram, X, TikTok, YouTube. I should have counter-offered that I'd do the sponsored streams as long as I could say whatever the fuck I wanted. You know, it's going to take a lot more than $5,000 to sponsor something by Hassan's friends. I'm going to be real with you. And even then, I would have to be like, hey, audience, Hassan's friends want to pay me $7 million, you know? Should I do this? 124 subs, bruh. Yeah, videos. Let's see here. That's 123 views, 98 views, 42 views, 605 views. That's big. That's big views. 605. 34, 17, 34, 62, 113, 430. On the finals, 112, 302, 327, 232. Oh, 3K! 3K Oh, Pay Money Wubby was involved here. Oh no, not like this. Not my Wubby! But 3K views. That all 3K is his audience. Only if the check had already cleared of Frogan not being upcoming. Sulfides, what? Us watching your stream right now is more views than this has ever gotten. That's true. Pippa's beaten me, thank you. Bread streamers have no charisma. It's just like, this is so confusing. Cause like, I would expect if it's put together by someone like Will Neff and Caroline Kwan, it would have a lot more reach, would it not? It would have a lot more engagement, would it not? Wouldn't Hassan, like, promote his friend Sloppa? I don't understand. Negative charisma, or rather, only do it if you can bring Chuck friggin' Norris along as a guardian Pokemon. Them paying Wubby was the only one worth the money. Probably the only, like, funny person on the panel. Not like the people competing, but like the people presenting. This reeks of money laundering. It does. It really does. It really does. Definitely has bridge vibes, like the Soup Game sponsorships. Very much like the Soup Game sponsorships. And, I did tweet something about this recently. I don't remember exactly where my tweet is, but I did tweet something about this recently for some reason. And I don't remember exactly what my tweet was. Hassan doesn't give a shit about anyone that isn't himself or Palestinians. Foxu, do I get a passive American penny dollars in kick chat from viewers without an account? I don't know. A few people have asked me this before, and I think, like, my mods have gotten the info, but I keep forgetting. Saying Kier outperforming money laundering schemes is not a low bar since Kier is paid by Mossad. We're not talking about payments, because I'm sure all of the streamers who set this up make way more money than I do. But this is definitely a way to lower your tax bracket. From what you remember, this was originally an OTK thing, but sponsors backed out due to Asmongold still being an OTK at the time. So to clean up their image, they switched over to letting Hassan's friends handle everything. I don't think that makes sense. I don't think that makes sense. Oh, I brought it up in October. Damn. You think mods keep asking me to ask my kick rep? Maybe, and then I keep forgetting. Yeah. Oh, is this tweet from October? What was this?
Stuff happening because it drives engagement across the web. Tinfoil hat, I know, but also sites like Kike. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I did not mean. Jesus, I'm so tired.
Oh yeah, it was her making a slip up that, like, if any one of the people that are disliked made, they would be lampooned. But you know, I was just like, hey, she helped set up this weird streamer show that got next to no fucking engagement. Discover who's next on Twitch. Watch Thursdays on Twitch, YouTube, TikTok, and X. Next, presented by Progressive, is a live-streamed competition where top live-streaming content creators mentor rising talent to discover the platform's next breakout star. With Progressive's ongoing support of small streamers, the series champions growth and opportunity, blending creator storytelling, audience engagement, and a 6-part IRL final into a high-stakes, real-time journey to streaming success. And this seems just as questionable as, like, that Streamer Academy thing as well, where it was set up by that one chick who did nothing but, like, say shit about VTubers. I can't even remember her name, but she was, like, in the drama cycle for quite a while for just posting blatant misinformation about VTubers constantly. And she set up, like, a Streaming Academy thing, and a whole bunch of VTubers ended up joining it, and it's just like, okay, alright. Damn, was it Catliente? Yeah, it was Catliente, yeah. And it was just like, man, that just goes to, clout is a hell of a drug. Why do people say money laundering when they mean tax evasion? Money laundering is when you create fake income to justify where your money came from, to pay the taxes on it. These fake game shows create fake expenses to avoid paying taxes. I don't know, money laundering is just more fun to say. Like, I used to call Crime Boss when I first found it a money laundering scheme. Sonic High School IRL. What was the fucking, I think it was just called Streamer Academy. Let me see if I can find that really quick. Streamer Academy. That is not related. Streamer University, First Day Orientation. That's Kai Cenat's things. That's different. Streamlabs Streamer Academy. No, not that. Twitch Streamer Camp. No. How do I find this? Might know Austin show from Fear and Wilnef, Hassan, Austin, and Cutie Cinderella are episodes that I probably saw clip from. I have no idea what that is, no. Brett Werdesheim, thank you. Was there any plans to make the olive into a stress ball for all of us to squeeze? I would love to do that. It wasn't Kai Cenat. It's not. Kai Cenat did something similar, but it was the university thing, I believe. Not the one I'm looking for. Phoenix DS, thank you. Now a game show you could get behind is one that gets illegals on in the pursuit of getting citizenship through competition, only to get yoinked and sent back. That's entrapment. Can we go back to Frenchie game? We're so close to finishing eventually. Do any of my mods remember the fucking Streamer Academy thing I'm talking about? It was like... Kirsche's edging the French and us. I'm a master at edging. Do I mean the one Kai did? No, not Kai Sanats. It was a different one. It was a different one. Maybe if I type in... safety tips, StreamYards. No. 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 Oh, they went to like some fucking university campus as well. Oh, God. Oh, God. I don't know how to find this. I don't know how to find this. Fuck. Release a convicted pedo onto an island and 10 illegals to try and hunt it down. Whoever wins gets citizenship. You know, I've always enjoyed that joke. Whoa, you gotta disagree? My claim to be the master edger, but you never see me getting accused of jorking it? That's because I don't do it on stream, brother, man. I have some class. The campus is University of Akron, if you recall correctly. Streamer Academy, University of Akron, Ohio. I remember there being like some fucking... No, this is Kai Sanats. The Akron one is Kai Sanats. We're not looking at Kai Sanats Streamer University. It's a different one. It's a different one. Rest easy. Exploded Hitachi. True. And I remember there being like a video on Twitter that we watched when it came out. But I can't remember the video. Oh my god. And everything that comes up is for Kai Sanats. Fuck, man. Fuck, man. Let me see. Maybe if... No. Maybe if I search with this... No. No, and we want to narrow it with that. Literally can't even find anything on Twitter. I'm going crazy. Here's your daily reminder that Kirsche and Chad are super duper cute and wonderful. Stay hydrated. You're super duper cute and fucking wonderful. I'm gonna lose my mind trying to find this video. The video was like all over Twitter for a while as well. And now that Chatter's gay. Dirtbag Dennis,
You're getting
thank you.
a vigorous spanking because you've been a bad girl.
There was a couple of these honorable chatters saying Streaming University. Let me try that. Streaming University, Catliente. Streamer University was highly publicized temporary content creation bootcamp hosted by Kai Sanat. It's not the Kai Sanat one! It has nothing to do with Kai Sanat! I'm not cute. You won't stand for this slander. Huh? I'm gonna lose my mind. How come I can't find this video? Maybe if I type in Discord, maybe I posted it somewhere there. Streamer Academy. No. Maybe if I search for this person. No. Okay. It's called Creator U. Creator U Catliente. Stop giving me Kai Sanat bullshit. Beacons AI. Maybe I can't put Catliente's name in there. Maybe Creator U video. I have no idea who the fuck that is. Did I mean creator video? No, I absolutely did not. It looks like someone else was trying to use the name for some reason. Okay, here we go. Here's where it might be. I don't know what the fuck that video is. What about this? Creator U at TwitchCon Day 3. Okay. Alright, so where is the original trailer? Yes. Yes. Yes! Alright, we're making 4 years ago. What the fuck? I guess it's been around a lot longer than when I first saw the fucking announcement. Jesus Christ. And this was September 2025. September 2025. Okay, but that was when... So they said that Catlientle was a founding member. But where did I post about first Creator U? Oh my god. KB, if you weren't a moderator and therefore had a penis, I'd say I'd suck it. Holy shit. Thank you for the links. KB's fucking nuts at this. So much better at searching for things than I am. So, here we go. We got Permaban saying, Catliente, I remember her. Many saw her as a big inciter of harassment of a few VTubers, one of them pregnant through her smears and accusations. VTubers were chased off the internet. One of them attempted self-deletion. She then ghosted, saying she's too big to be dented. And then it has a quote retweet of the x.com creator UGG thing. And then an image of Straub saying, they're not big enough to put a dent in me at Catliente. Who says something like this publicly or at all, true and real? Milking it for content on YouTube while you don't know anything about it, but too scared to talk about it on your Twitch. You're in over your head. I'd stop now. And that's quote retweeting Auntie saying, your video got 2 VTubers suspended in a single day due to misinformation. And this is what you say in your stream. And I guess the post is unavailable here, but it's here. And this is the trailer for Creator U, announcing Creator U 2024 with Herculesi and Catliente, sponsored by Corsair, Factor, Elgato, TVU Networks, and Stream Elements. Applications due September 1st, 11:59 Central. More info at creatoru.gg. And then they're even shilling a Factor code. That's really interesting. I never will take Factor or HelloFresh sponsors. Didn't this chick try to cancel Doki? I don't remember all of the people she went after, but she did go after quite a few people. And it just goes to show that actually harassing people and trying to get other people ruined, you'll still get sponsors. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Welcome back to Creator U.
An NVIDIA guy, I guess. Why won't I get sponsored by Factor or Fresh? Because I fucking hate them and they wouldn't leave me alone for like almost 2 years. I was getting absolutely spammed by sponsor offers from especially HelloFresh to the point where I was crashing out weekly over like I can't get them to stop emailing me.
Hi, I'm Catliente, a content creator with a focus on creator education, and I'm super excited to be one of the hosts for Creator U's class of 2024. Every year, Creator U flies out 6 up-and-coming student creators to TwitchCon. Creator U students have gone on to grow exponentially after Creator U, from joining esports teams to working with some of the biggest brands in the industry.
And we're so excited to welcome students back for the class of 2024. Once again, Creator U is flying out 6 colleges.
As long as you have the correct opinions, you don't participate in wrongthink, and you make sure to lick the boot of certain creators who can do whatever the fuck they want and harass whoever the fuck they want with no repercussions.
students from the US or Canada for an all-expenses-paid trip to TwitchCon San Diego, where they'll be staying at our content house, where they'll participate in content challenges, panels with industry veterans, while also meeting some of their favorite streamers at TwitchCon.
And this is all made possible by our amazing sponsors over at Factor, Elgato, Stream Elements, TVU Networks, and Corsair. We're also hooking up our students with some amazing benefits.
This year, students accepted into the class of 2024 will also be accepted into Corsair's Ambassador program after TwitchCon. These students will get access to unique opportunities, as well as design their own mouse, keyboard, and mousepad from Corsair Custom Lab, as well as a Corsair headset, all of which
Catliente used to actually do this type of content about helping other small creators grow, but she wasn't getting clicks, and then she talked about VTuber drama, got a ton of hits, and then went full VTuber drama. Which, like, that would be fine if she wanted to genuinely pivot into doing drama instead of helping creator content. But when you delve into that, you should kind of get things, I don't know, correct? Right? Like, you shouldn't just say things that could harm people without verifying.
Spicy cat raid. What the hell is this spicy cat raid?
I need more sauce. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. How are VTubers able to do this in person, or were they just sponsored to shill it? That's a great question. I don't know if they're gonna... This is the, like, trailer for the class of 2024, so I don't know if there's a video that shows who was accepted into the class of 2024. I'll have to see, like, on their page if they have... Oh, actually, no. KB already linked it. KB, you're a fucking giant. I love you.
Sign up for Factor with the code CreatorU.
Don't sign up for Factor, they're garbage.
And you'll also receive a streamed creator review speed session with me, Catliente. You also get an exclusive invite to our Discord networking event, where you'll meet industry veterans from some amazing brands. And you'll be able to bypass the waitlist for our CreatorU Mixer at TwitchCon presented by Corsair, where you'll get to meet esports teams, brands, and other fellow content creators in person. So
I still find it hilarious that Gavin Newsom showed up at the partner lounge at TwitchCon 25 and streamers were able to talk to Gavin Newsom. That's really goofy. Like, it's interesting that a politician would be willing to do that, but it's like, I couldn't think of, like, any Republican that would, besides maybe JD Vance.
So if you're an up-and-coming collegiate content creator, be sure to head on over to creatoru.gg to submit your application and your video application on either Twitter, Instagram, or TikTok.
Don't forget to include hashtag CreatorU2024 and tag the CreatorU social pages. We can't wait to hear about why you should be part of the CreatorU class of 2024.
And so, when I saw this, and I saw that Catliente was, like, one of the founding people to, like, present this, I was like, that makes me really suspicious of anyone that gets involved with this, right? I'm already just a paranoid person by nature because of all the years I've been streaming. But it's just like, anyone who gets accepted to something like this, I would be inherently even more suspicious of. And so they have, like, congratulations to the CreatorU class. Is this like a video, or is it just a GIF? Just a GIF? It's just like, I don't know. Why would you want to deal with someone who could just end up making shit up about you afterwards? It just seems a little strange. It just seems a little weird. Nasty ass person, man. You can't respect her after the Doki bird shit. Alpha Chad Fenor, thank you. Pulling a chili pepper garlic dry rub on a thick ribeye and taking care of your sick wife while listening to the lovely Fox Madame. Cheers, everyone. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I hope your wife gets better soon, dude. S-Kill, thank you for the knock. Man, you hate the Valley Girl Cali accent? It is kind of annoying. Because clout and climbing is more important? Yeah. Yeah, clout is a hell of a drug. Unironically. Kind of crazy. She did go after Doki about a contest with a PC as the prize. I vaguely remember Doki, like, addressing things about that on Twitter. No idea who these people are. Exactly. God did the Corsair sponsorship age badly. I wanted the Razer Naga to come back. They didn't even have to actually sponsor me. I just wanted it. I definitely can't read that. Jesus Christ. Man, this was a just random tangent dive into, like, weird content creator scam-esque things. Things that make you go, huh, that's kind of weird. That's kind of strange. Battleizer, thank you. The only benefit you see here is the chance to make a mouse that resembles the Razer Naga Classic. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, man. When are we getting a Corsair? Missed opportunity, unironically. Let me close a bunch of these tabs that I don't need open anymore. Fuck, dude. Fuck, man. How did we get here? Goofy ass little chuckle. Oh yeah, we got here from that fucking Predator video. The Redditor modder. We got 11 seconds in, and then I tangented to like streamer scam shit. Hi, darkness behind Kirsche. This is a token Twitch message. Hello, token Twitch message. Started with the Reddit mod. Yeah, I forgot about that.
I was the top moderator of your #1 gaming subreddit, r/livestreamfail, before I was recently removed from that position by the Reddit Code of Conduct team. There was an announcement related to a live stream related game show called $1 Million Fan.
Do we have any links to how $1 Million Fan was a scam? Do we have any links to that? Like, Creator U doesn't seem so much like a scam as it does just like clout goblins wanting to latch on to teats of larger streamers. And the next thing definitely seems like a scam. Definitely seems like a way to lower your taxes as a streamer that's making money and not as something legit. But the streamer house thing also seems very, very fucking not legit. But I'd like to see this particular Redditor scam. I wanna see what this is.
It was basically a game show like Survivor or Big Brother where fans of a streamer compete in different challenges with an influencer or a streamer for various prizes. The kicker here is that there was a grand prize of $20 million, supposedly. But I also had a...
Are they going to do the same thing that the next big streamers did, where they're just like, $85,000 reward pool, here's a $75,000 check? Or is it like $20 million, here's a $20,000 check? Is that what we're going for?
Stretch goal. And that was, what if LSF could be part of the show in some way? I don't know, there could be like a LSF-themed best clip contest. Like contestants compete in one of the kind of small challenges, they make the best clip, and then somebody kind of wins a prize at the end. This felt like one of the coolest things that a subreddit has ever done.
To who? I mean, I guess if you're a Redditor, it could be exciting, but like, I don't know if I would trust like a Mr. Beast style competition run by Reddit mods. Considering, like, I don't trust Mr. Beast to run his own competitions well. Having it run by Reddit mods just seems like it'd be even worse.
I mean, being in a freaking reality TV show in a topic that's directly related to the subreddit, how awesome. And what I can tell you, for those who, may not believe that for most moderators, I'm a highly paid software engineer working in San Francisco. I do not need to take a couple $1,000 bribes from, random internet scams, okay? It's really not a secret or very surprising. I got removed directly for the post that I pinned to the top of the subreddit related to the game show or supposed and alleged scam, as well as kind of for deleting comments that were kind of critical of it. Reddit moderators have power. They have influence. An even crazier story is the time when some Twitch employees found me in person and borderline begged me to make sure LSF is not used to destroy the multi-billion-dollar company Twitch.
I wouldn't doubt that Twitch employees actually did that, because they were probably trying to keep specific people off of live stream fail. Like, we can't show these streamers doing bad things, all right? They're too important to our ecosystem. Totally happened, serious. No, I would genuinely believe that with how, like, corrupt Twitch staff are. Ain't no way. Can literally smell this video. You can. This man looks like he needs to be hooked up to soy milk IV in order to live more than 24 hours. He's like the god emperor of soy kind, eternally trapped upon the soy milk throne, needing to be fed at least 1,000 soybean farmers a day to survive and keep the Redinomicon lit. Jesus Christ. Dude has that main character delusion. Eskill, thank you for the knock. We saw this yesterday, didn't we? Not here. I didn't watch this. Dominor, thank you. He would have looked better shaving it bald and growing a beard if he could only grow one. He probably has a straggly beard genes or something else like that. I don't know what he has, but I don't like his lips. I don't like his lips. Reddit moderators have power in your fucking dreams, bozo.
None of this would have happened if I had gotten support from Reddit. If Reddit had...
Like, chat, just, like, look at how shiny his lips are, and it just makes me think of, like, when people use that weird suction machine on vaginas, and then the labia get really puffy and red and shiny, and they jiggle kind of like Jell-O. That's what it makes me think of, and it, like, makes me uncomfortable.
offered me partnerships, if Reddit had pipelines to connect with kind of major companies, if Reddit had lawyers that were helping me, like reading over these contracts, reading over these agreements, none of these very real mistakes that I made would have happened. That doesn't mean it's my fault or their fault. It's your fault, Spez. Here's why. Reddit moderators don't need...
That, you know, the name Spez is one letter away from being spaz, so he's just one letter away from a slip-up and accidentally being ableist. Oh my god, they do. Stop. I love how half of you are like, oh my god, I know what you're talking about and I see it. And the other half are like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Be jamming, thank you. Instead of our live stream fails, he should have been a mod for our bald. True.
Christmas celebrations or special badges or community or events or team building exercises. No, even the Reddit event budget is barely...
Yeah, I bet this guy really wanted team building exercises. I'd be worried he would try and sniff the lady mods.
Useful. No, they need real material support. That means access...
Thanks! Yay! I need some of those.
Namoinia.
Oh my god.
Ryfile, thank you. Dude's got the uncanny creature vibes. He does! I'm loving this. Why didn't he moan with me? God damn it. Ikar Nate, thank you for the 2,000 decks. Thank you. I swear to motherfucking God, you're fine with the Foxu he is gay jokes, but do not dare to make me hate vagina. Well, if it makes you feel better, they use the weird suction cup things on anuses sometimes too, and they also get really big and puffy. But like, this guy's lips are just naturally grotesquely inflated vulva sized, where to get the like inflated anus lips, you have to be like a Kardashian. Whenever I see those lips on women, I'm just like, ew, I hate the puffy anus lips, dude. Puffy butthole lips are disgusting. The prolapse, well, it's not prolapse. They don't suck out the prolapse. They just suck around the butthole. I say they, but it's not a person. It's like a tool. I don't know what to call the tool. The weird butthole sucky instrument. So you can do that to like puff up the butthole and it gets really painful. I don't know why people do this. I don't know why you would want to do this, but it's a thing that exists. The prolapse is also sucked out. It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be, because the ones I've used to the ones I've seen to sucky the butthole have like a weird dong-shaped thing that inserts into the butthole in order to just puff up the hole itself and not suck out the insides. Hey, yo, what use? It wasn't even a Freudian slip. God damn it. Now people are gonna think I'm puffing up my butthole. Unfair. She admits to using when it's over. Skilky, you just wanted me to accept the aquarium pumps. I'm fucking blushing like a tomato, dude. I'm so sorry. Wait, why are you telling us this? Because I've seen them. I've seen them in pornographies. Foxy donut butthole. Please do not threaten to donut my butthole. I do not desire this. Odin, thank you. We call those tools Reddit mods. Jesus Christ. Oh, she's seen them firsthand. In pornography! I do not want my butthole suctioned. I feel like that's how you get hemorrhoids. I beg your finest fucking pardon. I'm sorry, I would have accepted puffy vulva, but puffy a noose is a bridge too far. Puffy vulva is normal sometimes, and other times you use the weird puffy-uppy machine thing to puff them. You know, with the sort of real-life pornography Kirsche watches, you're not surprised that Kirsche prefers anime porn to real-life porn. Yeah, if I'm gonna watch porn, it's gonna be hentai, but I rarely do that. Metallic Church, thank you. For the love of all that is holy, no more puffy talk. But why? What if it's, hi, puffy Ami Yumi? What about that? Oh, hold on. I got a message. I got a message. When it's natural, artificially puffed is kind of... It is very disturbing. And I can't even bring it up on screen because it's TOS. It's fucking TOS. Once again, Kirsche watching something 1.3% of women have ever seen. What do you mean? You get up for 5 minutes to check on dinner and you come back to this. What the cinnamon toast fuck is going on? I remember that show. How could you forget Hi Puffy Ami Yumi? God damn, that was an old-ass Cartoon Network reference. Ham the Third, thank you. So I heard you're talking about puffy combs. No, but I'm sure he did have whatever apparatus is used to puff up the vulva and or the butthole. More of an Angry Beavers fan yourself. Phoenix Diaz, thank you for the Canadian. Foxy's cursed knowledge has come back to haunt her with that slip. It's just like, normally slips like that would be fine, but I know there's like hordes of autists who are just ready for me to like accidentally slip something real. And it's like, well, fuck. Now I'm gonna have to deal with autists pretending this is real for ages, and I'll get mad about it 4 months from now. Ruham, thank you. Randall's sidekick getting pulled out of the Scream Machine lips. Monsters, Inc. Oh my god. She can only make references from before 2009. True. Did you see the latest Daria episode, man? Deadly Flame, thank you for the 30 months of Prune. Thank you. Once again, you have to thank Kirsche for making your stomach stronger. Best lunch buddy. Sometimes words escape me when I'm trying to explain things. Do you think it puffer in men, Jen, too? Are you asking if men also get their buttholes puffed? In which case, yes, they do. S-Kill, thank you for the knock. You think the Kirsches need to bring out the bonk no horny hammer to stop Foxy Woman from saying cursed things? If artificially puffed vulva or puffy butthole are getting you horned up, I think there might be a problem with you. Milan NK, thank you for the gift sub, my guy. Thank you. Ivan Vilchis, thank you. Yumi was your crush as a kid. It was embarrassing. Why is that embarrassing? My kid crush was Izzy from Digimon. I loved that short king. Cladex, thank you. He looks like the Penguin from Batman! Every time you hear puffy vulva, you think of the Mari Mari mousepad. I think of that fox woman or wolf woman from anime stretching her face with the puffy vulva. He does look like the Penguin. You recall a Jesse Cox clip from years ago talking about anal prolapses and someone being so butthurt that it sticks out like a monkey tail. Why would you be more offended that it looks like a monkey tail than the fact that the anus is prolapsed in the first place? I remember the first time I saw a rosebud and a woman go to lick it, and I just was viscerally, like, haunted. Like I was just like, why would you do that? Why? For what possible reason? You think the very tiny man is Kirsche's type, considering the Attack on Titan dwarf is her type too? Yeah, I love Levi. Hiro Hatake, thank you. Shut up, silly woman. Also, you guys have somehow managed to get to level 4 on a golden scam train on Twitch. What is happening? I'm begging you on bended knee to talk about something less horrifying. Oh, in that movie that I was talking about earlier, the brother-sister that were fucking each other and also fucking other people before killing them, the brother stole the wedding ring of the guy who was going to propose to his girlfriend, and it was his grandmother's ring, and so the brother stole it and proposed to his sister with it. And then at the end of the movie, he cut off the sister's fingers and retrieved his ring, and then proposed to his girlfriend with the bloodied ring off of the woman he just killed. And I think that's kind of badass. I wouldn't even care if the ring wasn't big or expensive. First of all, if it was an heirloom, but second of all, if he killed a woman and took it off her finger to give it to me, that's kind of fucking cool. Honestly, how could you leave a man that would literally kill for you? What the fuck movie is that? I don't remember names of things. Kirsche, no. You remember the one video of some woman winking with her butthole on the side of the highway? It was like a pink used sock. Why was she butthole winking on the side of the road? You're taking notes for your proposal. Gentleman Heavy, thank you for the 5 months of tier 2, thank you. Massive Doge, thank you. So it's just Andy and Lele. Well, they didn't eat anyone that they killed. They just killed people. For more pleasure. Raiders of the Lost Shark, thank you. Thanks for keeping Sunday holy. I really miss raiding into Abigail on Sunday evenings, because I feel like after a week of my streams, like we all needed a little bit of Jesus in our lives, you know? S-Kill, thank you for the knock. You're losing your mind. Oh no, Moinya. Marmalin, thank you for the gift sub, my dude. Thank you. Thank you. Music, thank you. You think that might be my mother talking there? What? The 9th Circle, thank you for the 22 months, brother man. Thank you. You weren't paying attention and you just heard something about puffy butthole. Glad you have an earbud in. You doubt Walmart employees want to hear about puffy anus? Yeah, they'd probably be very confused. Eat anyone yet. There could be a new chapter. That's true. That's true. My mom could end up cannibalizing someone. She's already pretending to be dead, so who knows where it goes from here. Metallic Church, thank you. The Tangent Chat. Fox, you know. And Kirsche. Fox, you, yes! Battleizer, thank you. How have we tangented more in a 5-minute video than any of the hour-long bridge vids? Because the hour-long bridge vids capture our brain cells and make us drooling zombies listening to Corpo speak.
To anything that like a talent manager would give an actual celebrity. So an access to a bounty board or ad deals or lawyers or event organizers or...
Why the fuck would a Reddit moderator have any access to any of that? What the fuck are you talking about, you deranged retard?
Professionals or anything that actually matters. To summarize, Reddit moderators should be treated like celebrities or influencers, not because they deserve respect or anything, but because they actually have real power and influence.
I don't know how he said that with a straight face, man. I just don't get it. How are you so high on huffing your own farts? How did you get so power crazy as a Reddit fucking mod? Davy Jones! Davy Jones Locker, brother, man. Thank you for the 5 gift subby bubbies. Thank you. Thank you. Now you can't unsee his puffy vulva lips. Oh yeah, that's how we got on that tangent in the first place. His fucking lips. It's all his fault. Alpha Chad Fenor, thank you. You knew a couple of women who used the puffy thingy before going to the local adult theater. Hell, disgusting. I have a question. All right. I know that like pornographic theaters used to be a thing back in the day. I didn't know that like women would go to them. But also, why would you want to puffify your vulva before going to the adult theater? Why would you do that? I don't understand. Please help. Battleizer, thank you. You can feel the grease on this man. It's horrifying. Yeah, he didn't style his hair. That's just grease. Holy shit, the memes about power tripping Reddit mods are true. Adult theaters usually had booths for sex with strangers. I mean, that checks out, but why would you puffify your vulva before having sex with strangers? Wouldn't that make you self-conscious? Like, if you take off your pants and you're just, like, literal fucking camel hanging out in there, wouldn't the stranger be like, wow, what is that? You know, like, wouldn't that scare people? They're freaks. You don't like the way he's looking at you. Vouch, thank you for that gift sub, my guy. Would you like some brisket? I would like some brisket, thank you. What the fuck did you just walk into? Don't worry about it. Kirsche, why are you questioning fetishes? Because I don't know why people would want to puffify their butthole or their vulva. It just seems like it would be incredibly uncomfortable. Chronos Tell, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Thank you. Thank you. Well, this man knows the intricate differences between ephebophile and pedophile. What, the Reddit mod? Yeah, he looks like that. Fucking Sargon, is this real? Gork, is this real? Phoenix DS, thank you. Paul Rubin, aka Pee Wee Herman, destroyed his career over going to an adult theater jorking it. Can't a man have hobbies? A Lupin of Forosa, thank you. As a Walmart employee, the puffy hole talk is pretty funny! I know that's in response to that guy who said luckily he has an earbud in so the Walmart employees don't have to hear the puffy anus. But that more made it sound like, as a Walmart employee, you've seen some puffy holes in your time working there. And I was like, I wonder how that happened. I got the glory holes in the Walmart bathrooms. I guess if you puffify your vulva, you could stick them through the glory hole. How horrifying. A pie hacker, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Thank you. To be fair, if you told me this was AI generated, you'd believe it. Yeah.
Hello, Spez.
Hello, Reddit mod. It does look AI gen. Like, if you told me it was AI, I would believe you. I would absolutely believe you. Do I have links on, like, the weird shit that he's talking about? The, like, creator scam thing? That has, like, a $20 million reward? Do we have links on that? You're still catching up, like 20 minutes behind on the Creator U vid, but are we allowed to notice a certain overrepresentation from the Far East and not a single black person? No, don't notice. Once it gets past 3 a.m. at Walmart, the puffy buttholes descend from the ceiling like airplane O2 masks. I've been to Walmart after 3 a.m. because I wanted popcorn chicken. I've never seen the puffy buttholes descending, alas. You're laughing so much you're having a heart attack. Please breathe. It's in a 20-minute video on his channel. He has a channel? How do I find his channel? If you linked it, I just didn't see it, Skooky. Because I know I have to personally collect those links myself if they're posted in chat. Did no one pick up this guy has veneers? Does he? Does he have subway ticket teeth? I guess I mean, I don't know, his bottom teeth look kind of crooked. I guess you could get crooked veneers, but what would be the point? His bottom teeth definitely look crooked. Dargrok, thank you. Dargok, Angie. Grok get all attention. Dargrok want woman for snoo snoo. Sorry. You're getting flashbacks. All right, 20-minute video. A message to the CEO of Reddit. Here we go.
Hello, Spez.
Hello,
Mr.
guy.
CEO of Reddit. I hope you have received this public video that I have created and the entire platform. That's how I felt, at least. And that's clearly not how it worked out. After they agreed to kind of a couple of these kind of requests that I had in my stretch goal, they immediately started moving very quick.
Okay, wait, no, he only mentions it, but there's no like images or anything. I want like proof. Where is this thing that we're talking about? His voice is oddly fitting. You can guarantee this guy smells like onion dip and Axe body spray. Well, these look like AI. These look like AI images. Former Twitch staff of 4 years. Well, now we know why Twitch was so shit. What the fuck? How do content creators connect with each other to work together or get advice from? Do you just at them on Twitter? You just kind of slide into their DMs, honestly. Haven't laughed this hard in fucking years. I thought Mudahar stopped using Twitter. Osmongold reacts to Stale in his hopes for Reddit. I don't know what I'm going to watch for the rest of the day, but I already know this is the best vid that I'm going to see.
The best video that I'm going to see. It doesn't get better than this, does it?
None of this would have happened if I had gotten support from Reddit. Hello, Spez, Mr. CEO of Reddit. I hope you...
None of this would have happened if only the Batman had left me alone. It's your fault.
Have received this public video that I have created and sent to you via your email.
Has to be a joke, right? There's no way this is real.
Just for context, LSF is one of the biggest subreddits, and it has massively been shitting on Asmon and conveniently ignoring their own rules to farm hate on borders.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Let me see what this... Hassan does a racist... What? Oh, it got deleted. They deleted it. Yeah, so this is the one that got deleted. This clip is from a video and is not a stream. Remember whenever they posted that edited together video of me being bad at playing Kingdom Come? Guys, I'm starting to think that the rules are made up. Being emotional about this, Asmongold blew up his own mom.
What the fuck?
Wow, this is a new one.
Well, this is the top mod that allowed this to happen and has now been removed.
If I just take off the laughing cat for a minute and I approach this idea from like a business conceptual standpoint, I think that it's a very weak idea. The reason why it's a weak idea is that it's very, very circumstantial, and it's built off of the premise that Reddit is a core activating factor in it.
The only time I have personally had any kind of, and I wouldn't even say personally, because it was one of my moderators that reached out to a Reddit mod. It was like mod on mod violence. But back when I was partnered with GameForge, and it wasn't just like a sponsorship where I got paid to do a couple of Terra streams. I was paid monthly by GameForge for several years to play Terra. So I was making more money from GameForge paying me than I was from Twitch at the time. Like that was a great plus to paying my bills. But like, nice freeze frame, thank you. I am a master at these on accident. But GameForge would give me like a bunch of different codes and a bunch of different items to give away to the Terra community at large. And so I would give them away on stream. And anyone who's been a streamer or been to a streamer who's done giveaways, you know that it is like a temporary boost in viewership because people want free shit. But you also know that doing giveaways isn't going to get you a like solid community, right? People come for the free shit and then they leave when there's no more free shit. So I was just giving stuff away because I liked being able to do that for the Terra community for a game that I really enjoyed. And yeah, it was nice to get a viewership bump, even if temporarily, obviously. So I would work with Gameforge and figure out items that people in Terra wanted to come back or needed more of, depending on what the economy was like in game. And at one point, they gave me like level up tickets. And with those level up tickets, there were like costumes and skill scrolls and other stuff that you would like genuinely need, right? You don't need costumes, but you like the level up scrolls is helpful. The skill scrolls and stuff were helpful for your skills. And my mod went on the subreddit and was like, here's like some code stuff. And they had like a no self-promotion rule. I wasn't self-promoting. And my mod was just like, we're going to be giving away this stuff. It's a huge Gameforge event. Gameforge is giving out all this stuff through Kirsche. And it got deleted. And he contacted the mod and was like, hey, we just want, you know, like as many people as possible to know about this giveaway and what's being given away, because it's a lot of stuff. It's a big deal. And the Reddit mod was just like, we don't want to be involved with like any e-girl pretending to be a gamer, and we're not here to like involve our community with hers because she's not going to be leeching the Reddit community to build her streaming one. And my guy was like, okay. And it was extra weird to have this response because the only reason I even had like viewership prior to being sponsored by Gameforge was because I was a well-known name in the Terra community. I had been one of the best PvP players on the server for many, many years before I quit and then came back. So like I had an audience simply due to name recognition in the game in the first place. And these Reddit mods were like losing their fucking mind over it. Hello, Speds equal greeting, retards. To Reddit, bro, what's your hairline? Archive of the show website. Thank you, Skewky. Let me copy this link you. Let me copy that. Reaper was so fun. Yeah, exactly. I was a well-known name. It's that chick in the Ventrilo with all the weird porn. Well, that was back in the Ion days, man. Non-consenting PvP is triggering to the Reddit mind. I fucking guess so. Help. Someone was jealous, maybe. I was not as good at PvE as I was at PvP. That's for fucking sure. Mod probably lost to you in PvP a couple of times. That would be funny. That would be incredibly funny.
A person being successful. I don't necessarily think that's true. I think the reason why he thinks that's true is because he's on Reddit all the time. The fact is that you have people that have almost never, you know, they have no play on Reddit. Like, for example, if you looked at Reddit, you'd think that the most popular streamers on the platform are me, Destiny, XQC, Forsen, Hassan.
I mean, to be fair, I think Asman and Hassan are two of the like highest viewed streamers on the platform, so it's not like it's entirely wrong.
And let's see who else besides that. Quinn and maybe two other people. But the fact is that there's so many other streamers that are massively popular too.
Weren't you primarily a healer? Does that translate to PvP, or did you take on other roles for the express purpose of jumping people? So the way that PvP worked, Freywind Canyon was like the big Terra PvP. It was like a 15v15 kind of brawl, and you would capture pyres. There were 3 pyres on the map. You would capture the pyres and you would get passive points the longer your team held the pyre. There were also several bosses that would spawn on the field every so often, and those bosses would give you a buff and a buff to your points. And then obviously the more people you killed, the more points you were accumulating from their deaths. As a priest, it was my job to keep people alive so that my team could kill more of their team. And so I would end up having like a minimum of 40 assists every single game. So it didn't matter that my actual kill count was low. It mattered that I had 0 deaths every single time, and it mattered that I had 40 plus assists every single time. And I took a screenshot of the first time that I was #1 across all servers on the leaderboards. And my KDA was like fucking ridiculous. I can't remember exact numbers, but it was something like, it was something like 3 or 4 for kills, because it averages like the entire season. And then deaths was like 0.2, and assists was like 150 or 60 something. Like, it was absolutely fucking wild what my stats were. Literal infinite KDA if 0 deaths. Yeah, pretty much. I was one of the best healers on the server, and I remember, I guess I peaked in Terra. You know, I'm like the guy that peaked at high school football and keeps talking about it. And there was one healer that was like superbly better than I was, and his name was Harry Potter. He was fucking great. In PvP, she isn't here to do the killing. She's here to cuck you out of your kills and help her team crush you. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty fucking much. I bet Kirsche could throw a football over the mountains. I had so many screenshots. So, like, when I would end up getting on a team against, like, a friend of mine or someone I knew, they would send me screenshots of their alliance chat. And when people would see my name on the enemy team, one of two things would happen. They would either spurg out and be like, everyone needs to target Kirsche. You need to kill her or no one else is going to die. If she doesn't die, we can't win. Or they would be like, oh, Kirsche's on the other side. It's time to just give up. I'm AFK. And then you would have like 6 or 7 people just like AFKing in the enemy base. Like, it felt so fucking great to just like give people aneurysms merely by existing. That's not a heal slut. That's a heal dominatrix. Oh my god, it's wild that you were so good at healing, considering it basically requires insane situational awareness and you're kind of a coconut. Well, that was the hardest part when I started streaming Terra, right? PvP was pretty much dead by the time I started streaming Terra, so I was doing more PvE content. And I was definitely not as good at PvE as I was at PvP in Terra. And in addition to that, if I looked at chat, I couldn't look at my screen. And so I had to figure out how to play Terra without looking at the screen. And so I would die a pretty considerable amount of times, not even through my own incompetence, but because I was trying to read chat while playing. Half the reason you ended up maining supports is you damn near never had one when you needed one in most MMOs you played. Oh yeah, Terra didn't have a healer issue. There were so many healers because healing was wicked fun. They had a tank issue. It was really hard to find tanks, and more than that, hard to find good tanks. How long before being a VTuber was the streaming period for me? I started streaming with no microphone, no picture, nothing in 2018. And then as I because I started streaming to like deal with my anxiety was the whole thing. And then eventually I started using a microphone. And then eventually I like used a PNG of like my Elin character. And then a PNG of like just a character that would be fun to be. And then I animated that into a GIF. And now I am here. And it's been the same like image ever since. But my first model I commissioned in 2019 and it finished in 2020. Tanks were always the core of every party anyway, right? Being infamous in MMOs is fun. You get about 30 death threat letters and WoW while active. It only fueled you to be a bigger dick. Oh my god. Oh my god. The people that would write like crazy shit in Ion was so much fun. I yearn for the days of old MMOs. Because the people in there, like, the shit posting was top fucking notch. I will never forget. There was an Elios healer. I think it was a cleric. I don't think he was a chanter. I'm pretty sure he was a cleric. There was an Elios cleric named Kenichi who wrote, like, a suicide note on the Ion forums. And it was so convincing that the moderators, like, got his IP and found out, like, the area that he lived in to call the police to do a wellness check on him. Because it was so fucking believable. And I have the image of that suicide note saved somewhere because it was just fucking amazing. Holy shit, he didn't actually kill himself. It was a troll, so that's fine. Your mom did PvP and Ultima Online, ran mage gank squads, the court pot spam kek, or suddenly 10 dragons. I miss old PvP, man. Fuck the youth. Even honkin' frares, thank you. Tank shortage is an issue in every MMO. Sadly, you suck at it, so you're part of the problem. I also suck at tanking. As an adult, you always play healer or tank because you hated waiting on getting a tank or healer or putting up with bad tanks or healers as a teen in MMOs? Yep. Hell, you still have voicemails on your Xbox 360 of people on Marvel vs. Capcom and Dark Souls 1 and 2 of people telling you to kill yourself. Every time you need to cheer yourself up, you go back and listen to the salt mail. There was that guy that I've talked about a handful of times. His name was Mortrid in Ion, but his name in World of Warcraft was Serenia. I didn't play World of Warcraft, so I got to learn the Serenia lore as an Ion player. He was like one of the main PvP people on the Elios faction on my servers. And he had a long history of being known for, like, stealing from people, people who would, like, feel bad for him getting kicked out of his properties or, like, wherever he was living and then letting them live with him and then him stealing from them. And then the most infamous story was when he was staying with some chick in California and he didn't want to get up from one of his WoW raids and he took a shirt out of the nephew's dresser and shit in the shirt and then put the shirt back in the dresser. Like that. World of Warcraft bred him fucking different, man. I bet if I mentioned Serenia to fucking Asmund, he'd probably know who it was. Cunning Druger, thank you for the 15 months. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Like stealing, not kill. Yeah, stealing. Like stealing in real life. Holy shit, what's going on with chat? You were stuck loading for 30 minutes? That happens sometimes. I've told of this, yeah? Yeah, we found out, wow, man, when was it? I looked up the guy, because I had a segment on stream, like, years ago, where I got curious, because we were listening to the old voicemails that he left, like, female members of his PvP teams, and they were grotesquely creepy. Like, he was such a fucking creepy guy. And, there were, like, songs made about him, like, Mortrid Rage. Oh, God, it was a guy who was an archer, and I remember him being black and doing like rap parodies of people in the game. And one of them was Mortrid Rage. I think his name was like Fappuccino. Oh my God. People trying to rush you is what stopped you from playing MMOs. You were a top 10 tank on your server from Wrath Legion. Damn. That is crazy. I'm trying to think. Oh man, there's so many fucking funny things. I found somebody from Ion that I knew in fucking Sheets' chat, of all places, like several years ago. I was like, hold up, wait a minute. Are you the same Golden Rice from that game like fucking 15 years ago? And he's like, yeah, what up? I'm like, holy shit, what are the odds? Small ass world, dude. When you got back from cutting firewood, what are we on about? I am just tangent drifting. WoW bred tons of insane people. Yeah, I can only imagine.
Like, and yes, obviously I'm popular, but look at how popular, for example,
Serenia, aka Mortrid of Lumiel, this guy, yeah, Lumiel was his original server, and then I think it was Israfel that they got merged into.
Burnt Peanut is, or look at how popular, for example, Queso is, and they're never posted on LSF. So this is built off of the premise of, I think, a false idea. While Reddit can be very useful for somebody to build their brand, I think that has been declining over the years, considering, and I think the reason why is people like this. Why would somebody want to build a brand on a platform that they can't control?
Absolutely.
So whenever you really look at who people that are really, you know, like building their brands, where they're going, they're doing it on Twitter, they're doing it on, you know, TikTok, they're doing it on Instagram. So this idea that or YouTube, I think YouTube's a huge one. So this entire idea that you need to do this is just totally unnecessary.
I agree. Asmongold once again just being correct. It's funny you have a bad memory, but you actually remember all these people. You barely remember the people you hung with in MMOs. A lot of the people I spent time PvPing with in Ion and in Terra, I still am friends with to this day. Like I've made some pretty lasting fucking friendships, and it's nuts. It's nuts, and I lament the fact that we don't have MMOs like that anymore. Hello, Cabbage Metal. Big true. Don't ask to go back to cutting firewood, please, for your own safety. What the heck? All right, so this is the website on the Wayback Machine. So I'm guessing they took down the website entirely. Merch unlocks in 7 days. Well, I don't know if it does anymore. $1 million fan, $20 million USD grand prize. That looks AI as fuck. That image on the right, dude. Start now. Introduction. Gumdrop, Knut, Yvonne, Alexander, Botez. Wait, isn't that the chess chick in the other scam thing? Isn't that, well, I guess it's not a scam. It's just like fucking AstroTurf tax cutting. 7 creators, 14 fans, 7 nights. Okay. All right, grand prize 20 million. Isn't that weird when it seems to be all the same people in these like scam or scam adjacent type things? Isn't that weird? Why do they keep doing it? Really makes you think. All right, Extra Emily, S-Fond. Interesting. I Gumdrop, Knut, and Yvonne. I don't know who any of these people are. I think I've seen the name Knut on Twitter before, but I don't know who he is. And then after those three, it's Alexandra Botez. Yeah, she was the chick on the fucking the next big streamer thing. Wait, there's another one, Andrea Botez. Wait, there's two of them? They're multiplying? Enter now for free. Interesting. How it works, a once-in-a-lifetime path to stardom. Wait a minute! It's the exact same thing as the next big streamer? It's the exact same kind of show? Chat, the tinfoil hat is getting bigger and more fabulous. Create an account, register, and get ready to ride the wave. Choose your streamer. Choose a streamer to compete alongside with. Dare to dream. Enlist via our sweepstakes and contests. Take the stage. Get chosen and take the stage. Featured streamers. Botez people, S-Fon, Gumdrop, Emily, Yvonne, Knut. Where dreams meet opportunity. $1 Million Fan poses a one-of-a-kind reality show where fans don't just watch the action, they become the stars. Streamers and their most dedicated fans come together for a shot at fame, glory, and a grand $20 million prize. Where's the 20 million coming from, man? One of these damn contests is gonna kick off. Yeah, that's what it feels like. Eventually, one of these things won't just be to reduce the amount of taxes we pay. Eventually, it will give some clout somewhere. Born from a love of entertainment, competition, and community, we push beyond likes and chats. Stand shoulder to shoulder with your heroes on camera, under pressure, and on the path to greatness. We aim not to be just another show, but a stage. Your stage. What are their partners? I want to see who they're partnered with. Control V, Control X. 10% streamers commit 80% of the fraud. Affiliates. Some links on this page are affiliate links. If you click and make a purchase, we may receive a commission. We got Malware Bytes. I have no idea what the fuck this is supposed to be. This image tells me nothing. It's clickable, so it's a link, but a link to what? And then Hide Me, I'm guessing, is some kind of VPN. This is hella parasocial baiting. But parasociality, I've been resolvedly told, is only for VTubers. People flee regular TV, partially due to reality TV being so garbage, streaming takes off, and now former TV execs want to do reality TV on streams. You hope this isn't a scam, just they hopefully lose millions of dollars over nothing. I don't even think it's TV execs setting it up, it's the streamers themselves. And like the live stream fails Reddit moderator got removed for promoting this. So and the website's been taken down. Our partners, proud supporters of $1 Million Fan. You know, I also don't like it being called $1 Million Fan because it makes it sound like it's sort of related to $1 Million Extreme from Sam Hyde. And a lot of people really enjoy both Sam Hyde and the $1 Million Extreme stuff. So by searching for $1 Million Extreme, people might accidentally come upon the scam shit. IRL buffs, gaming vitamins. I'm so glad Gamer Subs is not involved. What the fuck is IRL buffs? VGS bots, combat robot wars coming soon. Livestream fail. How does Livestream fail partner with this? How does that even work? Everyday gaming essentials. About us. Follow us on X. Do they have an X account? Wayback Machine has not archived that URL. That's fine. We can just go to the URL. We can just fucking go there, man. I'm on you. This account doesn't exist. Okay. Alright, they DFE'd. Gonna spend the Reddit gold somewhere. Battleizer, thank you. Stand with your heroes? I'm not sure what's sadder, that they're LARPing or actually believe that. Yeah, it's a little weird. It's a little weird. Like, you can be inspired by a streamer, but calling a streamer a hero is a little strange unless they actually literally saved your life somehow, you know? Like, it would make sense in that regard, but also, it sounds kind of weird. The same people screaming grifter left and right, then turn around and fall for this. True. Copyright 2026. Neat. Okay. Their YouTube also isn't archived. Let's see. Okay, the YouTube also isn't real. I'm noticing a pattern here. What about their Twitch account? Surely their Twitch account is real. Surely. I'm gonna probably bet that this isn't archived, so I'm just gonna go to the Twitch account. Oh? Nope, this channel has been closed by the user. Interesting error message. Interesting error message. Facebook, Discord. I'm assuming the Discord isn't real. Maybe check TikTok. Maybe they're like really zoomery.
Spicy cat
Maybe
raid.
it's a really zoomer thing.
Raid?
Boop boop. Wyoming doesn't exist. Thank you for the raid. How deep does it go? Apparently as deep as a credit card, you know? Hans, burn the files faster. Yeah, they've deleted everything. There's no deepness to see. There's no deepness to see. And if we let's click on streamers and see if this is just the partnered streamers that were showcased in the video. Select a streamer to enroll your entries and the opportunity of a lifetime. Bro, I'd be fucking embarrassed if my picture was up on this kind of a thing. I'd be fucking embarrassed. Refund policy, eh? They completely wiped it out. $1 Million fan refund policy. All digital products are non-refundable and non-returnable. Digital products, digital content, digital add-ons are all final sale. This policy applies to all products delivered electronically or made available immediately upon purchase, including but not limited to digital products, downloadable content, digital add-ons, emote packs, virtual goods, access passes, or digital bonuses. Any product marked or described as digital at the time of purchase. By completing a purchase, the customer expressly acknowledges and agrees that digital products are delivered instantly or made accessible immediately upon successful payment. Delivery is deemed complete at the moment access is granted, regardless of whether or not the content is downloaded, used, or accessed. The customer waives any right to cancellation, reversal, refund, or chargeback to the fullest extent permitted by applicable law. All digital sales are final, with no refunds, exchanges, credits, or substitutions for any reason, including but not limited to accidental or unauthorized purchase. I don't think that's legal. I don't think that's legal. Failure to read the product description, incompatibility with software, platforms, or devices, dissatisfaction or change of mind, or non-use of the digital product. Producer fee, audition tape review, and background checks are final and non-refundable. All producer fees paid for audition tape review, applicant evaluation, administrative processing, and background checks are final and non-refundable. The producer fee is earned immediately upon submission and is deemed used and consumed at the time of payment. I kind of want to know how much the producer fee is, because that seems kind of wild. Applicant screening and eligibility verification, background checks and compliance reviews, internal production, staffing, and processing expenses. No refunds, cancellations, reversals, or credits will be issued for any reason, including but not limited to applicant disqualification or ineligibility, failure to advance in the selection process, withdrawal by the applicant after submission, timing of submission, or outcome of review. Submission of payment does not guarantee selection, participation, or advancement for the show. Eskill, thank you for the knock. Remember, no refunds, laughs in scammer. Battleizer, thank you. No refunds. So it's a scam. Good to know. A Phoenix DS, thank you for the Canadians. Paper Shredder go brrr to hide the grifting trail. I guess so. It's one of those things, they write whatever they want in the contract. They're hoping people won't know it's illegal and won't sue. Very fucking scammy. Industry Plant the Show. There's a lot of Industry Plant the Shows we've gone over recently. Kind of funny. By submitting payment, the applicant expressly acknowledges and agrees that the producer fee is non-refundable under all circumstances, to the fullest extent permitted by applicable law. $1 Million Fan Reality Show 1 Incorporated reserves the right to... Hold on, $1 Million Reality Fan Show 1? They were planning on more than one season of this garbage? Are you fucking kidding me? Fully contest all disputes and chargebacks permanently revoke access to digital products without notice. Hold on. So you can pay for something and you get fucked, no refunds, no cancellations, no reversals, no changing your mind. But they can permanently revoke access for any reason without notice. Oh, hell nah. Suspend or terminate customer accounts. Recover administrative fees, chargeback costs, and associated losses to the fullest extent permitted by law. Physical merchandise and third-party fulfillment responsibility. All physical merchandise is fulfilled, shipped, and managed by independent third-party fulfillment providers. That doesn't really kind of remove you from responsibility, right? Like, you would still have to inform people about if there's any issues. Like, I didn't have to when I was, like, with Uwu Market and people were, like, missing orders. I didn't have to expedite things. I could have told them to just go to customer support, but I tried my best. This is something a lawyer would salivate over. Even your mom is less of a shady businessman than these fucks, and she caught a felony over it. $1 Million Fan Reality Show 1 Inc. does not process, approve, or issue refunds, returns, replacements, or exchanges for physical merchandise. All physical product disputes, including but not limited to refunds, returns, shipping issues, damaged or defective items, lost packages, and incorrect items, must be handled directly with the applicable third-party fulfillment provider, subject to that provider's own return and dispute policies. See, this kind of makes sense that, like, okay, if you buy it through a third party, you have to go to that third party for the customer support. But a way to, like, show that you kind of care is to, like, at least talk to people if they're having a problem, right? Like, instead of just being like, we're literally not going to do anything, you could say, like, we can acknowledge that there might be an issue, but we can't do anything about it. Go to these people. Like I just said with, like, Uwu Market and stuff, you know? Someone's going to jail. Wait. You mean to tell me this Reddit mod applied to be on the show, got absolutely giga-scammed, self-promoted on the subreddit, got kicked for breaking his rules? No. I don't think he applied to be on the show. I think he was just promoting this, because it said one of their partners was the Livestream Fail subreddit, and since he was a big moderator there, he was promoting this as somebody partnered with them, and it's like big fucking scammy. Yeah, this is all bullshit. If they're taking money, they need to do shit. Yeah, if it's entirely through a third party, they can wash their hands, but it seems like they're taking the money. That's what it seems like. Once an order is transferred to the fulfillment provider, responsibility for delivery and condition of the merchandise transfers accordingly. $1 Million Fan Reality Show 1 Inc. is not liable for fulfillment delays, shipping errors, customs issues, or carrier-related problems. Which, again, this part makes sense, right? Like, if I were to do, like, another merch thing with Gamer Subs, right? Gamer Subs would be the people you have to go to if there's any shipping errors, if there's a delay, if there's any issues. Yes, I can go to them and ask them, like, hey, you know, there's been a bit of a delay on some orders, what's going on? And they can tell me, and I can say that on stream, right? But there's not anything I could do about it because I'm not the one fulfilling the orders. You think he got a cut or did he do it for free? I have no idea how this kind of partnership would work. Third-party provider contact details will be supplied at checkout or in the order confirmation where applicable, blah, blah, blah. Vancouver? You're telling me this was a Canadian project? What the hell? What the fuck? Yeah, this seems very shady. That's a very, very fucking shady thing. Battleizer, thank you. If buying something doesn't mean owning it, then piracy isn't stealing. True. $1 Million Fan is a high-stakes reality television competition built around one simple idea. The fans deserve a seat at the table. There's that language, chat. There's that commie gobbledygook, a seat at the table language. Interesting. Created at the intersection of modern creator culture and large-scale unscripted entertainment, $1 Million Fan brings everyday fans face-to-face with the creators they support. There is something to be said for maybe you don't want to meet your heroes. Competing together in real-world challenges for life-changing prizes, this is not a meet and greet, and it's not passive fandom. It's participation, pressure, and performance. Each season, yeah, they were planning more than one season. Each season pairs selected fans with major online creators in a fully produced on-location competition environment. Contestants are tested physically, mentally, and strategically across a series of escalating challenges designed to reward adaptability, teamwork, and resilience. The result is a show that feels authentic, unpredictable, and genuinely earned. Million Dollar Fan is produced with the same standards as top-tier television professional crews. Rigorous safety protocols, transparent rules, and a clear separation between entertainment and fair competition. This is kind of suspicious as well. That's kind of suspicious. The only heroes you want to meet, you mostly also want to meet. So probably better and less disappointing for all involved if you don't. Holy shit. No purchase is required to apply or enter, and fan participation pathways are designed to be accessible, compliant, and audience first. At its core, Million Dollar Fan exists to redefine the relationship between creators and their communities. Fans are no longer just viewers, they are competitors. Creators are no longer just personalities, they're teammates. Every moment is rooted in real stakes, real people, and real outcomes. This is reality television built for the internet generation. Bigger, bolder, and centered on the people who made creator culture possible in the first place. Centered on the people who made creator culture possible in the first place. I don't know about that one, Chief. I don't know about that one. When I think about people who made, like, creator culture, I don't think I would think of a single person in this list. I'm gonna be real with you. Don't think you can be a competitor and a teammate at the same time. Buzzwords, man. Oh no, S-Fond was involved. Do you think they mean the fans? Okay. Reality TV Hollywood infection vector into streaming. That's all it is. A battleizer, thank you. Fish Tank did it better. Can't change your mind. A fish Tank was a lot of fun. That was a lot of fun. Star Wars Kid had more influence as a culture creator than any of these people. Check out the address on Google. It doesn't point to any one location. I mean, that makes sense. Setting up something like this, I imagine you would hire an agent to obfuscate any kind of business address for this. That's just a normal streamer thing. Extra Emily was involved. That's where the prize money went. She kept having to pay off traffic tickets. Holy shit. You think about my take a shot and baby bird it to the others TTS a lot. I was so upset that they didn't do that. He was thinking about it. He was gonna do it. And then we got robbed. At least they're using good OPSEC. True. Extra Emily's done so many things that most male streamers would have had their career ended for even doing one of them, and now she's a part of a scam. Other than the, like, bad driving, I don't remember anything about her. I'm gonna be real. Get the feeling this was designed by the mean girls from high school that would lead someone on for their own ends. We still know Freddy killed those women. Freddy, just admit it. Just admit what you did to those women. Oh man, I miss Fish Tank, dude. Sam Hyde had to put a stop to your shenanigans. You're too powerful. Willing to bet it was because that one girl wasn't 21 and didn't want to get got for giving booze to a minor. Wait, what? Kirsche still lies awake at night wishing she had more time to torment Freddy and knew ways to do it if she had half a chance. Abso-fucking-lutely. Oh my god, torturing Freddy was so fucking fun. Ah, I miss Fish Tank. I hope they can do it again, man. I hope they can do it again. Let me close all of these fucking streamer scam tabs, dude. What else do I have in here? What else do I have? Oh, I don't know what the fuck this was. This was a weird thing I bookmarked. Woman makes contact with a nutritionist regarding a diet plan. Doesn't hear back from her. Woman calls nutritionist on an accidental pocket dial. Nutritionist doesn't pick up. Call goes to voicemail. Woman doesn't speak. No voices can be heard. Nutritionist claims she hears gunshots in the voicemail. Voicemail makes nutritionist feel unsafe. The woman is charged with an anti-Semitic hate crime. The nutritionist is Jewish.
Police have taken a young Meadowbank woman to court, alleging she left an anti-Semitic voice message for a well-known nutritionist just days after the Bondi attack. But the accused's lawyer says it was an accidental pocket dial, and the charges are a massive overreach.
What police allege was an anti-Semitic threat, the defence says was anything but.
This seems to be a case of charge first and answer questions later.
Serena Tanuri charged with harassing Mandy Sacker, a nutritionist of Jewish faith she'd never met but seen on TV and social media. The alleged offending contained in a voicemail 1 week after the Bondi massacre.
I feel like no one is ever going to want to call this nutritionist again. Like, this is just how, like, you lose all of your trust in one fell swoop. Like, what an actually insane thing to do.
All of the circumstances of this case point in one direction. It is an accidental call.
Serena's lawyer noting his client, who works at Bunnings, has a severe intellectual and cognitive disability supported by the NDIS.
She's not anti-Semitic. She doesn't even understand the conflict.
It's alleged Serena sent a text to Mandy, writing, "Hey, how are you? Is this Mandy? I saw somewhere that you helped Katie from Married at First Sight with her nutrition. I was wondering if you could help me as well, Serena." Around 5 hours later, a call from Serena's number went to Mandy's voicemail. No voices were heard on the recording, but Mandy claims she heard sounds she believed were gunshots, causing her immediate fear and nervousness.
It could be
What the fuck kind of person would even, like, bring up a call at the gun range and, like, record them shooting? Because, like, where else are you going to do that? Like, I guess you could go deep into the desert in Aussie land and shoot off there, but, like, you'd have to get a gun. Like, this is just actually crazy. I mean, do they have the voicemail? Yeah. It's like, Your Honor, I present the voicemail. Void of gunshots. Case closed. Like, what the fuck?
Bed creaking. It could be someone snoring.
The 26-year-old, who has also been hit with an AVO, pleaded not guilty today. The case is listed for next month, when a decision will be made on whether the charge is dropped or if the matter goes to a hearing.
And you were very shocked to hear you being charged when police...
Especially, like, with my mental health.
I'd be fucking shocked too.
Hayley Francis, 9 News.
Like, why would you do this? This is crazy. Remember, Moot was right about Australians. He wanted to purge all of the Aussies. Why can't they just publish the recording in question? I guess because it hasn't gone to a hearing yet is probably why they aren't publishing the recording. But I'm sure if we hear the recording, there's not going to be gunshots. You can piss off your back porch while shooting your shotgun in the air. You can just do things when you live in the country. Does this guy live in Tasmania? Jonathan Perry, thank you for the... car backfire, maybe? Hear that lots around here? I didn't even think of that. The charges based on how the victim feels about something are just insane in the first place. Someone could decide they're fearful of the word hello and accuse everyone they meet of harassment, yeah? Moot will never stop the 4 grands. This is truly Hiroshi Moot's 9/11. It's gonna be her farting. That's what the gunshots were. She just had really hot, spicy Mexican. Cream Monarch, thank you. That's it? You self-identify as Jewish? Hands up, everybody. Your existence was promised to me 3,000 years ago. If you deny me your stuff, you're anti-Semitic. Was that the original logic of the Black Hebrew Israelites? You see actual anti-Semitism in California that would give you more of a reason to take someone to court than this shit, right? Fucking right, dude? Holy shit. Gunfire is anti-Semitic. Gun control makes sense now. No, it doesn't. It still doesn't make sense. But I thought that was wildly crazy. Oh, speaking of wildly crazy, here's another crazy thing that happened. I have no idea who this guy is. But he's being interviewed on BBC. And the fucking newscaster... The newscaster lady, she reacts the same way that, like, a demon being hit with a crucifix would sound when he mentions Jesus Christ. This is how you know these people are demons.
And just quickly, who are your heroes?
My heroes are Santan Dave, Kendrick Lamar, most of all Jesus Christ.
Oh, well, it's lovely to meet you, Daniel.
It's like literally someone poured holy water on this demon because she heard Jesus Christ. Like, what the fuck?
Well, Jesus Christ.
Oh, well, it's...
So, the journalist feels physical pain when the name of the Lord Jesus Christ is invoked. Like, this is so fucking silly.
Most of all, Jesus Christ.
Oh, well, it's lovely to meet you, Daniel Chenjerai, DC3, as you are better known. Thank you very much.
I have no idea who he is, but the fact that he made a demon recoil, I'm fucking based, honestly. On a personal level, you're not sure about God and faith, but you're 100% convinced demons are real at this point. True. Very fucking true. This kind of shit might actually convert you. I've been agnostic for so long, But if we find out the way to actually defeat the journalist is to invoke the name of the Lord Jesus Christ, that'd get me to go back to the faith, you know? I'm fucking literally hissing at hearing the name of the Lord. Actual insanity. A paradoxical madness, thank you. The natural British reaction. Oh my god. Can I post the clip? Yeah, sure. I can post the clip. Here you go. What do you want with us, son of God? They shouted. Have you come here to torture us before the appointed time? Thank you, Matthew. 829. I'll save you a seat in the pews, Kirsche. Murmur Dragon, thank you. That hiss and the pause. Look at that. Oh my god. Thanks. Continually allow yourself to be possessed so you can consume and purify the spiritual pressure of demonic forces. The fox who yearns for another crusade, true. What do we have here? What do we have here?
Anamanya. Ein Moment. Ein Moment.
I don't know what this is.
Moi. Ja, moi.
Breaking in Minneapolis. I guess we're getting a Minneapolis spliced in here. British Revolution now. Just days after being arrested, paid leftist agitator William Kelly, who travels state to state harassing ICE, stormed a church and demanded churchgoers publicly denounce ICE and stand with Somalians and Latinos while swearing at parents and children. I could understand the, like, Somalians thing, because it seems like literally all of them are committing fraud. That's kind of rude to assume that all Latinos are going to be deported by ICE. That's kind of rude. The good guys, by the way. Yeah, the good guys always storm churches.
As you can see, all these pretend Christians, all these comfortable white people.
Why does he sound like he's trying to do an Adam Sandler impression?
Who are living lavish, comfortable lives while children are dragged into concentration camps. You're living real life, nice lives with your lattes, doing absolutely nothing for your Latino.
I love this guy in the orange sweater. He's like, yeah, get him out of the country. I agree. Get him out of the country. What the fuck is this guy talking about? Concentration camps. What the fuck? Timu Adam Sandler, what dost thou mean?
Somali brothers and sisters, you come here to a man wearing a suit. Is a preacher? Did Jesus wear a suit? Did Jesus profit off the words? No! Jesus would dine with immigrants. Do not touch me. Touch me.
I kind of like the chairs in the church. They're kind of pretty. I like those church chairs. I'm used to pews, so this is kind of weird, but you know. But also, I love how whenever they're non-believers, they're just like, let me tell you more about your Lord, follower of the faith. This argument wouldn't work on me, but I know if I use it on you, you might do what I want. Fucking, I hate those kind of scum fucks, dude. Battleizer, thank you. Back to Snowgadishu. Mania! Return to Snowgadishu, the sequel. Daniel Sierra, thank you. Blessed be his name. Remember, we'll win in the end. Oh shit, you wanted to ask this because you saw a decoy voice video on this yesterday. Have I seen the videos of protesters attacking people if they don't say fuck ICE or attack them if they look even a little like an ICE agent? I have those in tabs somewhere.
Again and see what happens.
Hey, you can't.
You are a fake Christian. Why are you not standing with your...
Bro, he's literally in a sweater vest. You can't get more Christian than that. What are you talking about?
Somali and Latino communities. Why do I not see you out at Whipple every day protesting this attack on humanity? Where are you? You're sinners. You're pretending to be Christians. But we know you live an easy life, don't you? A very easy life while people are starving. Shame.
You know, if the Somalians go back to Somalia, maybe they could, like, I don't know, build up their own country. Maybe they could, like, do stuff there and then they could not be starving. Maybe that. You know, I feel like we shouldn't be the mommy of the world everywhere.
Out now! Out now! Living real comfortable while the people starve. Living real comfortable while children are dragged into concentration camps.
We don't have concentration camps, you fucking schizo! But also, all I can think about are, like, animated scenes from 8 Crazy Nights while he's yelling. He just literally sounds like Adam Sandler in one of his movies.
You're all living real comfortable, aren't you? Shame on you. Do something. Stand with the Somalis. Stand with the...
Like, I can only picture fucking Adam Sandler saying this shit. It's so bad.
Latinos, quit ignoring this injustice. He wears a suit and tie, and he hangs out with Kristi Noem. How is that a Christian? You're supposed to accept all immigrants, are you not?
No, we're not. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Why are you not going down to Whipple and joining us in protest against this inhumanity? You claim to be a Christian. Act like one.
Why are all these people white? That's a great question. I don't know, man. Why is Adam Sandler yelling at people? This is what happens, you know. You wear a rage face shirt one time, and this is your future. All right. It's New England? Sir. I don't think this is New England. I'm pretty sure this is somewhere in Minnesota, actually. It doesn't say here. But he said Whipple, so I'm pretty sure this is Minnesota. You'd say they're acting pretty Christian by turning the other cheek. I'm just waiting for the day one of them says, yeah, I'll turn the other cheek, and then moons him. Quick, ask him about his thoughts on the Sudanese genocide. Lambie Chop, thank you. A time will come when men will go mad, and when they see a man who is not mad, they will attack him and say, you are mad. You are not like us. True. You must reject. You must supply the emperor's new clothes. I've given your word to them, but the world has hated them because they are no part of the world, just as I am no part of the world. John 17:14, Jesus commanding Christians to be neutral in the world and take no position in politics. Interesting. Kirsche thought of that joke when she was 16 and has been wanting to use it ever since.
What joke?
Odin Reaver, thank you. To quote Jesus, get behind me, Satan. What the heck? Massive Doge, thank you. Minnesota mentioned summon Butter Dog. Oh, man, I imagine the Butter Dog summoning being similar to the arise, chicken. Chicken, arise. What about the Sudanese genocide? There's literally no coverage of this atrocity. Is that where, no, that's Nigeria where the Christians are being murdered. I don't remember what the Sudanese genocide is. I'm sorry. Heaven has closed borders. Just saying. Hell has open borders.
Ammonia.
That was an interesting happening currently. Let's see, what else is in my tabs? Oh, this was also fucking weird. So this person, I don't know who Vocal Distance is, but they said, I worked for Scott Moe, the man in the background here, and I know him personally. He is very stoic, an incredibly difficult man to fluster. So that look that he gives when Mock Carney says New World Order is a genuine look of shock and surprise. And he's quote retweeting a video that says, his face says it all. Watch as Scott Moe reacts to Mock Carney's New World Order remark.
As you mentioned, mine is the first visit of a Canadian Prime Minister to China in nearly a decade. The world has changed much since that last visit. And I believe the progress that we have made in the partnership sets us up well for the new world order. It's a partnership with new focus and greater depth and a sense of purpose.
Like the way that this man whips his head and has an immediate look of concern on his face. It's just like, hold up, did you just say what I think you just said? Hold up, hold on. What's happening?
It's up well for the new world order. It's a partnership with new
Like the flicking of his eyes around as well. Like that is a very holy shit, what did you just say expression from a stoic man.
Focus and greater depth and a sense of purpose. And I look forward to realizing its promise and building on it in the years to come. Partnership that
he even did a fucking double take where he like closed his eyes and he's like, hold on.
leverages our strengths to create greater stability, security, sustainability, and prosperity for all our peoples. And I look forward to this working session to advance those objectives. Thank you very much. As you mentioned...
I am very glad that he looks incredibly harrowed at what he heard here. And hopefully that means that he's not going to just fucking capitulate to whatever's going on here. I don't know how much power this guy has. I'm not a Canadian. But like, holy fuck. Did I have something crazy in my ears? No, he really just said that. The detachment of 50k Chinese soldiers in Canada is not doing this man any favors. Oh my god. I've brought peace, justice, and security to my new empire. How could you not? That's some scary phrasing. It is. It really is. Help. Help. Oh god. Oh god, the hiccups got me so bad I couldn't swallow. That fucking hurt. No help. The pterodactyl is free already. Alternatively, and more likely, he's gonna wind up committing suicide in the most fantastical way ever devised by the Glowies. You know, I could see it, but it probably won't be fantastical. It'll be another, you know, like shotgun blast to the back of the head. Whoopsie daisy. A classic. The Shards family, thank you. Alberta for 51st state. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. Carney is the former head of the Bank of England. That itself says a lot. What the fuck? Scott's face says the rest. Realization that this horse ain't hitching. Yep. Yep, that's a very scary thing to hear. I do not like that. I don't know if anything will be done about it, much like all of the other people we've watched espousing crazy fucking shit. But, you know, it's there. Oh, speaking of people espousing crazy shit. Rob Schneider had a little meltdown. I just thought this doesn't really matter at all, but I thought it was funny. Dr. Clown PhD said, wow, Rob Schneider blocked me because I shared one of his stand-up comedy clips. It was genuinely meant to show how good he is and how much I appreciate his work. It was a 1-minute, 20-second clip, just a single joke. He could have simply asked me to take it down and I would have done it without hesitation. I honestly did not think it would bother him, and I still do not really understand how it could. It was free exposure, especially considering people literally pay me to post their content. This one stings because I really love the guy. Sad day for the clown. And I don't know who Clown is. He got 224,000 followers. You got big platform here. Someone's parody OJ Simpson account responded and said, because he doesn't want you to profit off of him, quote unquote, posting clips of his is copyrighted. How about you reach out to him and ask for permission first before posting? He doesn't need your help. That beyond X, nobody knows who the fuck you are. Which, like, yeah, you got a point, OJ Simpson. But also, I miss when the internet was like, you could just kind of post shit and there wouldn't just be tons of people trying to Karen you about, like, posting where it came from. I can kind of understand, you know, like, wanting attribution to certain things. That can make sense, but it's like, when you're as big as Rob Schneider, like, everyone knows who the fuck you are. A 1-minute, 20-second clip isn't gonna fucking damage your brand. And that's why, like, when it comes to streamers, most of us operate on the, like, yeah, you know, our content is out here, it's public, people can react to it, people can do whatever they want. And then there's some streamers that kind of, like, ruin it for everyone, where they have, like, massive, like, DMCA claims and shit, and they, like, start getting the ad revenue from people reacting to their content, and it's like, I feel like that's really weird. I feel like that's really weird. The parody account man asked for permission to parody the guy? Yeah, right? You have a point, OJ Simpson, right? What fucking world do we live in where OJ is the voice of reason? He's not the voice of reason. He's being an asshole. And Rob Schneider actually quote retweeted OJ Simpson and said, the idea of someone taking your creative art piece and putting it out without permission is a violation against artists' rights. The only time when I see some art posted on Twitter and I don't see an attribution to whoever the original artist is, my one thing is, like, if I want to commission that artist, now I have to go on, like, a rabbit hole dive to figure out who the fuck it is. That's like the only time I get even remotely annoyed. He said, my Normandy invasion routine was performed for Netflix and only Netflix. It works as is and was performed for Kill Tony in front of 20,000 people. What? Who fucking cares? Why? Like, this is just showing that you're massively known. You performed live for 20,000 people. How many people in the online space can get 20,000 people at a live event, Mr. Rob fucking Schneider? What is this? Why did he kill Tony? This piece was stolen from Netflix and also edited without my consent or approval. How was it edited, right? I could maybe understand crashing out if it was like edited in a way that made him look like shit somehow, right? If they were like taking things out of context and making it look like he said things he didn't say, I would be like, maybe, Mr. Schneider. But that doesn't appear to be what was going on, because the clown guy was like, I'm a genuine fan. Please help, what happened? Oh no, not Netflix, the poor child abusing corporation. Rob said, it forced me to steal it back, take the other name off, and put it out myself. What the fuck does he mean by this? We own our art and likeness, and those that profit off of others without permission are thieves. I miss when we could post like movie clips or like 30 seconds of a song for a meme, and we could just have fun. But we can't have fun anymore because people like Rob Schneider get sticks up their asses and they're just like, I own all of this, therefore you cannot have fun. Like, it's a minute and 20 seconds. Who fucking cares, man? He sounds like DSP there. Thanks a lot, DMCA. Yeah, exactly. Massive Doge, thank you. You hear Schneider, you think of Nickelodeon girls. Dad fucking Schneider! Battleizer, thank you. You remember being a sauce hunter for those kinds of posts on iFunny? Because you're determined and tistic. True. I saw some. We appreciate the sauce hunters, man. You think the worst part about the OJ tweet is the hypocrisy, right? That's so candy-ass. Get the fuck out of here with that old media shit. There's no downside to having a clip floating around. We call that free advertising. There are many a times that I found like a song in a meme and I'm like, I like this song. Let's go find the artist. Right? Or like I see a clip of like a movie used in a meme format and I'm like, what fucking movie is this? I want to watch it. Right? Like, it's crazy. Forbidden Cat Belly, thank you. It's a crash out because AI has come for them. This isn't even AI related. This is crazy. Oh my god. Now you have the Frank You song stuck in your head. If that clip is stealing from Netflix, why would he need to ask Schneider to use it and not Netflix? That's a great question. And then, thankfully, after his crash out at almost 11 p.m. on the 16th, he decided maybe that was a bad look. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. So at like 4:16 a.m. on the 17th, he decided to unblock the clown man. He unblocked the clown man and showed the clown man's profile being unblocked. So it's like, thank you, Mr. Schneider, for realizing your crash out was absolutely silly. You have an absolutely silly response. But it's still interesting that there was a crash out in general at all about this. iFunny breaking containment is always fun for you. I just love the like freakouts over the iFunny watermark. Why would you accept the apology? Fuck this asshole. I mean, if the dude was a genuine fan, like I could get it. You know, you want to forgive someone who had like a moment of weakness. I get it. I'm a bit jaded. I'd be like, I don't know, Mr. Schneider, man. I wouldn't feel comfortable posting any of your shit any longer, right? That's kind of what happened with the one streamer guy I mentioned earlier. Like I got fucking DMCA notice for his like, I don't even remember how long the clip was, but it wasn't a long clip. And I even defended him in the clip because he was being like really talked down to by someone who was trying to buy a car from. But you know, not ever gonna showcase any of that again. Walla walla bang bang, thank you, my guy. Thank you.
The most infuriating thing about DMCA is that it's actually, unironically unconstitutional. First Amendment does not allow copyright to function the way it does. Sure, artists can be able to demand royalties for profiting off their IP, but not prevent it.
Yeah, it's I don't know. I'm not like super remembrant on all of the law, but it's frustrating how it does work, and I really hate things on YouTube especially. Really hate things on YouTube especially. Let's see here. Nick Sortor got his $1,000 camera stolen. What the hell? Kirugamesh, thank you. You hope your Oshi blocks you and realizes she's being a bitch and unblocks me. What a weird desire. Help. Somali thief stole Nick Sortor's camera and drove off, dragging Nick along with it. Pray Nick's okay. This is the kind of lawlessness we do not need in the USA. Deport them all. I agree. Fucking get him the fuck out.
Hey, get! What did she just do? She fucking...
Oh, shit. Okay, it's okay.
She took Nick's camera. She just stole Nick's camera.
And she's driving on the sidewalk? What the fuck?
Just tell her to give him the camera back. What happened, Nick?
They just stole my camera.
Right out of your hand while you're in the car?
That's what the fuck you wanted, right? That's the fuck you wanted, right? That's what you did. Man, listen, motherfucker, you better get the fuck up out of here. You fucking coward. Why the fuck are you a coward, bitch? You have to leave.
Man, they are just disgusting people.
Get the fuck out of here. Bitch. You fucking coward. You a fucking coward, motherfucker. Nobody motherfucker, you trying to incite that shit. Nobody stepped in. Get the fuck up out of here, bro.
I like how he's saying nobody stepped in. I get that he's like adrenaline pumped and fucking pissed off. And I'd probably say the same thing, but like, yeah, of course nobody stepped in. Of course nobody. They're all happy that Nick got robbed. They probably would have been happier if instead of being dragged by the vehicle, she would have run him the fuck over. That is what these people want.
$1,000 for the equipment. Fuck you, bitch.
Did you call that? Did anybody call 911?
You're in this neighborhood.
Have Kevin do it.
You fucking Nazis.
We got it all on video. We're not Nazis.
Man, you fucking Nazis.
We're not Nazis and we're not racist. I condemn Hitler completely.
It doesn't matter how much you say you condemn Hitler and you don't share any kind of opinions with the Nazis. That's not why they're calling you a Nazi. That's not why they're calling you that. Like, I still regularly get called a self-admitted Nazi. People will unironically and uncritically post that is what I call myself when that has never happened. I have never done anything but be against Nazis, and that doesn't matter because they're not calling you a Nazi because they think you hold those beliefs. They're calling you that because you're an acceptable target for violence, as can be seen here, where nobody stepped in to help Nick when he was being stolen from. Because he deserves to be stolen from. After all, he's a Nazi.
I'm not racist. I condemn all racism. I condemn all racism.
Why are you here?
We were driving through and we got followed. You guys followed us.
No, we're following you because who are you?
It doesn't matter.
We're following you because who are you?
We're allowed to be here. It's the United States of America.
What? I condemn Hitler. I condemn all racism. Lamau. That guy must be new, like born yesterday kind of new. That's kind of what it feels like. It's kind of like, I don't know how Nick Sortor's cameraman could not understand what's happening. That seems kind of silly.
Do we have to leave? What? We're not leaving till we get the camera. You want us to leave? Give us the camera. Call your friend, get the camera back, and we'll leave.
Oh, are you upset that someone's blocking the road? Is that a problem? That someone's blocking the fucking road?
You guys want to scream racism, but yet you're treating him like this. Why? Why? Racism can go both ways.
You've been talking about 2 hours fucking recording.
You guys were...
You're not getting the camera back, Nick. I do not think he's getting that camera back. And I do not think the police will even do anything about it. You know? Peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard. Insurrectionist. We're at war with the federal government. He's so courageous. Literally living in a completely different reality. I hate these people. I hate these fucking people. It's gone. The police don't care. Dono to his cause if you can. Yeah. Yeah. Racism can go both ways. Minnesota has become lawless. They need to invoke the Resurrection... I almost said the Resurrection Act. We need to invoke the Resurrection Act! Bring Jesus back before he is ready! He's not done cooking, but we need him!
The I condemn racism thing is critically important. It's not for the people standing there, it's for the people watching the clip. It's fourth-generation warfare.
Oh, that makes sense, true.
Optics all the time.
True.
But optics determine elections.
True. You have a good point. It is probably for the people watching, but it just sounds a little silly. It does sound a little silly, but you're probably correct. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. My bad. Thank you, Toast Engineer, for the correction, bro. Finally, they're behaving like real Somalis. You heard her, Trump. Resurrect Jesus to save America. Imagine. Vladimir Crystal, thank you. Look at the sheeple. I don't know. It sounds really funny because these guys know what's going on. But yeah, if there's going to be clips posted all over and all the people are recording them to try and get like out of context shit to try and make them look worse, it makes sense. It makes sense. You have a good point. My brain was a little goopy. Funny, the left doesn't seem to care about optics. Yeah, because their optics don't matter. People just expect them to behave this way, and they're seen as the good guys somehow. The optics, they shout as the left acts without restraint. It's like, again, it makes sense to just be like, yeah, I'm not racist, because people watching this clip and not knowing who they are would just be like, oh, okay, these are freedom-fighting revolutionaries fighting racists. Oh, and it's like, that's just not true. That's just not true. He needs to stop groveling. Yeah, I could agree with that. Like, it comes off really weird, but it kind of makes sense. Kind of like how I issue corrections to people on Twitter. I know the liars aren't going to stop lying, but for everybody else looking in, it makes sense. Speech is violence. Their violence is speech. This has been established for years. They don't report their own bullshit. They don't rat each other out. That camera's gone and no one will go to prison. 100 fucking percent. 100 fucking percent. What the fuck is this garbage? What the fuck is this fucking garbage? The Euphrates River is drying up into an Omega symbol. The angels are meant to slaughter 1/3 of the world sealed there. The Resurrection Act might not be too far off. Minnesota is more than what you see on TV. This is from fucking Tim Waltz, by the way. Minnesota is more than what you see on TV. We're a state that believes in the dignity of all people. We feed our kids and take care of our neighbors. I'm proud of the ways Minnesotans are meeting the moment with decency and generosity, as we always do. Meeting the moment. That's some bridge language there. I remember reading that a bunch of times when watching bridge shit. I remember that. Link them that theft that just happened. He doesn't care. He doesn't care. He rightly pointed out that Minnesotans feed their kids, care for their neighbors, and believe in the fundamental worth of every person's values that define a people long before any crisis arrived. May that same spirit of community and generosity continue to guide the state forward, and may Minnesotans know that their resilience and compassion are seen, understood, and appreciated. Bro, what? This is a CBS News thing. Donations pour in for Minnesota. Families impacted by ICE and Border Patrol surge. Why are we funding criminals? Why are we funding criminals impacted by ICE? That's fucking retarded. What is happening? What is happening? At Moth Oddities in northeast Minneapolis, volunteers moved through stacks of boxes as donations continued to pour in for families impacted by the increased presence of U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement in the city. It's just been a revolving door of people in and out, store manager Isabel Moran said, describing the constant flow of neighbors dropping off supplies. The community just keeps bringing more and more. Am I living in fucking crazy land? Like, the people getting deported are criminals. The Somalians we want to deport are literally stealing your money via tax dollars. And you want to give them more? You want to give more to people who are already taking advantage of you. What the fuck kind of beaten housewife syndrome is this garbage? Inside the vintage studio space, volunteers sorted and organized hundreds of donated items, many of them essentials for families afraid to leave their homes to shop for basic needs. You know what would be great? You know what would be great? If somebody who actually wanted to get illegals deported by ICE went to this shop, disguised as somebody who's going to help, and figured out where some of these families too afraid to leave are, to then tip off ICE to go get the illegals. That's some infiltration tactics to think about. We've been overwhelmed with the love from everybody, Moran said. We're practically to the ceiling with donations. The donations include food, household goods, and supplies for children. We've got everything covered. We have candy, books, games for kids, paper products, diapers, formula, any kind of non-perishable food, cleaning supplies. I could go on and on. Why was candy the first thing they fucking mentioned? That's also a little weird. Minnesota Anons, roll with it. Lean with it. Moth Oddities isn't delivering the food directly out of fear that they will be tracked by ICE agents. Instead, they're working with local schools, churches, and agencies to make sure the goods are delivered safely and quickly. We need inside agents. We're going to be working pretty tirelessly to get this all to the people that need it throughout the week, month, however long it takes. For volunteers like Gavin Geronimi, helping was the only option. It's heretic, but it's beautiful, he said as a frenzy of volunteers walked past him. Yeah, it's heretic because you're helping criminals. Like, what the fuck? Gavin said he felt compelled to act rather than watch events unfold from the sidelines. I'm obviously really angry about what's been going on in the city, and I've been talking to a lot of people about it, and I wanted to channel all that energy, the feelings I have about it, into something positive. This man's been getting his tax dollars used fraudulently to enrich Somali migrants who are either buying expensive cars, expensive clothes, expensive items. They're buying mansions. They're sending hundreds of thousands of dollars back to Somalia to fund God knows fucking what. And he's okay with this? He's upset about the deportations? Not about being defrauded?
To do so. Angry Cops has a vid.
What? Friendly Reminder is a coward who used his rank to ditch the military? Friendly Reminder is a coward who used his rank to ditch the military. I have no idea who you're talking about because you didn't put a name in here, unless the guy's name is Friendly Reminder. Abandoning the men he swore to lead right before their deployment to Iraq, he then claimed his rank as a civilian despite not meeting the requirements to do so. I have no idea. I have no idea. Tim Waltz? Tim Waltz did that. Really? I will never understand how some of these people end up getting elected. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Thank you, Low Speed Boot, for more horrifying information. That sentiment was echoed by fellow volunteer Kylie Frederick, with the immediate need that we're seeing in the absence of federal funding and programming. Ask yourself why there's no federal funding! It's not because Donald Trump wants to see people suffering. It's because they're literally stealing the fucking money! Holy shit! Do you need to see a guy in like stereotypical white and black striped shirt with like a fucking mask on going into a bank and robbing it to believe it happened? What is this? These people are well below the retarded level. How does this happen? Forbidden Gabagool, thank you. You were stationed in Italy at the same time as Waltz. You don't know about him at the time, of course. A difference is that he never left Vincenzo when it was time to go. Really? That's kind of weird. That's kind of weird. Jalpa, lalpa, dumpity doo. We stole $1 million from you. You said billion, but my brain said million. I'm not good at singing. Waltz was selected for E9, never pinned it on because he abruptly retired when his unit got the warning order to deploy. Jesus Christ. It was the only thing I could do as a neighbor to be here and be present and figure out how I could help out. With neighbors like these, who needs enemies? With neighbors doing everything in their power to keep criminals defrauding you, stealing your money, and God knows what else with those violent criminals that were posted before. Why would you need enemies when your neighbors want to decrease your quality of life like this? This doesn't make any fucking sense. It's truly depressing that these self-destructive tards almost seem to be a majority all around the world. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make, like, the propaganda is crazy. Anon, thank you. All the rioters you see in Minnesota are MNDFL, which is the Minnesota Democratic Farm Labor Party. They're not the gay commies from LA or Portland. These are militant Leninist communists. They're legitimately a threat and almost no one knows of them. I think we briefly talked about the Minnesota DFL and how they had like commie connections previously when we were talking about Omar Fateh and his run for mayor or whatever. Godel Self, thank you. This is why you lose faith. These people are admitting to aiding felons. Trump should have them in cuffs already. Yeah, what happened to aiding felons also being a crime? What happened to that? Organizers say the effort reflects a broader sense of solidarity across the city. We have a really amazing, generous community of people that care a lot about each other, Frederick said. The outpouring of support has just been an example of what Minnesota is and always has been. I don't even know what else I can say about this. It's just disgusting. It's just absolutely disgusting, and people think they're good for helping criminals over actual other citizens that could need help in their area. Like, if I was like somebody struggling and living in Minnesota, I would just be absolutely fucking furious. Like, it's just literally insane. And on the back of that, somebody posted on January 3rd a video, and this oil field guy reposted it. And it said, watch this news report from 2018 as Somalians take suitcases of cash, millions of USD, out of our airports. It's welfare fraud, it's daycare fraud. And the oil field guy said everyone knew. Since 2018, people knew about this and nothing had been done.
It's the morning of March 15th. We're chasing a tip about a man who's leaving the country. Our sources tell us he just took a carry-on bag through security that was packed with $1 million cash. You can do that as long as you fill out one of these government forms. We're told these cloak and dagger-like scenarios now happen almost weekly at MSP International. The money is usually headed to the Middle East, Dubai, and points beyond. Our sources say last year alone, more than $100 million cash left MSP in carry-on luggage.
How do we have this fucking Fox 9 report from 7 years ago? And it's taken until this year for enough people to get angry about it. And then even after it took over 7 years for enough people to get angry about it, you still have fucking self-hating, ridiculous, retarded white people trying to defend the criminals. What the fuck is happening?
What we were interested in is where it was going.
The national go-to expert on what's behind these mysterious money transfers is Glenn Kearns. He's a former Seattle police detective who spent 15 years on the FBI's Joint Terrorism Task Force until his retirement.
It's an outright crime. It's unbelievable.
Kearns tracked millions of dollars in cash that was leaving on flights from Seattle. It was coming from hawalas, businesses used to courier money to countries that have no official banking system. Some immigrant communities rely on hawalas to send funds to help impoverished relatives back home. Kearns discovered some of the money was being funneled to a hawala in a region of Somalia that's controlled by the Al-Shabaab terrorist group. How could...
Literally mentioning the Al-Shabaab money funding in 2018! And there are people in current year when we talk about this who will be like, no, that's ridiculous. If that was actually happening, we would have known about it long before. Well, apparently we knew about it long before.
They possibly come up with such big bucks to transfer back home.
We had sources that told us it's all about it's welfare fraud. It's all about the daycare.
To better understand the connection between daycare fraud and the surge in carry-on cash, you have to look at the history of this crime. 5 years ago, the Fox 9 investigators were first to report that daycare fraud was on the rise here in Minnesota.
How did it take 7 years to even start prosecuting any of these people? And even after we started prosecuting some of these people for the fraud, activist judges started letting them off. And then Nick Shirley made his video, and so many more people knew about this. But like, how did it take so fucking long? How did it take so fucking long? $10 a day daycare means your government is stealing from you. EHEF, thank you. In 2015, Obama gave Tom Homan the Presidential Medal for his work with ICE. Yeah, I have a fucking ICE video thing from back then too, somewhere in the tabs.
We exposed how some businesses were gaming the system to steal millions in government subsidies meant to...
People don't watch the news. The I just want to grill, but I also refuse to defend my desire to grill people. Once again, making shit worse for all of us. I really have come to hate that mentality. It's just like, I just want to grill, so I'll expect everyone else to pay attention and fight for me. I don't want to do shit. If I speak, I will glow.
To help low-income families with their childcare expenses.
This is a great way to make some money. I think it's kind of that informal word of mouth.
In order for the scheme to work, the daycare centers need to sign up low-income families that qualify for childcare assistance funding. These surveillance videos are from a case prosecuted by Hennepin County. They show parents checking their kids into a center only to leave with them a few minutes later. Sometimes no children would show up. But either way, the center would bill the state for a full day of childcare.
I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it, man. Grill bros are deserving of hatred 1,000% Fox News, the YouTube channel. You just want to grill, but you gotta make the guy turning off the gas leave? Pretty much. The guy turning off the gas, the guy trying to put a dent in your grill, the guy trying to replace your meat with bugs, dude. My sister in Christ, they're funding their voter bases. They read the replacement and saw an opportunity for votes, you know? That's why the Minnesota government staff and representatives need to see prison time to show that we're not fucking around with this. Yeah, I don't want to just see Somalians deported. I want to see everyone in every level of government that had any inkling that this was going on face repercussions for it. I know this Paul guy I've brought up a few times before said, we as a country had this discussion 15 years ago. Everyone knew this was going on. Take note of what they're saying and how it's the same thing the GOP is saying now. After they shut down the wire services, they started flying cash out of MSP International. TSA first noticed this in 2014 to the tune of $14 million. By 2016, it was $100 million. By 2026, $700 million. Everyone in Minnesota and most people in DC knew this was happening, and there's proof of it. Fox was running these stories in 2015 on TV. Help. This is an article published December 29th, 2011. Minnesota money transfer shops stop taking Somali cash. Money transfer businesses that cater to Somali immigrants in Minnesota stopped accepting money bound for the famine-stricken East African country Thursday, a day before a key bank was due to stop processing the transactions. Hinda Ali, a spokeswoman for the Somali American Money Services Association in Minneapolis, said 15 money transfer businesses stopped taking the money because they would no longer be able to execute transactions through Sunrise Community Banks. Minnesota represents the nation's largest Somali population. They don't have a bank account as of tomorrow, she said of the businesses, which are sometimes known as hawalas. Now, if in 2011, Minnesota represented the nation's largest Somali population, and they were all committing fraud back then, how many of the Somalis that have immigrated to Minnesota, whether legally or fraudulently, since 2011 do you think have come there specifically to be able to commit fraud? If they already know through their community that Minnesota is easy to take advantage of and steal money from, how many legitimate Somali immigrants do you think have gone to Minnesota between 2011 and now? Come the fuck on. Literally none of them. Let's be honest with ourselves. The pirates saw easy marks and they came to do pirate things. Timeline of key reports and events. Around 2015, investigators first documented a notable amount of cash and carry-on luggage, approximately $14 million. 2016, the amount of documented cash mushroomed to $84 million. In 2018, Fox 9 and other news organizations published in-depth investigative reports connecting the cash flights to a broader pattern of potential fraud and the use of hawala money to transfer systems. These news reports drew significant attention to the issue, including from lawmakers. Well, clearly, it was not enough attention. In late 2025, early 26, more recent high-profile news stories, citing Homeland Security officials and TSA data, reported on nearly $700 million in flagged cash leaving MSP over the prior 2 years, 2024 and 2025, reigniting national attention on the ongoing investigation into massive pandemic aid fraud schemes. I don't know if the Insurrection Act is enough. I am just I am so tired, and there's not much I can say without glowing out of my fucking mind. How did it get this bad? How did no one do anything? How did no one Republican do anything? Like, the spineless do-nothings is still too good of a term for these fucking people. And no wonder our national debt is almost $40 trillion. Yeah, more than half of that is probably fucking fraud at this point. Androtaz, thank you. Give them what they want. No federal funding. No admittance to any other state. Enjoy. Yeah, right? We've already cut off some funds from Minnesota. Everything's got to get shut off, man. If they want to descend into lawlessness, I don't even know what to say. Like, I feel bad for the people living there. I know people who live in Minnesota. Fucking Medicare lives in Minnesota. It's just like, what the fuck are you supposed to do about this? Republicans don't actually care. They're happy to watch the country burn so long as they get theirs. And I'm tired of it. I'm tired of it. And this is why those spineless do-nothings need to be primaried. People who are incentivized to try and fix shit need to be getting more involved in local politics, need to be primarying the spineless do-nothings and the corrupt swamp lords. We need to get them out of there. Jim did videos on the DFL being insane like 15 years ago. Minnesota Rep Tom Emmer, the Republican majority whip, is in on it. People brought this to him and he just called them racist. Didn't he set up some like weird Somali shit like years ago as well? So like, yeah, probably in on it. I wonder if he's even actually a Republican or if he's like those New York Democrats that moved to New Hampshire and just ran on a Republican ticket to take seats. Living in the state makes you feel like it's Lord of the Rings. You feel like this guy who wrote the book in Moria talking about the orcs breaking in and taking the fortress. Patchouli, thank you. From the moment you began noticing, you understood that you would no longer be allowed to grill. It is your duty to notice and stop the man stealing your gas. 100%. 100%. G.S. Wolfwood, thank you. When you have the U.S. president and CIA director on your side from 2013 to 2017, you can get away with anything. Regular Americans need not apply. Let North Dakota get a wall up before you cut them off and make them panic. You're just starting to like it here. Oh, no. Crozan, thank you for the 10 months of tier 2, brother man. Thank you. I'm really making you consider a run. Not sure if you will or when, but you're sick of seeing the nation go to shit. Someone has to step up. Absolutely. And it's like I've said, like, I know some people, like, you might work too long hours, you have a family to take care of, you're already short on time. You might be able to help somebody else that shares similar opinions to you, shares similar principles to you, who's willing to be, the figurehead to actually run for a seat, and you can help them with their campaign somehow. I'm going to be trying my best once I move and I figure out like where I'm moving to and who my representatives are going to be. I want to figure out, hey, do I have a genuine representative or do I need to find somebody to run against a spineless do-nothing and prop them up? Because absolutely once I move, I'm going to be showcasing local politicians that I believe are doing a good job. Don't you know a Republican in Florida thinks the answer is to let illegals who evade ICE for 5 years get to be a citizen? Yeah, okay. Optics is all they care about. You know a local friend that ran? Too bad. He's a hyper-commie. Well, that's not the kind of person you want to run. Emperor Creatine, thank you. Small reminder that when Bush Jr. took office, the U.S. had an outstanding debt of $5.7 trillion. Now it's almost 40. I wonder how that happened. Imagine. When you're watching your country go to shit and both sides are helping it along and just align their pockets, this is how you end up with a Caesar? Yep. Glowy stuff aside, you can just get into politics. That can be more effective if you win. Yeah, absolutely. And it's going to be harder in some districts that are like incredibly blue enclaves. But if you have an area that regularly elects a Republican, and that Republican is a spineless do-nothing Republican, you have a break point right there. If you're actually willing to do shit and get shit done, that spineless do-nothing will not. And you might still have a hard time of things when you're like, if you look at Brendan Herrera going up against the Gonzalez swamp guy, you might still have a bit of an issue, but hopefully Herrera can win his seat this year. You can't wait for the problems to be ignored by R until there's only one way to fix it. It's all so tiresome. If enough honorable channers and our President Kirsche moved to New Hampshire, we could make Korshovo real. True. Remember, you don't have to run for governor or senator. Run for school board, city council, county board of supervisors. You can also go work for the local government and change things from the inside. True. Very true. It doesn't have to be a big seat. You can make a difference at a smaller local governmental seat as well. Anyone who says they're being backed by a certain retarded fox woman, they have my vote. True. Deep red areas can be just as bad. Too many status quo red voters who reject that it's happening around them or that their party is part of the problem, but still better than nothing to fight. Yeah, absolutely. Another vector of problems are the deep state employees that are embedded in the government and are not elected. Doge did not go far enough. I completely agree with that. Completely agree. As Sleepy Joe once said, it's not who counts the votes, it's who counts it. Oh, man. Your wife and I are just arranging things to get the fuck out. Where are you getting the fuck out from? Working for the government is a huge part of it. If you win a position over an organization, but it's staffed with enemies, you will accomplish nothing. Yes. Yes. That's all correct. Being on the inside or in subtle ways. Yep. One day you'll tell Kirsche of the things you did in the shadows. Thank you, Shadow Man. Thank you, Shadow Man. And we have more tabs here. I want to bring up Maine, because I feel like Maine does not get talked about often enough with all of this fraud nonsense going on. But Maine is fighting the good fight. And I pretty much only see information being dispensed by the Maine Wire and then that one guy who writes for the Maine Wire. I can't remember his name, but if it's in one of my tabs, I'm sure I'll see it. Steve Robinson. Yeah, that guy. It says, statement from Mayor Mark Dion on potential ice activity in Portland. Portland, Maine. By the way, not Portland on the West Coast. Our community is anxious and fearful regarding the understanding that ICE is planning to send agents to Portland and Lewiston next week. We are a welcoming city. There is no evidence of unchecked criminal activity in our community, requiring a disproportionate presence of federal agents. The Somali fraud uncovered in Maine would beg to differ, you fucking weirdo. In that view, Portland rejects the need for the deployment of ICE agents into our neighborhoods. If there's no need for ICE to be there because there's no issues, then there isn't an issue letting ICE in there, right? Because they won't find anything, right? While we respect the law, we challenge the need for a paramilitary approach to the enforcement of federal statutes. The consequence of law enforcement should not be chaos and violence, which only results in making Portland less safe. Ah, yes. The Icemen coming in to deport the criminals, make Portland less safe. I really hate their rhetoric, man. It doesn't even make sense if you even have half a brain cell to think about it. The city council and I stand not apart, but with our lawfully admitted immigrant and refugee communities. This is your reminder that there was an illegal immigrant appointed to a police position in Maine as well. I urge our residents to look out for one another, know your rights, and have a plan of action if ICE stops you on the street, visits your home, or arrives at your business or place of employment. As a reminder, Portland Police does not cooperate with ICE, and they do not participate in enforcing federal immigration law. If you decide to protest or demonstrate, keep your efforts peaceful and consistent with the expectations for lawful behavior that we all share. If you deport all the criminals from Portland, there will be no one left in the city. This once again, this is not Portland, Oregon. This is Portland, Maine. This is the East Coast Portland. I do not know how criminally commie Portland, Maine is in comparison. Lewiston is also going to be a fucking war zone. You've driven through there, a shit ton of Somalians and welfare fraudsters and druggies. You saw a guy walking around with 2 dogs and a boa constrictor around his neck in broad daylight. Expect Lewiston, Maine live streams just like we saw last night in Minnesota. I don't know how many live streams there'll be of Maine, because I really feel like not enough people on either side are paying attention to Maine. Maine is like the forgotten redheaded stepchild of the fraud fucking states. But like whenever I read this shit, I think back to watching Castle Rock, and part of the plot point for the 2nd season, where they DEI'd the fuck out of everything, was that the Somalians moving into the small town were like usurping the like control of the local markets that the local people had for so long, and somehow this was supposed to be like you're supposed to sympathize and side with the Somalians and be like, oh, people are being so mean to the Somalians who are just trying to set up shops and do the right thing. Why are they so mean, those mean white people? Remember when Texas wanted to shore up border security and Biden shut them down by threatening to keep back federal funds? The Republicans folded like a cheap deck chair. Good times. Yeah, I vaguely remember that. Why does Portland and Augusta gotta be dumb? That's a great question. Next question. Dinocide, thank you for the freedom, Dono. You don't want a black pill, but there isn't much you can do besides go to work and tailgate the shenanigans. You can vote locally, but neocon boomers are spineless and Zoomers can't afford to run for office. That's why you gotta find someone, like, not just someone, but like people around you, right? If you live in a town, you're going to have people who have money that can fund a campaign. You're going to have people who are good at making marketing materials. You're going to have people who are good at writing speeches. You're going to have people who can actually make a public speech and be a figurehead, right? Everyone has different strengths and weaknesses. You just got to figure out what you can contribute in order to bring a campaign about that can replace a spineless do-nothing in your area, right? And it might be full with neocon boomers. It might be full with those, but if you can promise actual action on things that people want, you would have a much better chance than somebody who's been there for decades and has just done nothing. There will be a major battle in NYC. The Democratic Socialists of America, with Mamdani's help, are organizing at least 2K terrorists to attack ICE when they engage in operations. All funded, and this is a relaunch of another Summer of Love revolution attempt, and to affect the midterms. Oh, I'm sure it is. I would not doubt it. Your wife is trying to tell you that Castle Rock is like an amalgamation of multiple Stephen King stories, but she can't tell you what the actual hell that has to do with Somalians. It is an amalgamation, supposedly. It is an amalgamation of a bunch of multiple Stephen King stories. There's one chick, I think in the second season, who is basically nothing but a breathing reference to The Shining. Like, her name is a reference to The Shining, her job is a reference, the shit she writes about is a reference. Like, she is just a reference to The Shining. There's nothing else about her character except, hello, I am The Shining. But, like, it's really funny that it's all Somalians in Maine. It's really funny. It's extra funny that one of them happens to be a doctor. Kirsche, these people are obstructing legitimate investigations, meaning that they're aiding and abetting criminal activity and allowing people's hard-earned money to be stolen under their noses. Need to convey to people who may not understand how serious this is, just how serious this is. That's what I said earlier. I was like, what happened to aiding and abetting crime? Like, everyone who's trying to protect the criminals and is protesting against ICE is crazy. We need to support people who are trying to change that in any way, shape, or form. No more just wanting to grill. We're going to take back everything from them and leave them with little to nothing. And that's how it should be. Self-defeating by blackpilling is also what the commies want. Don't give in to that shit. You get it's easy to do nothing in life. Or, it's easy to do nothing, but nothing in life is worth doing that's easy. I still couldn't read that correctly. My brain is turning goopy already. Both should. You're inclined on blockading both cities yesterday. Promise what people want, and the idiots want for socialism, more progression, and more thieves, because a fox who isn't calculating that people are only brave after a person is still standing from the fires. What? I've been talking about that guy specifically saying that he lives in a neocon area, which means it's a red area, which means those aren't people wanting for socialism, but they might not understand what time it is. Portland, Maine is where Stephen King was born, true. Scariest story I could write about Maine. It gets colonized by Somalians, true. It's one of those things that being blackpilled doesn't really mean you're doing nothing. You're still trying, but mostly we're just waiting to do a whole bunch of stuff. Yeah, nothing happens all at once. Some stuff is a slow burn. Some stuff is a slow burn, unfortunately. You know, some of us very much wish for things to be faster, and in some cases it's just not possible. You also have to play the long game. Maine Wire once again, saying, the resistance is handing out these souvenir whistles ahead of potential ICE activity in Maine. And it's a little whistle that says ME Watch ICE. It looks kind of 3D printed. And then another one saying, here's the playbook on how agitators in Maine seek to interfere with ICE operations. And there's a little pamphlet that says, on the streets, whistle guide, community strategy. Alert neighbors to join, form a crowd, stay loud, witness ICE caravan from a safe distance without physically interfering. Stick with the group and call the Maine ICE Watch hotline at number to report ICE presence. Numbers equals safety and noise equals visibility. Whistle pattern 1, ICE is nearby. 3 short bursts. When ICE is spotted nearby, alert community by using pattern 1. Blow in short bursts of 3. Pre. Whistle pattern 2, code red, detention, 3 long blasts. When ICE is observed detaining someone, use pattern 2. Blow in 3 long blasts. Pre. Additional tips to help our community. Always carry your whistle. Always keep your rifle by your side. Teach family and neighbors the codes. Use it when it is safe, preferably with others in a crowd. Document, record, make sure no one is alone. Avoid physical interference and discourage violent agitators. Call the main Ice Watch hotline at number to report ice presence. Form a crowd. Stay loud. Remember that if these retards are in your area, you can blow these whistle codes to fuck with them. Also true. They're literally employing historical Nazi tactics with the whistles. That's funny. Battleizer, thank you. Invested in metals 10 years ago. Just use that as a down payment for a house. May take time and feel like not enough, but have patience. Melania! We didn't get into this commie shithole muck that we're in overnight. It has been like 60 to 70 years of propaganda that's gotten us here. It's not gonna be solved overnight. And trust me, I very much share the frustration with feeling that not enough is being done sometimes. You gotta have patience and you gotta get involved. Have to get involved in your local politics. Especially if you're somebody who's rational and wants to see things get better. Dinoside, thank you. A buddy is getting into the police force. Sadly, you have enough rabid leftist family members to make you a liability to any campaign you might get involved with. Fucking sucks, but you're right, Foxy. There's always hope. I mean, even if you have rabid leftist family members, I don't think that would make you a liability, right? If you have something you can contribute, even if that's like just spreading the word about a new candidate running, getting more people to understand the new candidate and their positions, that is still important to do, especially if you're running something from the ground up with no like funding from any kind of established like elite position, right? Like that, it's very important if you're running a grassroots thing to have people to just be able to talk about it. The whistles are dog whistling retardation. Makes you a pariah, but some pariahs are worth being. True and real. And then here's another one. Here's another one from Maine. Sheena Bellows said Donald Trump pulled $2 billion of federal funding for mental health and recovery resources. These are real people that will be affected by this and who will suffer. We need to be lifting up and helping our community, not cutting them off from the care that they deserve. Let me play this. Let me play this lady. Look at her fucking hairline. She looks like an alien.
All of us have friends, family members, neighbors who struggle with mental illness or substance use disorder or even homelessness at one point or another. That's why the services that support mental health resources and recovery are so incredibly important, and why it's incredibly wrong that the Trump administration overnight, with no notice, zeroed out over $2 billion of grants to more than 2,000 organizations all across this country, including right here in Maine. We need more resources for mental health.
We need more resources so we can keep funding the Jubaland militia. What do you mean you don't want to fund Somali militias?
And ending homelessness, not fewer. We need to stand up now here in our states to fill in the gap. And we need to hold the Trump administration accountable for federal responsibilities to our communities, to our friends, to our neighbors.
Imagine being so cucked you vote for that thing. You know, she gonna like lose the vote and then the alien's gonna break out of her skull like a South Park skit and just like start eating people in the audience. VSK, thank you. As someone that does a lot of 3D printing, you wonder what the legality would be to make a lot of whistles to hand out, but use a filament that causes skin irritation. Just a little bit of biowarfare. I would heavily advise to not do that. You do not get to dabble in a little bit of biowarfare as a treat. Don't do that. Jacob Joseph, thank you for the 2 months. You ran for New York's Assembly 12 years ago as a Republican and probably will again this year. Good fucking luck. If you have campaign materials, let me know. I can look at them and maybe show them off on stream. I don't live in New York, but I'm sure I have New Yorkers here. Very illegal chatter. We joke, but they're not just the Geneva suggestions. Jack Day, thank you for the member. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Ian Brune, thank you. This was over a century-long war. We're winning faster than should be possible. The tide turned back in the 90s. Literally just don't give up and you win. The only way for commies to win is if you give up. History Pastry Coffee, thank you for the 14 months. Remember that America is still significantly better off than the rest of the world. And we absolutely can come back from this. We just got work to do. We do. It is time for the strong men to try and create the good times once again. And I'm you. It's not the Geneva suggestions you gotta worry about. It's actual U.S. laws. Also that. As a man with the intelligence of a Kirsche, even you know that's fucking stupid and illegal. I want to see if I can find a main tab off of the back of looking at this one. I just closed the wrong tab. That's okay. That's okay. Because there was another main tab that I had about stuff that was supposed to go to like shooting victims. But that was also a scam. Here we go. It was this one. I'm assuming this is also next to the Steve Robinson tab. No, this is not next to the Steve Robinson tab, but I will find the Steve Robinson tab afterwards. Okay. So this was an article... Jesus Christ. I've had this article in my tab since October, brother. This is an October fucking tab. Lewiston victims say $1.9 million raised after a mass shooting was not used to help them. Former Governor Paul LePage says he's demanding transparency. Maine Senate Republicans are calling for an investigation. In Augusta, Maine, it's been almost 2 years since the mass shootings in Lewiston, which left 18 people dead and 13 others wounded. In the time after the shooting, the Maine Community Foundation said more than $6.6 million was raised, and almost $4.7 million was allocated to 162 victims, family members, and survivors. Now, victims and their loved ones are joining forces with former Governor Paul LePage to call for transparency and pointing to the Maine CF's Broad Recovery and Organizations Fund, which was established by Maine CF to run parallel to the Victims and Families Fund. They're also asking why $1.9 million was spent on local groups, some of which, they say, had no connection to victim support. Survivors and family members claim they were not made aware that the funds raised would be allocated to other groups. We trusted this foundation, and now, because they were not forthcoming about how the funds would be distributed, we all discovered our own needs were not prioritized, said Kelsey Hathaway, who lost her brother Max Hathaway during the shooting. It feels like our tragedy was just used to take advantage of people and their willingness to help the families in their time of need. More than a dozen survivors and family members wrote a letter to Maine CF's Chief Operating Officer, Michelle Rogers, expressing concern over the distribution of funds. They clearly communicated to us that 100% of the funds collected were going to the victims and families. Amy Sussman, the aunt of Max Hathaway, said she set up a meeting with Rogers. She invited someone who was shot in the Lewiston shootings. In email, Sussman shared with Maine's total coverage. Roger wrote to Sussman, "I was looking forward to meeting with you personally in response to your request to share your different perspective, with me as a new member to the Maine Community Foundation team. I was happy to meet with you privately as you requested, but you are now seeking to expand the meeting, because the purpose seems to have shifted in a different direction. I think it's best if we don't meet in person at this time." Maine Senate Republicans are calling for an investigation by the Government Oversight Committee into the distribution of these funds. Maine Community Foundation had no business redirecting these funds that donors believed would benefit those affected by the shootings to completely unrelated nonprofits. I hope the Government Oversight Committee will authorize an investigation into how these funds were allocated. Senate Minority Leader Trey Stewart, R. Arustuk, said in a press release, what a funny name. Victims and families should receive a full investigation into what was communicated by the foundation to them and all donors, why these unconnected groups received cash, and how it was spent. These families deserve answers. I want to know what the groups are, because they keep saying like completely unrelated nonprofits and like unconnected groups receiving cash, but who are these groups? I would like to know the names. In a letter written to Maine CF Chief Operating Officer Michelle Rogers last month, more than a dozen victims and survivors expressed concerns over the distribution of funds. Writing about a meeting victims and survivors had with MCF in November 2023 and learning how the money was going to be distributed. Writing in part, they clearly communicated to us that 100% of funds collected were going to victims and families. In a press conference in November 2023, outlined how the donations would be spent. We'll have a process that is transparent, victim-centered, and trauma-informed. Jeff Dion, executive director of the Mass Violence Survivors Fund, who worked with MCF, said in that press conference. Wait, Jeff Dion, isn't that fat guy that we just saw telling people, like, ICE has no business being in our city? That's a little goofy. That's a little fucking goofy, Mr. Jeff Dion. I thought the response in Maine and the work of the Maine Community Foundation was some of the best response that I've seen out of all the 31 incidents I've been involved in, Dion told Maine's Total Coverage last year. Dion helped establish the Lewiston-Auburn Area Response Fund alongside MCF. He said they used a rigorous vetting process to determine who would receive funding. The board awarded grants to 162 individuals, all of whom were either present during the shooting or heirs of the 18 people who were killed. Can I see recently closed tab? Is it this one? Yeah. Oh no, this is Mark Dion. Mark Dion, and the other one, I already forgot the other guy's name. Is Mark Dion related to the other Dion? Fuck, where is it? Oh god, I lost the tab. Hold on. Where are we? This one. Jeff Dion. Jeff Dion and Mark Dion. Are they related? Are they related? Is the question. I would like to see. I would like to see. Ancient tabs lost in the sand. Very much so. Very much so. Here's another tab I have on it from the Maine Wire. Relief fund money for Lewiston survivors steered to interlinked NGOs instead of victims. And this was published November 11th, 2025. That's a very interesting picture for people who have stolen money from funds for shooting victims. That's an interesting picture indeed. In the wake of the October 25th, 2023 mass shooting in Lewiston, thousands of Mainers and donors across the country collectively contributed more than $6.6 million to support victims, families, and the community. More than 2 years later, questions persist about where almost a third of those funds have gone. The Maine Community Foundation, MCF, was identified as the primary organization to collect and distribute the relief funds, which were promoted as a way to directly help those most affected by the tragedy. Its distribution of this money is what has led many to wonder aloud why a portion of the funds was sent to seemingly unrelated groups. NGOs interlinked, imagine. Financial records show that $4.7 million was eventually distributed to survivors and to the families of the deceased. However, approximately $1.9 million of the total went to non-profit organizations, rather than directly to the victims. The decision to divide the funds in this way has raised questions from community members, survivors, and former state officials regarding transparency and oversight of the distribution process. The nonprofit portion of the funding was directed by a steering committee assembled as part of the recovery effort. The committee included leadership from United Way of Androscoggin County, Gateway Community Services Maine. Isn't Gateway Community Services the one that was ran by that one guy? I want to double check before I assert it, right? I don't like saying something that's wrong. So let me just make sure. Yep. It is the main care fraud that we've been talking about. So, Lewiston-based business facing federal fraud charges tied to improper main care billing. One of the companies was cited in order to repay $414,000 in 2017. And this is the one that was headed by the guy who was using resources. Yeah, the Albdi, whatever the fuck. This was the guy. I don't know if that was specifically the guy, but he was working with the guy that was sending money to Jubaland. This was the Jubaland main care fraud. So Gateway Community Services Maine involved in this as well. And then the Somali Bantu Community Association. What the fuck? And Tree Street Youth. Each of these organizations later received more than $65,000 in relief funds. Although MCF publicly stated that part of the donation pool was intended to support long-term community recovery, the foundation has not provided detailed explanations of how potential conflicts of interest were identified or addressed during the allocation process. Survivors and family members have said that they believed the relief donations would primarily, and in some cases exclusively, support those directly harmed by the shooting. How is the Somali Bantu Community Association related to the Lewiston shooting victims? Gateway Community Services Maine received more than $65,000 in addition to $42,000 it had already received from MCF earlier in 2023. The organization's affiliated for-profit division has been involved in a reimbursement dispute with the Maine Department of Health and Human Services concerning more than $700,000 in questioned Maine care billing. The Somali Bantu Community Association also received more than $65,000. Tax filings show payments from the organization to family members of its co-founder, and the group holds multiple state-funded service contracts. This Maine Wire reporter visited location on Monday, seeking comment on how the funds were used. I was told that the staff accountant would be in contact, and the Maine Wire has not heard back. I expect they will never hear back. United Way of Androscoggin County was awarded more than $65,000 from the relief pool, while also receiving $312,593 in donor-restricted contributions specifically designated for the Lewiston shooting response. Records indicate that a substantial portion of these Lewiston designated funds remained undistributed as of late 2024. Some survivors stated they have not been contacted by the organization regarding support services. Tree Street Youth received more than $65,000, in addition to the more than $1 million it receives annually through government grant funding. When the nonprofit awards were announced, Tree Street Youth Director Julia Sleeper, she's a sleeper agent, said, "These organizations are crucial to the fabric of our community and to the recovery process." Yeah, I bet they are crucial to the fabric of your community because you just condone all the fraud happening, I suppose. The average American could pay more attention, but it's not fair to put all the blame on apathy. True. Apathy has a large part to do with it, though, because a lot of people do just want to be left alone, and I understand that mentality. And just like understanding that you're not going to be left alone doesn't mean you have to harp on things day in and day out, right? You could just kind of acknowledge shit that's going on and not give like money and attention to people that want you fucking dead. It's a very simple thing to do. Paraphrasing some uncle advice. See, with a business, you need to sell something, but with a scam, you can sell nothing. Like all those streamer stuff we watched earlier. However, several survivors and affected family members reported that they did not recall receiving outreach or services from the group following the shooting. The Maine Wire also visited this organization on Monday and was told the CEO would respond to our questions. We did not hear back prior to publication. Two other organizations, the AK Collaborative and Generational Noor, each received awards of more than $65,000 as well. Public filings do not show state charitable registrations for either group, and both appear to have had limited ongoing operations after receiving the funds. The AK Collaborative's online presence ceased activity in 2024, while Generational Noor relocated its office into the same location as Gateway Community Services. Well, that's not suspicious at all. That's not suspicious. And also, wow, this nonprofit decided to cease doing work after scamming some money. Wow. The Maine Community Foundation has directed inquiries to its general public reporting and previous statements, but it has not released additional documentation addressing how committee members participated in allocation decisions related to their own organizations. Former Maine Governor Paul LePage has publicly questioned how the $1.9 million in nonprofit-directed funds was allocated. LePage has sought a clearer accounting of how the organizations were selected, what criteria were used to determine funding levels, and what oversight was conducted after the awards were made. Victims and families should receive a full investigation into what was communicated both to them and donors by the foundation, why these unconnected groups received cash, and how it was spent. These families deserve answers. I have a feeling this investigation is probably going to turn up some similar lavish lifestyle shit to the fraud in Minnesota and the large-scale fraud of Black Lives Matter. You know, these people are scumfucks, but how long before going to print did these journos ask for comment? 15 minutes like Vice? I've been reading a lot of the main wire reporting, and I can't imagine that it's a very short situation like this. I can't imagine it was like, hey, we're gonna give you 15 minutes to respond before posting it. I generally trust, based on what I've read, the people who have been writing for Mainwire. It's like a local journalist kind of thing. You can't watch me on Twitch for some reason. What the hell? That's weird. That's weird. Libertus Primus, thank you for the 8-month member. Thank you. Love you, Foxu. Hope you're good, or at least trying to, with all the horrid stuff going on. I'm doing my best. GS Wolfwood, thank you. They're vetting free cash for me, not for you. True. Have there been any update about the black kid who stabbed the white kid in the chest at the track meet? Not that I know of. I think there's something set for, like, what, June? I think it's, like, June that there's gonna be, like, a trial or some shit. Very laggy for some reason? That's weird. Who would have thought that the propaganda being pushed in co-opted video game franchises would lead to you noticing the BS that's been going on in your country for decades? It is a wild ride. It is wild. Jennifer Zanka, who was shot in the arm during the shooting, said she learned that nonprofits received more funding than she did, while she faced an unpaid $93,000 hospital bill that her insurance denied. Why would insurance deny a hospital bill after you got shot in the fucking arm? What is even the point of paying for insurance at this point? I'm torn between gratitude for the support and then angered when I was facing a $93,000 outstanding hospital bill that was denied by insurance, Azanka said. Survivors and families have stressed that they are not asking for funds to be retracted from organizations at this time. I feel like they should. Instead, they say they're seeking clarity about how the relief funds were managed, whether donor intent was followed, and whether the steering committee's process included sufficient safeguards to prevent conflicts of interest. I don't even think this is like a conflict of interest. I think this is just straight up, again, more fraud based on everything we know. The central issue for many remains whether the distribution of nearly $2 million in nonprofit support aligned with the expectations of donors who believed they were contributing directly to victim recovery. Families and survivors continue to call for greater transparency, including a detailed record of how each nonprofit used the funds it received and what specific services were delivered as a result. For many of those most closely affected, the relief fund represents not only financial support, but a symbol of public faith in the recovery's process. As long as questions remain about how the funds were distributed and why certain organizations were selected, survivors say the recovery effort remains incomplete. Man. Man. It's all so tiresome. It's all so tiresome. It went for leering centers for Somalis. It's what it's looking like. It's looking like leering centers, man. Leering centers all up in here. Let me see. Because I had one more tab of the guy talking about it. The Robinson guy. Let me see. This one. And this, I think, it was a more recent tab. This wasn't back from October or November. Yeah, this was January 12th. It was January 12th. Somali NGOs ransacked the money for Lewiston shooting victims. We reported this a year ago via the main wire. It's so messed up that national media are reaching out because they can't believe it. And it's 100% true. And let's see, they link a Substack here. Mainwire's based, the soy-filled Maine subreddit routinely seethes over articles from them. I can only imagine. So this was December 19th, 2025. Maine Foundation let steering committees steer Lewiston shooting donations to their own NGOs. An investigation by the Robinson Report suggests migrant NGOs with no connection to the Lewiston shooting victims were allowed to raid funds raised in the names of the shooting victims. In the wake of the October 25th, 2023 Lewiston shooting, Governor Janet Mills promoted the Maine Community Foundation as the trustworthy conduit for giving to the victims of Maine's deadliest mass murder. After accepting $6.6 million in donations made for the benefit of the victims' families and survivors, the MCF distributed just $4.7 million to those individuals. The remaining 1.9 million went to NGOs, many of them politically connected and many of them involved in the nebulous world of migrant services. Most of those nonprofits have no connection to the victims' families or the survivors. Few of them can point to anything done with the money for the benefit of the victims, families, or the survivors. However, several of the nonprofits had directors who were on the MCF steering committee, the committee that allocated the donations. Wow, what a conflict of interest! In other words, roughly 1/3 of the money raised in the names of the Lewiston shooting victims was under the control of NGOs that saw no conflict or ethical concern with steering that money into their own bank accounts. Well, I mean, they're Somalis. They're foreigners here not to be Americans. They're here to raid America and send money back to Somalia. Immigrants that come here and want to be American, good, great, they can come, they should come. Immigrants coming here to defraud our systems and steal money, especially money meant for shooting victims, why are they not being deported? Sonic Extreme, thank you. When will you leer? When will you leer that your actions have consequences? The 50k ice sign-up bonus making a lot of investment to protect from millions of theft boys? Yeah, exactly. Some of the nonprofits no longer exist, or maybe never existed, or have since been mirrored in scandals involving taxpayer funds, like Gateway Community Services. Neither the MCF nor the NGOs who took the money will answer questions about what criteria the MCF's so-called steering committee used for broad area recovery. That was broad area recovery by sending the money to Somalia. And whether MCF performed any due diligence on the groups prior to giving them donor money meant to help victims of a mass shooting. The NGOs ignored our inquiries for months. MCF responded with a link to the website where they posted corporate boilerplate in response to community outrage. The foundation did not address our specific questions about why members of the steering committee were permitted to steer money raised in the names of Lewiston shooting victims into their own organizations. Is this related?
In the aftermath of the October 25th,
oh my God, that's an hour long.
mass shooting.
Okay. As part of this investigation, we interviewed Amy Sussman, the aunt of Max Hathaway, one of the 18 victims killed in the Lewiston mass shooting. Sussman has been advocating for the survivors and their families and attempting, for more than 2 years, to get an explanation from the MCF as to how the large-scale misuse of donor funds could have happened on their watch. The fact that this woman has had to do this for 2 years to try and get any answers, and there basically are none besides lol Somalians stole your money, is really outrageous. Like, no one in local government would help this woman? Are they all complicit with it? Like, what the fuck are you supposed to do in this woman's position, right? Like, who do you turn to? I can only imagine what she feels like. We also talked with 3 survivors, Ben Dyer, Jennifer Zanka, and Destiny Johnson, as well as Hathaway's older sister, Kelsey. Together, their stories raise serious and lingering questions about how one of Maine's largest and most trusted charitable organizations diverted nearly $2 million to organizations with no ties to the recovery of survivors and victims' families. Who took the money and how? According to the MCF's website, the steering committee included the following nonprofit heads: Jolene Bedard, United Way of Androscoggin County; Nathan Davis, Gateway Community Services Maine, that's the large one implicated with like all the Jubbaland bullshit; Muhyiddin Libah, Somali Bantu Community Association; and Julia Sleeper from Tree Street Youth. Bedard, Davis, Libah, and Sleeper's NGOs all received $65,000 from the Lewiston shooting fundraising money, far more than the majority of victims received. And see, what's interesting here is that the other article said that it was like at least 65,000. Because if it's just these 4, and these 4 received like 65,000, that doesn't add up to 1.9 million. So where the fuck is the rest of the money? It doesn't just evaporate. Where the fuck did that go? What's not on the books here, actually? From the Lewiston shooting fundraising money, far more than the majority of victims received, including Maine residents who were shot. These NGO heads also appear to have steered donation money into groups with which they have prior affiliations, share office space, or have partnered with for prior activities. There is no evidence of a standard conflict of interest policy. What follows is a profile of the organizations that got their hands on Lewiston shooting money, beginning with the 4 organizations that were also on the steering committee. Full list is here. I wonder how big this list is. Oh no. Maine Community Foundation has removed the page. Oh no. How could they do this? How could the MCF remove all of the other organization names? Imagine. For the love of God, no more Star Wars names! At this point, it might be faster to see who isn't stealing money. This is just absurd. Like, how do you see survivors of a shooting who actually got shot, and you say, you know what? I take this money. This money mine, no yours. You got shot. You have some money. I have more money than you. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? This is actually just fucking enraging. And I know everyone's focusing on Minnesota and the Somali fraud there, but fuck, I wish more people would look at Maine. It just feels like there's not enough Maine coverage, especially on Twitter. Sept, thank you, my guy. Keep up the good work, Foxu News. You don't know how I'm able to keep doing what I do with all the horrendous stuff, but thank you. Make the awful news slightly more palatable. Because it's like, if you read, like, horrible news day in, day out by yourself, it's easy to black pill. But when you have people to bounce off of and people to, like, encourage to do something, you know, it feels much less bleak, as it were. I didn't get shot, so I get the reward. Their culture's not compatible with ours, and they need to go to prison and then get thrown back where they belong. Fucking true and real. This is insane to read. Gateway Community Services, through their 501c3 arm, applied for and was awarded more than $65,000 in money raised following the Lewiston shooting. Like many of the organizations MCF handed donor money to, Gateway had barely any fundraising or activity in the preceding years. In 2019, for example, the organization took in just $136K in donations. In 2023, around the same time, Gateway hired Rep. Adeka Delac, a Democrat, South Portland. On both the nonprofit and the for-profit side, Gateway's Form 990 shows the organization raising more than $1.5 million, with roughly 86% of that coming from taxpayer money. How? Where did that come from? Raising it from where? That's like the victim of fires in California, like 25% of the money raised went to the victims, then Democrats took more than that for the party. Yeah, it's grotesque. It's absolutely grotesque. Why would an organization with 7-figure government grants, $5 million in main care revenue, and a board member in the state legislature need to put its hand out for Lewiston shooting donations? Because these are people here to defraud Americans. They don't care about you, they care about enriching themselves. They are here to steal. And given what allegations of fraud leveled against Gateway by a former employee, what confidence can we have that those donations were used appropriately? None at all. I would love for these people to continue investigating. I need to see what kind of, like, lavish shit besides funding militias in Jubaland and Somalia were happening. I almost said Somaliland, but that's actually the name of somewhere over there. I don't want to get that confused. I want to see exactly how this shit was being spent. We need to investigate the individuals, man. Raising additional questions about MCF's decision-making is the fact that organizations had already given Gateway's 501c3 arm $42,000 in 2023, according to the group's audit for that year. So the company already implicated in main care scamming to send money to Somalia first got money from the shooting victims in 2023 and then double dipped and got a second payment. Kind of fucking wild, bro. It's so brazen. Gateway is run by Somali American Abduali Ali. Okay, so that is the guy's name. That is the Jubaland warlord guy. Okay. I can't remember Star Wars names, chat. It's even harder for me to remember those than regular names. Who has seen a meteoric rise among Maine Democrats as a mascot and gatekeeper for the refugee community. I'm sure Democrats love him because it helps them commit more fraud. Ali's taxpayer-funded migrant services business has made national headlines in recent weeks, in part because he received millions of taxpayer dollars before fleeing to Africa to lead a militia against Jubaland President Ahmed Madobe. Also, when we were talking about all the Jubaland shit, someone in Jubaland reported on the fraud that this guy was doing in order to fund militia in Jubaland. And then the Abduali Ali and some of his supporters in Maine started issuing, like, assassination requests They're like trying to intimidate the journalist reporting on this in Jubaland by claiming that if they keep reporting on this, they will be killed. So I mean, like, what? What are we even doing here? Mascot, like his name is Jubsy? I mean... In other words, money raised for the victims of Maine's worst mass shooting went to a non-profit run by a guy who less than a year later was rolling around Somalia with a paramilitary outfit sporting AK-47s, munitions he claims to have paid for with money raised in America. Here's a video of Ali, the recipient of multiple grants for more than $65,000 from the Maine Community Foundation, strolling through southern Somalia flanked by soldiers with fully automatic weapons. Big Ali of Jubby Wubby. So it's like, you know, what the fuck is happening? Once again, the fraud in Minnesota, very important, needs to be taken care of. Somalians in Minnesota need to get fucking deported. We need to have people like Tim Waltz, like Mayor Frey, like anyone else in any kind of public government position that knew what the fuck was going on. There need to be repercussions for those people. But come the fuck on, someone please look at Maine. There's literally propaganda videos with people running for positions of power in Somalia on American taxpayer dollars after committing fraud. Come on, please! Look at Maine! I beg! You really hope Trump holds both the Somalian and Somaliland governments accountable and tells them to either pay back every penny or they stole, or will invade them and take it all back. That money's gone, brother man. Like, they've stolen more than the GDP of Somalia. Like, unless we can somehow, like, the politicians that were complicit in this, right? People like Frey, people like Waltz, people like whoever the fuck I've forgotten their names in Maine. If we can, like, garnish their wages for the rest of their lives in order to claw back some of the money that, like, their pets have stolen here, that's, like, the only way I can think of getting any of that money back. And I don't even know if you can do that legally. They've stolen more than the GDP of Canada. Garnish, just take everything. That's true. Garnish the wages, take things that they own to try and get some of it back. I don't know. All assets liquidated and imprisoned. That'd be great. I don't know if you can legally take, like, Frey or Waltz's shit based on all this fraud, but I would like that. I would like if we could. What if we just say, oops, looks like the Somalis stole all our debt. It's theirs now, sorry! Again, the MCF had no comment. Somali Bantu Community Association. Muhyiddin Labah, the co-founder of the Somali Bantu Community Association, was also tapped by MCF to sit on the Lewiston Shooting Fund Steering Committee and was allowed to steer more than $65,000 to his own organization. According to the organization's 2023 Form 990, SBCA is a family affair. The tax document shows Labah paid a family member, Fadumo Labah, $21,551 for quote-unquote various business transactions, and doled out another $38,559 to family member Hawa Dakane for work as a quote-unquote women's community advocate. In addition to money raised for victims of the Lewiston mass shooting, the SBCA has also received numerous contracts for services under the administration of Governor Janet Mills, according to the state contract records. Most recently, the organization was awarded more than $31K to support Liberation Farms, a taxpayer-funded halal farm, and to recruit Maine residents to apply for EBT cards. First of all, why do you need an initiative to recruit Maine residents to apply for EBT cards? That seems rather fucking ridiculous, first of all. Second of all, why is there a taxpayer-funded halal farm in fucking Maine? What are we doing here? Drewby, thank you for the 17 months. Just checking in. Hope you're staying warm. I'm warm as fuck, brother. Actually, my feet are kind of cold, but I'm trying to be warm. Why is it tax funded? Great question. Same question as some of those places in that Curious Joel place. Legion, thank you for the 2 months. Thank you. Can we get another asteroid? Time check. I'm in the middle of an article. No. United Way of Androscoggin County. Of the steering committee participants that MCF allowed to steer Lewiston shooting donations to their own nonprofits, the United Way of Androscoggin is the most well-established organization. Steering committee member Jolene Bedard also serves as the principal officer of UWAC, a position for which she was compensated $154,243 in 2024, according to the organization's tax filings. The tax filing shows that most of UWAC's fundraising this year was redistributed to other nonprofits, including the migrant shelter Tedford Housing in Brunswick and the Migrant Resettlement Agency Catholic Charities. What does migrant resettlement work have to do with the Lewiston shooting victims? I am so fucking glad that New Hampshire is going to be posing a bill to get rid of the Office of Migrant Resettlement. That doesn't need to be a thing. It should not be a thing. Why did so many migrant NGOs take the money when all of the victims were white Americans? Well, it's simple. You can hate white Americans. Again, no answers to these questions were forthcoming. In addition to the $65,000 collected from the Lewiston shooting victims' donations, UWAC itself received donations intended to support shooting victims. The UWAC said in a 2023 Community Impact Report that it received $312,593 in donor-restricted contributions, specifically tied to the Lewiston mass shooting donations. Why did UWAC need more money if they were already sitting on more than $300K? That's a great question. If it received over $300,000 in donor-restricted contributions, why did it receive more on top of that? That's way more than the victims had been receiving. Why is a migrant resettlement area getting directed donor-restricted contribution money that's meant to go to victims who are apparently all white Americans? Everything just makes so much sense when you realize they just hate white people. That's crazy. The same report filed in 2024 shows that the fund still had $224,483, meaning UWAC had distributed just $88,110 from the fund as of December 31st, 2024. The impact report does not indicate how the Lewiston mass shooting donations money was spent, and the initiatives described in the report do not appear to be connected to Lewiston shooting victims. In that same time frame, victim family members and survivors incurred debts, in some cases close to $100,000, for medical procedures, therapy, and other costs stemming directly from the shooting. None of the survivors or family members of victims recalled any interactions with staff from UWAC. However, the UWAC did take a lead role in organizing the October 25th commemoration event at the Coliseum on the one-year anniversary of the shooting. Oh, look at that. That's okay that they got hundreds of thousands of dollars then. They did a commemoration event a year later. Tree Street Youth. Julia Sleeper, the principal officer of Tree Street Youth, was the fourth member of the Maine Community Foundation Steering Committee that somehow managed to steer Lewiston shooting donations into her own organization. The 501c3 nonprofit runs a Howe Street facility for at-risk youths, but it's unclear what, if any, services it provided specifically to support survivors of the mass shooting or the family members of victims. According to tax filings, Sleeper drew a modest $82,000 salary in 2023. In addition to receiving more than $1 million in government grants in 2023, Tree Street Youth has also received six-figure contracts from the Mills administration to work with quote-unquote justice-involved youth. Hey! We learned about this new terminology. We learned that they would be shifting to justice-involved persons. I can't believe they're employing that so soon. That's crazy. The people of crime, chat. It's really wondrous when we see like the blueprint for the talking points and then how quickly those are rolled out. I don't remember what stream I did where we first found out about that terminology, but it was pretty fucking crazy. The leftist euphemism for teenagers who have been arrested for shootings, burglaries, or other crimes that used to involve a stint in quote-unquote juvie. When MCF announced the NGO grants, Sleeper was quoted as saying, "These organizations are crucial to the fabric of our community and to the recovery process. According to the foundation, the Tree Street youth used the funding to provide services like mental health support, trauma response, and wellness education for those affected, including survivors present at the shooting sites or experiencing psychological trauma. The 3 shooting victims and 1 family member of a survivor who spoke with the Robinson Report could not recall any interactions with Tree Street youth. Why you always lying? Fun fact, totally unrelated to the MCF's activities, in 2022, Tree Street youth sold one of their House Street parcels, 143 House Street, to Young Yen Tsai, aka Jason Tsai of Green Future LLC, a now defunct company that operated a sprawling network of black market cannabis cultivation sites across Maine. There's no indication that the nonprofit had any awareness of what the Green Future gang was intending to do in Maine, but what a twist! That is a fun fact! Here are some other NGOs that got Lewiston shooting money. The following organizations received donation money from the MCF, but were not themselves on the steering committee. We're only listing the NGOs whose financial donations or political connections raised the kind of red flags that might pop up had the steering committee performed due diligence on the organizations. Most of these organizations are left-wing migrant advocacy groups or groups that advocate for the perpetrators of crimes. That is an interesting fucking spider web, isn't it? The AK Collaborative, take for example the AK Collaborative, which also received more than $65,000 from the MCF. The organization does not appear to exist anymore, and there's scant evidence that the organization was ever anything more than a Facebook page and a basic website. It's kind of like the daycare scams, ain't it? The Facebook page for the group was abandoned in 2024, shortly after the Lewiston shooting funds were distributed, and the website listed on that page, freshstart.me, no longer exists. The site, akcollaborative.org, also doesn't exist anymore. An archived version of the former website shows an image of what appears to be Lewiston community members, along with the Secretary of State, Shanna Bellows, and Lewiston Mayor, Carl Shaleen. So when are we going to investigate these 2 people if they appear to be working closely with people who are apparently committing fraud? When investigations? Also, if I look at this picture, how the fuck did they get Flava Flav out of retirement, and why is he wearing a funny little hat instead of a clock? What's going on here? Probably in the next Never. I don't want to download that picture. I almost hit that thinking it was the X. Another image archive from the defunct website shows a host of Androscoggin County Democrats gathered with community members outside of Masjidu Salam, the largest Sunni mosque in Lewiston. What an odd thing. What an odd thing for Maine. Maine state records show no group under the name Fresh Start or AK Collaborative has ever been registered to receive charitable funds. IRS records show no 501c3 filings for a group under either name. No Form 990 or state registration documents could be found for AK Collaborative. It's unclear exactly who MCF sent money. So what you're saying is that as a Somali migrant, you can just make a Facebook page, apply for charitable donations that should be going to shooting victims, and no one will even check if you're actually a real organization. They'll just give you thousands of dollars. That's fucking crazy. That's fucking crazy. We just don't know. It's free real estate. The group appears to be related to AK Health and Social Services. Wow, more healthcare scams in Maine. I'm so shocked. A group that has received more than $1 million in taxpayer-funded contracts under the Mills administration, according to state contract records. Those contract documents list the business address as the headquarters of the United Somali Women of Maine, another migrant group that got Lewiston shooting fundraiser money. The taxpayer funding AK Health and Social Services has received from the Mills administration has paid for, among other things, the image rights for local imams to make videos encouraging Muslims to get COVID-19 vaccines. I can't tell who's screwing who anymore, man. What the fuck? The videos for which Maine taxpayers shelled out more than $8,000 directly to imams could not be found. It's like, hey imams, you want to get massive taxpayer payouts? How about you just make like a little COVID-19 vaccine TikTok? How about you just do that, buddy man? Good lord, what is this? Name of line item, amount, detail. I can't fucking read this. Open image in new tab. This one's highlighted. This is consultants other provide detailed information. AKHSS is contracting with the 2 imams from Lewiston Auburn mosques to record videos, hold virtual events, and use the mosque gatherings to educate community members on the importance of the COVID-19 vaccine. The imams will be compensated based on the services they provide. For instance, the time it takes to record a video, their image rights, etc. We believe that they are the voice that communities we serve listen to, and will give our goal of boosting vaccination rates a boost. If you had told me 10 years ago that I would be reading an excerpt about Maine that says, we believe that imams are a voice that communities we serve listen to, I'd be like, you're fucking out of your gourd. What do you mean, imams in Maine? I mean, Maine's like a 95% white state. What the fuck do you mean by this? AK Health is to make sure their AKs are able to create more shooting victims. A battleizer, thank you. That's easy. We're all being screwed. I guess so. Contract with the 2 imams from Lewiston and Auburn mosques and Masjid al-Assam. AKSS will pay 1 quarterly flat fee of $1,379.33 to each sheikh or imam for the first 3 months of the contract, which we believe is crucial to our work of reducing community-wide hesitancy rates. What the hell? What the hell? It's really that simple? Then we absolutely deserve the dumpster fire we've gotten for years, but at the same time, why the fuck isn't this better gating on all this shit? That's a great question. Based on open source business registrations and filings, AK Health and Social Services is currently registered to Abid Kadar Shiri as a non-profit entity located at 11 Westminster Street, Lewiston, Maine. Generational Noor also appears to be defunct. No corporate records exist for the registration of such an entity, and no such entity is registered to solicit charitable funds in Maine. At the time MCF gave the organization $65,000 in donor money, it had existed as a social media page and a donate website for less than 2 years. Almost immediately after receiving the donor money, Generational Noor's Instagram account posted that it was opening an office on Canal Street, an address that just happens to be the Lewiston office of Gateway Community Services. The group's website currently lists no upcoming events, no past events more recent than 2024. How is so much money being given to organizations that don't even exist? Like, where? I can't even ask where the oversight is, because obviously this is by design. It's by design that this is happening and is allowed to continue. Amran Osman, a Somali immigrant who started the organization, claimed in a 2023 News Center Maine interview that the purpose of the group was to mitigate opioid abuse within Lewiston's Arabic-speaking population. Opioid abuse is a white people problem. They're culturally appropriating our addictions. Oversight? What oversight exactly? Although the Generational Noor website is still soliciting donations, there is no record of the group ever registering as a charitable solicitor with the state or as a 501c3 charitable organization with the IRS. Maine corporate records do not include any registered organizations under that name. As with the AK Collaborative, it's not clear who exactly the MSCF gave money. That's so fucking wild to me, bro. Yeah, they use cat. To be fair, it was a Chinese problem a while back. That's true, it was a Chinese problem. The New Mainers Public Health Initiative is an ethnic-based nonprofit in Lewiston, Maine, serving immigrant and refugee youth and families through health education, preventative measures, community health worker training, and programs addressing cancer awareness, women's health, developmental disorders, and healthcare careers. The NMPHI is co-founded by Abdul Karim Saeed and Hibo Omer, registered to 276 Lisbon Street in Lewiston, Maine. Of note, Mrs. Hibo Omer is listed as the registered agent of New Americans Partnership for Health, located at 40 Weaver Street in Auburn, Maine. Co-located in registration at 40 Weaver Street, Auburn, Maine, is New American Consultants LLC, registered to Abdul Karim Saeed. This address appears to be a single-family residential home. The new Mainers Public Health Initiative appears to provide 2 addresses in Lewiston, 124 Lisbon and 276 Lisbon, depicted below in Lewiston, Maine. It's not clear how these groups are related to each other or to the shooting survivors, but NMPHI has received multiple 6-figure contracts from the Mills administration, including a $529,942 contract in April of 2025. God damn. Jen Jacko, thank you. Sorry, Foxu, you're late. You'll use your time machine to learn the cursed knowledge. Thank you. Carl Legat, thank you for the hi, Kirsche. Probably not. Created just months before the Lewiston shooting occurred, Empowered Immigrant Women Unite nonetheless was judged a trustworthy steward of donor money. Its mission is to foster resilience, independence, and a strong sense of sisterhood among immigrant women. According to publicly available tax documents, the organization took in just $172,289 in 2024. Almost all of its expenses went towards salaries, including for CEO Chokri Mohammed. Public records show that Mohammed operates the nonprofit out of an office space she shares with a main care agency she also controls. Wow. Wow, who could have seen that coming? A nonprofit founded in 2008 in Portland, Maine, with a hub in Lewiston, the organization Maine Inside Out uses theater to help prisoners. Okay, all right. According to a biography on the group's website, co-executive director Joseph Jackson was convicted of manslaughter in 1995 and spent 19 years in the Maine Department of Corrections. His master's thesis, Black in Maine, was released in 2016, further showcasing his commitment to social justice and advocacy. Shouldn't that raise alarm bells if it's like a murderer who's writing about social justice advocacy? Shouldn't that raise some like fucking alarm bells somewhere? One of Maine Inside Out's most well-known alums is doubtlessly Marcel LaGrange Jr. Months before the Lewiston shooting, LaGrange was arrested and charged for shooting 2 Westbrook residents in front of their young children. What the fuck? What the fuck am I reading? What the fuck? I don't live in Maine, so I don't know about all of these like local murderers, right? Because they obviously don't get national news. But I think it's really funny that they're talking about murderers doing fucking non-profit shit and writing about social justice and advocacy. And in my brain, hold on, I have to see what percentage population of Maine is white 2025. Yeah, as of 2025, the white population in Maine is estimated to be around 91.34%. So it's a bit down from the 95% it used to be. But that's still kind of fucking funny. Criminals doing criminal reform and being role models can happen, and you applaud them, but this ain't it. I know you murdered your entire family and are upset about being in prison. Please watch this play put on by my community college theater kids. Peak Clown World. Absolutely wild. The Maine Prisoner Advocacy Coalition. In another small world coincidence, Joseph Jackson is the executive director of the Maine Prisoner Advocacy Coalition too. Hold on. According to a biography on the Maine Inside Out website, co-executive director Joseph Jackson was convicted of manslaughter in 1995 and spent 19 years in the Maine Department of Correction. In another small world coincidence, Joseph Jackson is also the executive director of the Maine Prisoner Advocacy Coalition. If I speak, I will be cancelled. Another group that took Lewiston shooting money. Imagine! This guy murders someone, spends 19 years in jail, and then just takes money meant for shooting victims. What the fuck? The shooting victims who are all white, also, duly noted. According to publicly available tax documents, Jackson earned $76,022 from Maine Inside Out and $58,741 from Maine Prisoner Advocacy Coalition in 2024. This man's pulling six figures. What makes Jackson such an ideal recipient of money raised in the names of Lewiston shooting victims and survivors so ideal that not one, but two of his groups earned $65,000 plus grants? In 1995, Jackson, along with co-defendant Jeremiah Moore, was involved in the fatal shooting of a man identified in court records as Rodriguez, a known cocaine dealer in Lewiston, Maine. I need, hold on a second. Hold on. What percentage of Maine was white in 1995? There's no way, hold on. AI, you're lying to me. The racial breakdown of Maine. This is Maine population outlook? No. I need to know what it was in 1995. Because this says it was 73% in 1995, and I just don't believe that. I do not believe that. There's no way it was 75 or 73% in 1995 and is now up to 91%. That doesn't make any sense. All this reads like a poorly written 80s movie. It does. It does. I need to find USA facts. Our changing population, Maine, okay? We need Maine, no county. I want year 1995. Just 1995. That's what I want. It's like a little interactive website here. How has the population changed in Maine? 1995 to 1996. Okay, all right. Population change. How many people live in Maine? How has Maine's population changed? Racial makeup of Maine. Here we go. All right. Close this. In Maine, in 1996, Maine was more diverse than it was in 1995. In 1996, the white non-Hispanic group made up 97.7%, compared with 97.8% in 1995. That's really wild. That's really wild. They're like, it's more diverse. Between 1995 and 96, the share of population that is Hispanic Latino grew the most, increasing 0.1 percentage points to 0.6%. The white non-Hispanic population had the largest decrease, dropping 0.1 percentage points to 97.7%. Can someone explain to me? Hold on, I gotta go back and find where this article I was reading was. I don't even know where I was in the tabs. Fuck. What was I reading? I was reading an article. Oh god. I opened two tabs, so I can't just bounce back to the old one. So it was 97.8%. Let me type in fucking shooting so I can get back to that tab. Here we go. This tab. So in 1995, 97%. I can't remember the percentage point. 97%. How in 1995, in a 97% white state, did we get 2 black men shooting a Hispanic man? And the Hispanic man was a known cocaine dealer. Can someone explain this to me? How did this happen? Man? That's actually ridiculously silly. That's so silly. What are the odds? Through the power of stereotypes. Let me just look up Jeremiah Moore just in case, because Jeremiah could be a white dude, so I could be wrong. Maybe it's only one black man. Let's fucking just look this up really quick. Jeremiah Moore, 1995, Maine shooting. Give me a picture of this man. Images. Homicide Watch. Chicago. No, that's Chicago. Why are you giving me Homicide Watch Chicago? All right. Newspaper. Maybe this one? Because it was in 1996, so like it's not gonna be like an online article about it, right? Start your free trial for the newspaper archive. Fuck you, dumb whore. Jeremiah, lots of black guys with that name too. Yeah, I mean, I was assuming, right? But I wanted to see if I could find a picture to confirm. But it doesn't look like that's going to be possible. Doesn't look like that might be possible here, unfortunately. Yeah, doesn't look like I could find it, but we'll say one confirmed black man, one ambiguous possible black man. So how did that happen in a fucking 97.8% white state? That's wild. Homicide Watch Chicago, aka just looking out the window. That is fucking hilarious. In our full interview, Amy Sussman explains her interactions with the Maine Community Foundation, the representations they've made to the survivors, and how their company line about the NGO money has changed over time.
In the aftermath of the
And this is 48 minutes long, so I can't... It's hard to believe that Maine has become such a tangled web of blatant corruption, but here we are. It's actually wild. Everyone knows Jeremiah was a bullfrog. He was a murder tourist. I didn't think we had murder tourism in the United States. I'll post the Substack here. We gotta redirect from my Twitter. Whatever, man. Currently eating Betta cheddar sausages with Hamburger buns. I've not had the Betta cheddar sausages. Really quick, I suppose. Really quick here. Hold on. Jesus Christ. This is after overtime engaged. That's interesting. So really quick before we disengage, update on Nick Sortor's camera. The FBI actually noticed the video of him talking about how the Somali thugs robbed him of his camera and said, "We're on it." I would love to believe, man, they already found the fucking vehicle? That's wild. The fact that a federal agency has to investigate something like this says something about the Minneapolis Police Department. It really does. It really does. That's fucked up. That's fucked up. There is Nick Sortor responding to something as well. Holy shit, that's fast. Yeah, right? Nick Sortor responding to someone, our Insider Wire saying, "Hope you get it back." Nick Sortor said, "No chance in hell. I literally got robbed and Minneapolis police decided it was my fault for being white in a Somali neighborhood." Yeah, buddy, what the fuck do you think you're doing? Just existing and being white. That's kind of illegal, bucko. Chronos Tell, thank you for the 6 months, tier 2, thank you. Six months pre-sub for 24 months total here. Thank you. Thank you. Sometimes Twitch words those thingies a little weird for my butter brain, as it were. And then, excellent. Now they need to arrest the terrorist and Don Lemon, who is a party to the attack on the church. BLM and NAACP members organized it. What the fuck? Cam Higbee saying, Minneapolis PD telling them to leave the area. MPD told Nick Sortor and I to leave the area after we were attacked, followed, threatened, robbed, and Nick was nearly killed. They indicated that there was a low probability the camera would be recovered despite providing a full plate.
Looking for the car, but you guys got to do us a favor and stay out of this area. All right, we don't want anything else escalating to this point again. We got a lot of reports.
Well, we just don't. I mean, I guess
the Somalian fraudsters have more rights in your country than you do, American white man. Get used to it. Get used to the two-tier system, man.
It's a felony
versus them just not liking our. I understand that.
We get attacked and assaulted. By the way, they tried to steal my camera earlier, and we're the ones told to leave. Like,
I'm not justifying what they did, but
it sounds like you are. You fucking cock.
And bottom line is, you guys obviously aren't from the area.
But it's like if I'm a woman and I get raped for wearing tight jeans, and it's like, well, you shouldn't have been there. It's like,
but that's not what we're saying.
Well,
that is exactly the same thing. You're saying it's literally his fault for being white in an area. They are doing actual reporting, and they should have better security, I will say. It seems a little silly to go there without a lot of security, because you know you're going to be a fucking target. Especially if you're trying to get out the word on the fraud and shit that's happening in there, and the damage these rioters are doing. Come the fuck on. Come the fuck on. That's so fucking stupid. Stay out of the area is code for we surrendered control to the Somali population over American citizens, and there's nothing we're going to do about it. Everyone inside Minneapolis that is protecting all of this nonsense, there needs to be repercussions. There absolutely have to be repercussions. If nothing happens, if there's no, like, jail time or anything for these people allowing this to go on, it's just never actually going to get fixed. And you're never actually going to get repercussions unless you get rid of activist judges who will just throw out any kind of conviction anyway. What will it take for the admin to fucking do something? We're literally being invaded. Oh no, you use the word invaded. Twitter freaks will be seething. Carly Get, thank you for the... imagine being an English male with no Amelia waifu. There was an Amelia tab that would have been fun to get to, but I need to piss. I am filled with pee.
And I'm very hungry.
So let me see who I can raid into. Tuesday, get popcorn ready, because I got some fucking Caleb Hammer to finish, bro. I got some Caleb Hammer. Hopefully the fraudsters will take a day off. Hopefully the riots won't explode on a Monday. Surely at least half of these people have to go back to work, right, man? Right, man? Let me play some exit music for a little bit longer here while I find a raido target. A raido target, man.
No.
I can't remember the last time I raided into Asmon, but it's probably been at least a few streams. He's playing Hightail, so I'm assuming this doesn't look like Hightail. This doesn't look like Block Game. It says Hightail in his title, but I guess he's playing something else. I don't know what this is. But go say hello to Asmon. Hopefully he's not ending, like, in 10 seconds, as has happened before. Someone in his chat asked if this was a Somalian PvP server. How relevant to what we were just talking about. Fucking welcome to Maine, brother man. Go say hi to Asmon. I'm gonna pee. I'm gonna pee really quickly. I'm fucking stuttering, dude. Thank you guys for hanging out extra late while we got through some Maine Somalian fraud articles. Thank you. Have a great rest of your night.